Hello, hello. Yeah, I went a couple minutes early. I always do. I cannot do this waiting 2.5 minutes. I can't do it. I almost went live at 4 minutes. I'm like, okay, I held off. I messed with my phone a little bit, trying to turn down the notifications, which I always forget to turn down. Let me turn. Let's see. I can't turn. Let's see. That's ring. I'll leave that up. Turn that on. Okay, that should be good. Oh, it's warm in here, y'all. But I don't want to turn the AC on. Hi, Eric. How are you doing? I have to ask you, since you're the first one in here and you're there, I heard rumblings yesterday that somebody was leaving LA. Is this true? Because I'm like, hey, Scooter Mom, I need at least a 95% sure that he actually did leave or is leaving, or people just having wishful thinking. Oh, no sound. Okay. No sound. No sound. All right. Can you hear me now? Hey, Jen. Okay. When's that, Eric? Okay. Well, I bought a bottle of champagne today that is waiting in my fridge for that day. I got it. Okay. I get it. I see. That makes complete sense. All right. I figured it might have been wishful thinking, and I didn't because I didn't hear any. If I only see it from one person, and there isn't other people talking about it, I don't really believe it until there's confirmation. I'm like that even with the news. If I see a headline on YouTube about some news, I'm like, hey, I don't click on it if I don't know who it is, because usually it's clickbait. Hey, David, how are you? Okay. Well, I got a bottle of champagne sitting there waiting for that day, and I will pop that. I bought it today actually because I thought I was crossing my fingers. But so how long till the court date? Um, hey, Aaron, and I said David and Jen, and hey, Sarah, hi. Yeah. Hey, Cricket, I missed you. There you are. And hey, King's Kid. Wow, a lot of people jumped in tonight. I bought vinegar. Oh, I like I said, I'd heard one place that he might be leaving LA, but I didn't get any corroboration anywhere, so I'm waiting. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm gonna wait till y'all see his rear lights leaving. I will wait until there is confirmation before I break that bottle open. So, like I said, I'm done being nice about it. I'm done. I mean, I just don't understand anybody that looks at him and all of that and thinks, "Oh, he's okay." I know there's nothing else. I know. The only thing that really was popping off was the Trump protests, but those aren't going to be long term. They'll pop up here and there, but they're not going to be long term. So who knows? Yeah, right after my birthday, maybe I'll get a good birthday present. Okay, if anybody wants to come in, I don't mind. So the title is because, and some of you guys, it's just everything confuses me on here. Oh, we already talked about that. Mm-hmm. Yep. And you know, I didn't know we were warned. I'm finding out now people were warned, but I didn't hear anybody mention it. But then again, I can't say that that means it wasn't said. I'm not involved, you know, as much as I should be. I'm still confused about a lot of things. That's what my title means. I'm like, so again, I pop into one stream and they're saying one thing, and I pop into another stream and they're literally saying the opposite. And I'm just like, I just can't do this. So that's the biggest reason I don't have much of an opinion on a lot of things, because I'm not going to go find that person's stream where they said such and such or did such and such to confirm it, which is what I would love to do. But I don't have that kind of time or energy. So I just the only thing I can do is I've told people, you know, if you're in my chat, I don't care who you're, unless you're certain people. There are a few people that I wouldn't want here, but as long as you're not hateful or telling stuff in my chat, I don't care. I can't take a stand on something that I feel like I'm on quicksand about. And this is just peripheral stuff, people not getting along with other people. It's nothing big. Hey, Eric, how are you? I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just trying to keep in with, you know, all the different stuff that goes on with everyone. There's so many channels and so many people. It's so hard. Yes. Yeah. Somebody that is putting in the effort. Yeah. Right. That's true too. I just wish they would have passed it on. Because I would have went and checked that stuff out. When things started to go awry, I would have went, and I didn't even, guys, this is how out of touch I am. I didn't even know there was a Freedom Corner. I didn't even know there was streamers doing that stuff over there. I didn't find out about that until things came out that he did to those people, like recently. So that's how out of the loop I am. Like, I didn't get on YouTube at all today. I was watching movies all day. Hey, Journey, how are you doing? So I'm having issues with my son. I'll get into that in a minute. I'm about to call a welfare check on him because he won't answer his phone, and it's weird. Some weird stuff's going on, and I may drive up to Dallas after this live if he doesn't answer, because he was supposed to come down last night to pick up his stuff from storage, and I was going to put it in the truck and follow him up because he's sleeping on the floor. He got an apartment really quick, and he's been in an extended stay, so he didn't have a mattress, and he only has a car. And then he says, and he had to have it out that night because he would have had to pay another month, and they were charging him an outrageous, I know, amount, and he is dealing with depression and stuff, and he's not on meds right now because he's doing it through the VA. And I didn't even have his address. I finally got his address from his girlfriend, and she says she has location on him, and he's still in his apartment. Because I called police last night wondering if he had a car accident when he didn't show up. So, not sure. But he's done things like this before where he's just ignored his phone. So, I'm hoping it's not too bad. I'm hoping he's just ignoring us all or whatever. But he gets into his head. He has ADD, and I'm pretty sure he's high functioning Asperger's or autistic, but he's never gotten diagnosed with either one. Did I? Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, hi, Queen. How are you? Well, you're the same age as my son. Yeah, we're both Pisces. Yeah, my son's 37. He just turned 37. So you guys are the same age. That's cool. I'm just a little stressed. I think he'll be fine. He's done this before where he's just ignored us all. I saw your pie now. Yeah, it's your birthday coming up. Oh, soon. I forgot this was already March. Dang, y'all. Yeah, he has a lot of that. Yeah. And we just got a letter that he's failing his school. But that's not a big deal because he'd already decided he hates that school. It's 2 years long. And there's another school that's closer. He's really depressed because he was getting his son every weekend. Um, he lived in the same town as his girlfriend. And now he lives up there all alone, going to school, and doesn't see anybody. Ooh, today, halfway to 110. All right. Well, you're midlife. You should be hitting your midlife crisis now, Queen. I'll be 56 this month. So hey, we're close. We're close, similar. That's cool. That's cool. They did that for you. Jack in the Box tacos. I've never had tacos at Jack in the Box. Oh. Hmm. Wow. That's bad. My son, and I asked him when I was up there, I was like, are you on your meds? And he said he was worse on the meds. I said, but I had to go through several meds before you find the one that works. I really honestly think he needs to go in the hospital like I did. About 3 years after I got sick, 2013, I spent a week in the hospital. Literally, it was the most peaceful week I'd ever had. I just chilled out. They leave you alone. I even volunteered to stay 2 extra days because I always have side effects, or meds don't always work. And so just to make sure the med was working before I went home, I was like, I want to stay here. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, yeah, we're the same age. Yep. Oh, I thought you said you were 37. I'm sorry. Halfway to 112. That's me. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got to go out, Jen. Jensen's B-Day today. Okay. You know what was funny is I was watching him a bunch the last couple days, just playing little clips of him singing and stuff. It just, once you click on something, it gets in your feed. So there's a whole bunch in my feed. Wow. Yeah, I've done that before. I'm 102. Well, you're doing good. I hope I can get it to 102. um yeah, I've done a lot of things alone just because my husband was never here. Like I went all the way to Wake years ago, back in the 90s. I went all the way to Waco and went to a play by myself, and everybody thought I was silly. Or I would go to a movie. I'd get a babysitter. I'm like, I gotta get out of the house. And like I said, I got rid of friends. I didn't like, so I would go by myself. People thought I was weird. Doesn't bother me that much. I'm just that kind of person. Uh-oh. Yeah, yeah. I try not to click things I don't want to stay in my feed. Oh, you have low blood pressure. So I almost didn't come on tonight. I had something similar happen, but it wasn't because I didn't eat. So that's what was weird. So little after 7, I went to the store to just get a few things. That's the hubby. Hang on. I'm live right now. So I got his address, but she doesn't have his apartment number. But I can probably look on Google. The thing is, everybody there knows who he is. He's the new guy. So I don't know what you want me to do. I was thinking about after my live driving up there. Yeah. So I think that's what I'd rather do that. Well, I got pulled over tonight. Did you? Why? Yeah, I just got a warning because I passed somebody and I didn't use my turn signal when I got back over. Gotta use that turn signal. But so I talked to. I'm live and he's still talking. Yeah. Well, I talked to him about
who I should call.
Oh, good.
So he gave me his business card and stuff.
Oh, well, good.
Then I got to work on one thing.
Well, he's ignoring her too.
Yeah.
But she knows he's active. So, oh, you did? She knows he's active because on Messenger, she'll see, when you're typing, Messenger thinks you're going to, and you can see. So he's active. So that gave me a good feeling.
Yeah.
So I think he's just.
Yeah, I think he's having a fucking anxiety attack.
I do too.
And he doesn't know how to act because he's failing school.
Okay,
he's gonna lose his department.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute. Hold on. So, did you hear that by any chance? So my husband got pulled over on the way to work because he didn't use his turn signal to get back over after he passed somebody. He just paid a speeding ticket recently. I haven't had a speeding ticket since 1990. So what's y'all? Oh, Mr. Fraud, hello. I'm jumping in that water. Yeah, I think it would give us a heart attack if we jumped in it. What time is good for disco music? Yeah, we had the same weather the other day. So it's great that it's your birthday. I should have brought the balloons back in here that are in there. Ooh, that's cold. That's cold. Oops, Tom's like, I'm telling all the tea. I was like, he knows I'm live, so I muted it just in case we got specific. But I didn't even have my son's address. He just moved into this apartment a month ago. And what it was is he was staying at an extended day, and it was a shit hole. When I went up there, when we went to the Dallas org, I was disgusted. And so he just drove around one day, stopping at apartment buildings. And he saw this really nice one, and he just stopped. And it's a little apartment complex. It's real small. This older couple runs it, and everybody that lives there has lived there 20 or more years, and they're all one bedroom. So it's like a single older women or couples or whatever, because it's really small. And the only reason she had an opening, she hadn't put it out anywhere, there was no sign, is this person had been with her a long time and then got caught up with the meth and stopped paying rent. So she had to evict her. And he loved it and he jumped on it. And it's just a really nice little community compared to what he was at. Thank God. And all the utilities are included, which he wanted. He didn't want to deal with having to turn on electric and all that. So you guys are having your conversation. Too cold for the fish? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's sad. Yeah. Yeah, all of my people are gone. All my parents, grandparents, everybody is gone. My husband's parents are gone now because he had older parents. His mom was like 40 when she had him. But my parents died young. They died at 51 and 53. I'm already older than them. So they were gone by the time I was 30. So it's just been, hey, she said, how are you? How are you? So about the title of my stream, it's pretty much what it says. The more I go to other streams to try to keep in the know of what's going on, so I'm not blindsided, it confuses me more. I'm just like, there's so many people in this community and so many personalities. I'm going back to what I originally said. The best I can do is, for the most part, stay out of things. There are things I've decided to not stay out of or to get involved in, and they needed to be done. And y'all heard me last week when I did that. So anyway, it's just this whole community. There's just so many people. It's just so many people, and it's just so super hard to keep track of who's irritated with who or has done somebody wrong. This is why I stopped having friends, y'all, back in my 20s, because it was just too much stress. It was too much stress. And I've been a little stressed lately too, before my son even did this. And see, my husband went through anxiety attacks when he was going to college, because he came home from Iraq, then he retired, and then he used his GI Bill to go to college. And he was having the same thing, because it was a new thing for them. And my son's 37. He's using up the rest of his GI Bill. And I know what's going on. I know why he's failing. It's not that he's not smart. He's never been diagnosed, and he needs more time to test. And I think he's oversleeping. I think he's missing time. So really what I want him to do is just give her, they have a really easy way to break the lease, even though he's only been there a month. He could just give her the amount and break the lease. I want him to come here, quit school, come here. The new school that's closer to here doesn't start till April. So I just want him to come down here. We can clean up the spare room for him. He gets disability. He doesn't hardly have any bills. So he could easily live on his disability for a couple of months and save up for an apartment. That's what I want him to do. I'm irritated with me. Can I block myself? I don't know. Douglas will block himself. I don't know.
See, I waited so somebody else would join, so it's not always Scooter.
I know. Nobody else ever wants to come on. I hide my channel from myself. I'm a member of my own channel.
Yeah.
I did that. So I got to tell you a funny story. So I was in Club Brain Fog a couple days ago, and Cricket was in there.
Come on.
Oh, were you in there that day? I'm not sure. I don't remember. So Cricket didn't realize that my personal account was still me, because I do all of my chatting, all of my memberships with my personal account. I don't do anything else with this account. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, Cricket goes, "Miss Kim, do you protest?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's me." I go, it's both me. And I forget what all they said. And they were like, "Yeah." I said, "We're twins." I'm just going to tell people we're twins with the same name. Because I thought everybody
again. Journey said she'll join. Did you hear me, Kim?
No. What'd you say?
Post the link again. Journey said she'll come on.
Oh, okay. Cool. I was in there. I thought you were someone new too. Oh my goodness. I didn't know that. Because I didn't know that you guys thought I was somebody else. So my personal account is my picture. And then you guys know that my stream account has the Texas symbol. And so like I've always just kept all my other stuff with my personal channel. Yeah, because I've gotten 32 subscribers on my personal channel, and I don't have anything on there. That's funny. Yes, Cricket is a thorough mod. Yes. Remote from the movie Click, so we can. Oh, I know. Just make sure I didn't miss anybody coming in. Yeah, I definitely want to do another. Hey, Journey.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing?
Hey.
I'm okay.
The more the merrier. Yeah. Warm.
Journey's not really okay, but she's just saying that because it's easier.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I know what's going on with you. So I can't type as much as I would like. but you pretty much understood it. So with my daughter, I've been through what you were going through in school. I got lucky. I found a private school. This lady ran this private school. She used the Boys and Girls Club. They let her use it during the day, and it was actually a homeschool program. And so you could go to class, you could work from home, you could show up, you didn't have to show up, you just had, and it was pass or fail. So you had to have an A to pass. And so I took my daughter out of school her sophomore year, and then she finished up with that. And so, and she was a lot less stressed.
Yeah.
Oh, dog's
just-
drinking.
My old man here, he's just gonna walk in the background like I'm not doing anything.
Mine like to wrestle when I go on.
This
Yeah.
girl's playing or bringing me balls, but she's dead over there. She's
One
still
of
a
the
puppy,
first
so it's like,
times I was-
sleep, wake up, sleep, wake up.
One of the first times I came on with Kim for one of these late nights and her dogs decided to start wrestling, I called it WWF and it's just stuck. World Wrestling Furries or Fur
Yeah.
Babies.
Because they never do that. They're like big lumps of lard all day. But as soon as they hear me start talking in here, they decide to start playing. I'm like, they don't do that ever. They don't even, never.
Or eat your cupcake cake.
for babies. But they're pretty calm right now. I gave them we call big snack, which they usually only get at lunchtime. But I was like, here, maybe you'll leave me alone, and they are.
So
work.
far, knock on wood.
Before, when I started going live, they would be like, "Mom's talking." Now they're just used to, unless it's a familiar sound they're used to, or animal or whatever, then they'll come up to me.
Oh,
What's
my
my
favorite
favorite
Journey song,
song?
Open Arms. That's Journey, right? God, it's been so
Yeah.
long since I listened to music. Yeah.
See.
Don't Stop Believing's pretty good too.
I
Mhm.
like Aerosmith. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good song. Okay, it is okay. I have not listened to music in years. But I have been like all music, and a lot of that had to do with my depression and stuff, because a song comes on and it gets you all on your feels. So I stopped listening to music for a long time, and the only thing I've been listening to this last year is K-pop, and only one band though, BTS, because their stuff, most of their stuff, not all of it, is kind of upbeat, almost like 80s. It's like just they do disco, they do all genres, and so it's just really fun to listen to. And I'll send Dynamite to people when they're having a bad day. It was their first all English song, and you cannot have a bad day listening to the song. It's just, and the music video is fun to watch. They put a lot of Michael Jackson into it. But I'll show you a clip of it real quick just so you know what I'm talking about. They're in Korea, it's South Korea. Their music videos compared to our music videos are like cinematic. It's just, but this one like went to all over the world, was huge. But let's see, YouTube. But I send it to my daughter if she's having a bad day. Let's see.
I like.
I get demonetized when I play them, but I'm really not that monetized. I've never turned ad revenue on yet, so. But it's just, they're just fun. Remember when 80s music, it was just fun, and then they went into the 90s and it got depressing, like
Yeah.
the grunge rock and stuff. I just remember 80s pop music being
Yeah.
so fun. And but let's see. But I'm not gonna play the whole video. Let's see how to.
They look like a Gap commercial.
I know. They don't always look like that, but they do. They're too pretty. That boy Jamin right there, he is too pretty.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight.
That was too loud.
So watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea, and I'll get my ping pong. This is getting heavy, can't hit the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat shit like
I never matched their faces with their sleeves.
I'm good to go, I'm down.
What'd you say?
I never matched their faces with their. So I'm trying not to. I'm just taking it all in. Taking it all in is a new thing.
Oh, it took me forever to tell them. I took 2 hours and I took this video where they described each person and their smiles and their stuff because I could not tell them apart. Now, I know them from the back and if they're wearing a mask because I've watched so much of it now. But because they do variety shows and
You know I go let's go.
this was their first all English song and they went off the charts.
Shining through the city with the little funky song.
But only one of them speaks fluent English.
Bring a friend, join the crowd.
And they're wearing, this is like disco, and they're wearing 70s clothes. And they can get away with wearing anything.
Sky's the light, so we dance to the
Nobody
break
else does.
dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the medicine, so you should keep your eyes on the ball. This is getting heavy, can you hear the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Life is chillin', honey, yeah, this bitch chillin' like money. This go overload, I'm
It's better than anything, sorry. It is.
you know I'm glow. And let's go. Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So it's
They're here doing the Michael Jackson stuff.
shining through the city with the little funky song. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, it's dynamite. It's dynamite. Shining through the city with the little funky song. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa.
Very bright, too. You're way too pretty. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but sorry if I had to push it on you. I'm like Scooter Mom is to Supernatural and Jensen Ackles I am to the BTS. I just think they're so fun.
You are with BTS like I am to Jensen Ackles. I get it.
Yes. It's not that I think they're hotter.
Listen,
They're way
they
too
have
young. They're way too
way too young. They have really good moves. Yes, they do remind me of Michael Jackson's moves. They are way too pretty.
They're way too pretty.
But yeah, they're okay for what they do.
Is so even toned. But they're like
Yes,
little
I did. I saw that. Yes, so their fans, they have the biggest fan group of anyone because they do so much for their fans. They literally do all I'm going to do a separate stream on them because there's so much stuff. But
at award ceremonies, they're screaming like loud when they
I'll be right back.
And I'm like,
well, their fans are from 8 to 80. I've been in the chat and there's 70 and 80-year-olds in there that like them because they're just their messages. So in K-pop in Korea, usually they create a group and they give them songs and tell them what they're going to do. Well, after the first couple years, they were supposed to be a hip hop band and they weren't. I don't like their early stuff. It's too hip hoppy and rappy. But they finally started letting them write their own stuff, and they teach Love Yourself, Love Myself. They did a whole tour called Love Myself, Love Yourself.
What are
So
the age ranges out of the 7 group?
now that's an older, a few years old. They're serving their mandatory military service right now, and you have to do that before you're 30. So a couple of them are 30 now, late 20s to early 30 now, because they debuted in 2013 when one was 15 and one was 22. The way they do it there is they bring you as a trainee, and you're a trainee for 2 or 3 years. You're learning to dance and sing and stuff. Then they put you in a group together. Well, they were done a little different, and they're worldwide famous.
Yeah. I've heard of them, but I mean I've heard the song before, but I don't follow them. And it's
I did.
It totally looked like a Gap commercial.
Not when they did. Because they wanted it to be upbeat, but then they do all genres, and most of their stuff is Korean with some English thrown in. So what got me first was their music videos and their dancing. Their dancing is amazing compared to NSYNC. See, our boy bands, you'd had one front runner who was like the best singer, the best dancer, and the rest of them kind of worked. No, all of them dance, all of them sing, all of them write and produce. All of them have gotten their master's degrees in college. I mean, it's ridiculous, the stuff that they've done. And they've won Grammys and stuff now too. But
yeah.
Like, I'll just show you a different one that just has a different vein. So they did. This is called Black Swan. And see,
can I answer That's What She Said's question real quick?
What's the question?
I don't know. It's up on the screen.
Well, they're asking you if you protest.
Yeah, but can I answer it?
Oh, I didn't put your answer up?
She didn't answer it.
I'm just looking at it. I can just have a second.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I got like this with the BTS.
Yeah. She got tunnel vision for BTS.
What's happening? That's what she said. I did protest, and then I changed how I protest to match more me. I'm a very compassionate person,
I didn't say her.
and I don't like putting people down. But I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes. I had to back off because I need to give a message to someone in there, and because they were on high alert with me because I was doing videos on them and stuff. She wouldn't go outside when I was there, so I backed off a little. I have a notice of what is it called? Whatever, trespass. Oh
yeah.
Trans or for something. But trespass is up in a year unless they renew it. So.
Isn't that the same org that Kelly was going to?
Yeah, we streamed together. She live streamed, and I was. It was before I had 50 subs, so I would still.
I did that.
Static record.
Yeah, static record and then upload it. And then that's when they got really annoyed when people were on the side. It didn't matter if you stood in front by the bus stop.
What city are you in?
I'm by Sacramento. I'm right in the middle of Sacramento and San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
So,
I didn't realize you were even in California. I almost asked you when you said Travis. Austin is Travis County. I almost asked, but I knew if you were in Texas, I would have known. So I knew
I'm by Travis Air Force Base.
Oh, we used to live in Monterey at Fort Ord back in 89 to 93, and he always flew out of Travis Air Force Base.
Yep.
He knows it. I've never been there.
Because Monterey has both an Army base and a naval base.
The base we were on closed in 93. When I left, my neighborhood was boarded up. And I'm mad because they said they were going to use it for either low-income housing or for the university. And recently, like a few months ago, because I wanted to take... Devin was born in Monterey Carmel in that hospital. And I wanted to take her to see our old house. So I looked at it on Google Earth. And the ceiling has fallen in. It's all deteriorated. And I'm like,
So is it an abandoned base?
Yes, because some of it is being used. But
okay, the sign's still up front.
Well, there's still the Defense Language Institute in Monterey. We were actually a little bit north of Monterey. I just say Monterey because people know. We were actually in Seaside. So there is
Seaside.
There's still military.
I stayed in Seaside for my honeymoon, but we say Monterey, and so we go there at least 4 times a year. Yeah, we would live there if we could afford it.
Yeah, I would go back. The only way we could. I went out 2 days before the 89 quake, or 2 days after. No, before. So I'd been there 2 days. I was supposed to be looking for an apartment. The 89 quake hit. And then I was like, you're private. We cannot afford to live off base. So I went back home for 8 months waiting on government housing. And then I moved.
I guess there's a
Journey, is that a black cat lying on the seat behind
20
you?
pounds. I'm proud of it.
Well, Eric Rader's over here was
trying to get up on anything. She's like, eh. She's 11 years old.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I can totally see that, Eric Rader. I can totally see you doing that. Please don't.
Well, Cheryl has already said that Eric Rader has great calves. So,
oh, really?
I thought she was going to say a pole or something, and then she's like, the calves. I was laughing. That went nowhere that I would have guessed.
Oh my god!
And I was on the live with her, and I was on screen going, I don't know what to say next.
There's Eric's response. Oh my goodness!
Oh boy!
People. I want a sign like Dusty has that has the running letters. I got it. That's
yeah. Well, he made that. Dusty made that.
Really? You didn't buy it like that?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Eric, thank you so much. Awesome. That will help for parking
nice,
next
Eric.
week. Thank you.
I don't know if everybody here has seen Journey's video from earlier today.
I haven't been on YouTube today.
If you haven't seen it, you should go and watch it. Journey did a great job explaining her position and standing up for herself. So I give props to Journey.
Okay. I have no idea why. That was not the content. And I look at all the videos next to it, and he's making fun of people. So I don't get it. I don't see it as support, just like Jerry is not supporting me. He came in to like, I'm ending it.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. And you notice how we all ignored him? Not one person said anything to him.
So DOA posted a video.
Okay.
Using clips from my video.
He just needed a new target. That's all it is.
But it's using me against Aaron.
Not cool.
No.
Not at all.
Not at all. I was not in the same state.
Oh, look who got it. She said got the membership.
Oh, great.
And I showed receipts from the last time I talked to both. Well, not both of them. Aaron, I tried to. Aaron's just gonna be Aaron, and I'm letting people live their lives. Just live it.
Me too.
Don't use my freaking clip when I'm having a panic attack about my daughter, and people thought I was having a panic attack about comments deleted in Aaron's channel.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he used that clip
Yeah.
and saying that I'm a different SE. What?
He's flailing. Okay, if you go back and watch the video I did about a toxic friend, there's a pattern, and I've seen this with him. And what they do is they have to find a new target. And, you know, when the one group is done with them and they know they're done with them, usually they leave town like quick.
Mm-hmm.
This person that was in my life was gone within 24 hours when the friend group was done. They have to have a new target sometimes before they leave.
It's just so weird because I haven't talked to him or sent anything since July 3rd. I had the receipt and he didn't respond, but I gave him information, the same information I gave to Aaron, so that way they couldn't say I said one thing versus another. Nope, sending this to your ass too, because both of you are like, nope, I want no part of it. And I met DOA like in March of last year. So it's been a year.
Back when he was still.
I have no association other than fighting this cult.
Right.
That's the only thing in common with either one, whether you think they're fighting the cult or not, or whatever the hell you think they're. I'm not in their lives. I'm not.
Yeah.
Real lives. I'm not doing anything other than saying my experience. And it's, of course, the one thing that I could focus on for 3 hours. I was at this lake, and I literally am like bird, sound, this. And I'm like, focus on one thing and think, process thoughts. I couldn't because I was shaking. I wanted to throw it. I want to do everything except think. And so when I go into the live to get information and then I'm commenting, it's like, oh, I could focus. But then, whoa, what's that? Why is that going away? And so that's all I was saying. I wasn't saying, hey, I just thought it was weird.
Don't worry about it.
He doesn't not have people in his chat. That's what was not crying about.
Right.
No.
Just don't let it upset you too much.
That one's not upsetting. It's just to wake up to it and be like,
yeah.
I never thought I had to make this announcement.
I know, and that's what I was talking about earlier.
You shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
No.
And for him to be trolling through people's streams and taking their stuff out of context to use as a weapon in a stupid ass war,
amazing,
in a vulnerable moment, that's just next level disgusting. Yes, it is what he does, but it is next level disgusting.
I don't understand anybody that can look at the stuff he does and be like, yeah, I want to support him. He's okay. I just don't.
Yeah.
I know some people that do, but they know my stance that I don't. And I'm not going to get into a conversation about it because it's just all not me.
Yeah, you can't tell if anybody is supporting him.
My life, sorry.
Yeah, if somebody is supporting them, you're not going to be able to get them to see the light, obviously.
No, and I'm not here to change people's minds, but it's to get them to think and think for yourself. And that's why I'm like, I'm going to put this out here, and you do whatever you think. Do whatever you want with this information, because I really don't.
The thing is, and I've said this before, you can take any clip of anyone and twist it to your narrative.
I'm just shocked that he did that to me, and I have not at all. I mean, I doubt he would even sub to me.
Right.
That's why I don't even know how
he's called so many people. He's already attacked so many people. There's only certain people that are left. people that normally wouldn't be on his radar, like me, you, probably Scooter Mom. I'm waiting, and I don't care. You know,
And honestly, Journey, it was probably one of his minions that pointed it out to him.
Probably. Hey,
Probably.
he's talking about Aaron, and then, but that. Listen, look at the whole content, dude.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no. Jerry, have you seen Jerry Kotz in your live streams or any others? Okay, I swear he's OSA. If he's not, he should be. He should be getting paid.
Oh, is he one of DOA's people?
No, I don't know, but
No.
I don't know. I don't know that person.
he knew my name, my first name, and where and exactly what town I live in.
Creepy.
Exactly what town.
That's my
Then he
butt.
acted like, haha, what's the problem? And then all of a sudden he started backtracking. He's like, what town do you live in?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And he's like, I'm confused. I'm like, dude, you need to go away. Because we were in Trashy's live in front of the NOI.
For a while.
Trashy left a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
Trash
but
was
he's
back.
He
yeah,
did come
he
a
came
little
back.
bit.
He's been out a couple of times.
Yeah.
Good.
And so I just went into his lives to learn about, and then it turned into a heavy topic because one car drove by and this woman goes, "You're in the wrong neighborhood."
Sorry, I didn't mean
He's
to laugh at you,
the only.
but that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yep, I have 3 cats.
There's only so many of us left that he hasn't zeroed in on. So I know those of us that haven't been zeroed in on are next. Just
Well,
because he came out.
I was wondering because I'm getting ready. I'm like so close to publishing this map. Is that why I'm getting all the trolls? Well, I got 2 trolls, so it's
What's your map? What's
it's
that?
not a lot. What?
The map
What's-
is. I'll let Journey say it since it's hers.
Go for it. You report. Go
Well,
report.
I was just going to say that the map, and if I get it wrong, correct me. But it's literally all the properties that Scientology owns all around the world.
That's awesome. Because I saw, you know what drew me into Clearwater so much was I went to the Tampa Bay Times. There was an article with an interactive map of all the buildings they own downtown. And that was that. Seeing a visual like that is so much more powerful than talking about it. I think that's awesome.
I have
Yeah.
over 1,000 pens. And then, of course, getting to the labeling of the layers of the map again. I was like, what's the structure again of like what would fall into what? Because where would land go? Land actually goes to author services. But I learned all the history from 1950 to 2000, and then the rest I'm getting off the internet on all my cards. This is only one.
Holy crap.
That's only one. I have 2. Every card for every inch. Yeah. So how my brain works. I have, I need to go over the ports where, and dry dock where the free winds.
Wow, you're really into that.
Oh, yeah. I've been for 11 months now.
This is what I like about this community is all these people are doing all this work. And when you can show something visually like that, it's so much more impactful than talking about it.
Yep.
In a lot of
And
ways.
I've been doing that. And then I've been also, I did the timeline. So that way I can have it visual for you guys. Google Earth. Hi, Jay. Google Earth has a new program that you can put like whatchamacallit, a project program. And so it could be the rise and fall of Scientology when I get all the things together.
Cool.
It's just, of course, going through the timeline with all the lawsuits and like this band and that band from every country. It's like, I was like, just give me an entity.
I know. It's confusing. I want so much. I can't do it. I want so much for somebody to either or a lot of somebody's to go back and find all the false calls that Scientology called on the protesters and all of the times that the LAPD came out and looked corrupt as hell. And I want to put, it could be 100 hours, to be honest.
You can do that. You have to have the address and you call for back.
No, on our streams.
Oh, okay. But you can actually do that just through the whatever department. And people have done that for Narcanon. How many calls for fire, like all emergency, calls, and a person paid for it in Lake Tahoe. And she won it all, but she only got 3 years worth. But
wow.
I mean, there were interesting calls. But yeah.
Yeah, so if we could put all those false calls and show all of those resources and put it in one video and be able to show that, it would be very impactful.
Didn't Mona Fat Grammy do all that?
Somebody did, and I don't know.
Well, I meant just like all the math on it too, of how much each call would take and how much they've already done.
Right,
I think she's already got documentation.
Right.
Because that was right before getting, I mean, or maybe right when she started doing the, actually, I am an SP. What was it? Do you remember, Scooter Mom? It was like the weirdest declared SP.
From who?
And now I'm part of their group, not that group. And I'm like, I'm not part of anybody. What are you doing?
Oh, I have no idea.
It was weird.
I do not understand the titles and factions, and I do not have the spoons to devote to sorting all of that.
And that's why I'm like, I only noticed because I wasn't tagged in it. That's the other weird thing. My name is on it, or Journey 2020, and then he tagged my thing in the comments, my channel, so people can go look. But it's like the weirdest. I'm like, dude, why you got what?
Yeah,
leave me alone. I was having a really bad day.
Okay, Jay,
and you know, if you're going to use someone's video, you should at least tag them.
And they weren't all defending me. Not on my channel. Not what the messages I got. Flat out saying you're crying because your channel or
your comments are being deleted. Or...
Like you must have not had a lot going on in your life. And I'm like, whoa, why you no. You need to watch my video and realize, and then watch his and see what's twisted.
Eric?
That's why
Jay,
shoot
I
it down.
would be happy to report on it, except that he's not a small channel, and I am very grateful for that because I don't report on anything he's ever done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to be part of the war, like, of personal and no. Why am I used as that and made an example of why this behavior?
That's what he does with everyone. Everyone is a tool for him to use. If he can't use you, he needs to crush you, and that's all there is to his methodology.
And that's what's really weird, because I mean, at least he could check in on me, because if he actually really saw, because he used, I was the one that found him on Google Maps. He did not tag me whatsoever. Someone told him about it. He got his own, he investigated his own. He posted his own, and then was like, look who's who, whatever. I thought it was Leah's. I'm forgetting names. I'm just going blank tonight.
That's okay.
Laura's van, because I only saw the front and then the side with all the posters. And I thought they were her posters because I know she likes to do art. I did not. I never seen his new van covered with. I don't watch his stuff, and I'm not saying
I never did
it. I'm just saying leave me out of it.
Right. That's all I
Leave
ever
me
want.
out of it.
That's true. And
Yep.
you know, the only
Exactly,
reason he has
Fraud.
a big chat is they want to watch the train wreck. That's
Right.
all that is.
Yep.
And I was in a very vulnerable position. My husband thought something happened to me. My phone pinned from this location, this lake outside. Yeah. And he didn't understand why it was there. Was it left there? I wasn't answering his calls because I couldn't focus. And then when he did call me during the line, I was like, if I answer, I'm going to be yelling at you. Like, I can't. And so when he pulled up, he's like,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, you want me to go get her? And he's like, no, I'm getting her. You go home or go to work or you figure it out and you let me know. I was like, okay. I just went home, crawled into bed and cried because I needed to take care of myself. I had no idea this was going to happen. I did not think any of my content would be used in somebody's war.
I know.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's honestly, it is absolutely disgusting. I mean, I personally was concerned when I saw your original video because I don't watch his stuff for you. And I realized that you were reaching out for not for content, but for support. And that's absolutely fine. But for someone to take that and use that, unfortunately, there are creeps like him on the internet, and we all end up having to be careful because of them. I missed that because Miss Kim is so fast with the mouse.
I know. I can't read all that.
I'm sorry. I kind of didn't want to
get
leave
like
it up
3
because-
words in and it's boom, next one.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
And
I do that
I
kind
used
of when
to
I'm
consider
like,
myself
I
a
don't know if I
fast
want to
reader.
pick that up. I was
So
like,
when the convoy happened, I
Yeah.
don't know if it happened after July 3rd when I emailed and there was like this weird,
you sure?
there was some, I don't know, the hairs on my back, I was like, not part of that scene. And that's when I stopped watching most of those streams just because I don't know what, that's not the type of activism I want to be part of. Whether that was the intent, like each one, but as a huge group, you were defined as one thing. And that's what I was like, I don't know. I'm going to keep, and that's when I really went into the map, like, okay. And I would work 5 hours plus daily on it. So, and it's not that I wanted to tell people don't support. That's not me either. You support whoever you feel like you want to support or that
But
you
I need to do this for my sake. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you have every right to do that. It's like when I go out protesting, I'm out there with other people. And the only thing I say to them is, I am not going to tell you how to protest, but if you do something that gets me arrested, we're going to have a big problem.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. So I don't know.
That's what I say to them, and they understand that. And you know, it's like I show them that respect, and I expect that respect in kind.
Yeah.
Hey, Becky.
I was trying not to use the internet as help, but I don't like using my husband as the mental health because I'm his mental health buffer.
Yeah. But
and my
you have to be able to talk to someone. Yeah.
And I'm not gonna make someone that I don't know if he's okay to make him worse. So I feel stuck, and I still have to hold it together. But I'm like, thankfully they're there so I can fall apart, and then hopefully I can get it together enough to bring that one home and be like, I'm done. Off. You guys figure out dinner for yourself.
I saw a clip of this.
I have to just turn off the camera for just a second. But the one thing I want to say before I do that is my suggestion is, if you're going to do that, because everybody needs to be able to reach out to someone, and you should be able to, as soon as that video ends, make it private so that he can't go and do that again, or no one else can. Because that's your personal stuff. That has nothing to do with anyone else. I'll be right back. Just give me a
sec. If you want to leave the video up, but you don't want them attacking your chat, you can make the replay chat, I think, private. I've never done that, but I'm gonna learn how.
Yeah, I also want to, because I left it open so that way other people see that mental health is a very important aspect of everybody's life. And I forgot to check in before I fell apart, that I was going to fall apart, because I knew I was going to break after the fall. I knew I could not do another treatment with my daughter. She's done 2, and my husband did 1 hospitalization, and I almost fainted when he was being admitted for not a 5150. They call something before a 5130. Yeah, something so they can check for a 5150. I was like, I feel really weird, and the nurse immediately took me to a bed, and I'm in one bed, and they're taking everything, including his earring, shoes, everything. Like, he can't have his book. And I was like, and he's like, what? And I had to get up and explain to him, you're being admitted, and blah, 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 and be there for him. Forget me.
Yeah.
I had to do it. And so when I lose it, I'm like, no one's going to catch me.
Yeah.
So I need to do better with self-care. But that's what I wanted people to see. That's why but I didn't think someone that claims to be in this community to do that. I see OSA doing that. I see, that being something while I'm protesting to do, or, find my button. But what's so funny, it's not my button unless I really fell apart. Because it's just on the list. I'm like, that happened.
Y'all mind if I let Emma Lights come on?
No,
no problem at all. I was waiting for a break to say, he needs the link. He'll have to scroll a long ways up to find
it. Oh, he said that he didn't call you a bad act. So, okay, I'm a little confused too. Maybe I was trying to be too concise. So exactly what did he do with your video? You were there for a different reason, right? Than what he said or something like that?
Yeah. So on the stream title, it's declared suppressive person. And then
that's
the
what DOA did.
Of the clips are me explaining that possibly by association, I'm out.
Because I was in your stream and Aaron's at the same time, by the way, when I came over, because you thought your comments were getting deleted.
Yeah.
But that's not why I came over, because you were having a personal family issue that I wanted to, help you with.
And you didn't use that's the other weird thing, because I said it in both videos. I did a 2 video because I got a phone call and my mic went out. So I immediately closed that out. And the first video literally says mental health, blah, blah, blah. The first one, the second one didn't say anything. And he used clips from that. It's broken up.
Hey, Emma.
Oh, it was 2. Hello, everyone. Hi. I turned my computer on this morning and I saw your face, Journey, as like a weird cartoon.
I haven't been on YouTube today, so this is all news to me. I'm learning right now.
It's the first thing, and it said.
So
Hey, everybody.
DOA used your name in like his video title.
So I'm sitting in my car, but he did a filter, like a Disney character filter.
Oh, nice.
And if he didn't do that, you would see I was in duress. I was not well. People were like,
yeah, I know you were really stressed out yesterday. I remember.
Yeah. So, and I couldn't hide that. And I'm like, it's on my face. And then I became yelling.
I'm going to say one thing. I'm just a little tiny channel, and I don't know all the stuff that's going on. That's why the title of my thing. Every time I go to different chats, somebody says this, I hear something completely different over here.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm trying to stay down the middle as much as possible. If nobody's being hateful in my chat, everybody's welcome. I don't care. But I've also seen that you can take a clip of anyone and twist it to your narrative if you clip it right and you have the right attitude. And that's what we need to be careful of and not let that happen. It's just like on the news. You can take a clip or a picture. You got to see the whole context of it all.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
me.
It has confused a lot of people, and I think so. I watched it, and I didn't watch all of it. I watched some of it and rang Journey straight away, like called her, like,
"Oh, good,
what's going on?" Because, and now I can't even remember what the gist of it was, but it was like the stupid cartoon thing, and it was like a weird squeaky voice, and I couldn't really understand what it was saying. But the title was something like, "Oh, now Journey's an SP."
Oh,
did it say Aaron's?
Not mine. So she thought Aaron was attacking me.
Sorry.
I think Aaron was in the title or something.
Yeah, but you think Aaron was attacking me, and it wasn't that at all.
No, it was the comments being deleted or something.
Yeah, I was there. I was in Aaron's, and I was in her. I could only scroll back so far, so I couldn't tell. And she thought her comments were getting deleted, but she didn't even. She was on that for like 2 seconds. And then we went into talking about her daughter.
Yeah, the way I looked at it, because I rang Journey straight away, and then I went into DOA's chat to try and find out what's going on and stuff, right? So, and as you said, somebody said earlier, they're all putting nice comments to Journey.
Not nice comments.
Oh, not nice. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
It was mainly the context was, why does Aaron get to do this to her? And then the comment.
So he was trying to use her against Aaron. Is that what that was? Oh,
okay, but we can't. Can I just say we can't talk over each other, because I don't know about anybody else, but every voice gets warped when somebody cuts in on somebody else. Just saying. Okay. Also, I get overwhelmed.
Yeah,
me too, hon. Me too.
My impression was that he was using you as like to get at Aaron. But then at the same time, I don't know. I think people were saying that he's trying to get in small channels. Possibly, yeah, because he sent people over to me. He's been really nice to me. I don't know all of the stuff in the past, like the same as you, Miss Kim. I unfollowed a long time ago and I haven't been following it. And I said I'm not going to get in the drama, and here I am because I saw Journey's face.
You unfollowed me?
No. DOA. I unfollowed. Stuff was going on, and and the same as you. I don't have the capacity to go through all of the stuff and see both sides. It's like 8 months of shit.
Yeah.
Almost a year.
Like I don't have time for that bullshit. Anybody got time for that?
Yeah.
But
as long as Journey's not getting any hate, that's.
But the issue that I have with it is that he took a very vulnerable moment of Journey's, and he twisted that to something that it had nothing to do with. Yes. That moment that he took was something that she was just relating as something that happened while she was in the middle of just trying to focus her brain.
Yeah.
And he twisted that to use it against Aaron. That's the issue that I have. If someone is having a vulnerable moment, no one should take that and use that for their own purposes. That's just plain dirty. I mean, I could use a lot of other words, but it's Miss Kim's channel, and I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Oh, so El Sarmento, yeah. Well, look, see, I don't know this. I don't know how he twists things or anything. You know, I'm not aware of that. So, because that sounds like, I'll be honest. I didn't think he was like that smart to think of doing that.
He's not. He's not that smart. No, he's not that smart. I would never
think of something like that. You know, it's very kind of kind of messed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And here I am getting involved with the drama.
You know what?
Well, I don't want drama. I just
want to do my stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say what I saw, and but thank you for telling me and putting different perspectives. You know.
Well, that's why my title was this tonight, because I went to one stream during the week and heard one thing, and I went to another stream and heard the complete opposite. And the only way to figure out who's right is to go watch hours of streams and not even know what stream they're talking about. It's so confusing. And I did a video a couple weeks ago called Small Voices Should Be Heard. Then, that was before I took a stand. I was like, the reason I can't take a stand is because I don't know all of this information. There's people that are involved in this and know all the ins and outs and watched all the hours and hours of streams. I don't and can't. So the only thing I can do is welcome everyone to my channel. If they're not being hateful or nasty, they can stay, and that's all any of us can do.
Well,
can't expect us to take sides when we don't know.
T, did you watch my videos?
I watched some of it. I actually haven't been well. I bloody spewed up. I had to run to the bathroom and spewed in the sink, like just after I spoke to you.
It is that stressful. MLH, what were you saying?
No, not because of that. I bloody started taking Ozempic, and it's made me really sick.
That makes sense.
I watched. Which stream do you mean? The one that he took the clips from?
That one would be fine. It's the it's the second one.
No, I didn't watch that, and that's probably why I didn't realize that it was a moment where you were having an attack. But I haven't seen that one. I think I saw the one that you made after he made that video. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm saying what he took from, because that's it's not the content.
Okay, so I haven't seen. Yeah,
I was literally trying to focus for 3 hours at this lake, and I finally focused because I was following information, and then I'm like, that's what I noticed. And then to give a little context of what I'm talking about, instead of sounding like ping, 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 I was just saying, I think guilty by association. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. And then people ask me, are you okay? Because my face went, I was off and on crying, but I wanted to faint. I wanted to throw up. I was, the panic attack, and then the tiny Ativan that I took of this pill to still drive was not enough. I was still going through this huge attack, and I just,
And you were saying that on the stream, so he would have known that. Like, if you didn't recognize the signs, you were saying that you were stressed.
Yeah.
And,
I was very honest with every why I was there, why I was on the stream, to try to focus on something else from this, because I cannot focus.
Yeah.
And I said everything.
Right, so hang on a minute. Right. So I called DOA to sort of see what was going on, and I've never spoken to him before on the phone, and I was on the phone to him about 10 minutes. That's it.
And see, this is the thing. You can change a narrative so easy,
And he does that constantly.
Yeah.
And that's because I got an email. I got like this really dodgy email, and I went. It was. I can get it up. Hang on. was a really dodgy email, and it was saying all this stuff about it's saying that I was responsible for breaking him and Lara up. And I'm
What?
like, what?
You?
Yeah, I know.
Australia?
It was from some random person. So I went to answer it, and when I went to answer it, I saw that DOA was CC'd into it, and I think a couple of other people as well. So I just thought, like, I don't know. You know, when you just want to know what the fuck's going on.
But
you know
what? We're never gonna know. There's so much bull crap. We're never gonna know.
Well,
but not from him.
I always try and see the good in everyone and try, you know, but I guess I can't.
And
if I
that's
haven't
what
got the whole
he
history,
uses.
no, I'm just going to stay out of it because it's too much.
It's
too stressful.
Yeah, I have to just say from an observational point of view, I have been watching what he's been doing almost since he got to LA, and that alone, without hearing anything from people who had dealings with him in the past, he has twisted everything to give himself the advantage every single time.
Yes.
He twists every situation to give himself the spotlight as the good guy, and everyone else who's not with him is the bad guy. And he continues to do that. He can't help himself. That's why, apparently your 10-minute conversation out of his mouth became an hour-long conversation.
Because you gotta be,
which implies that you guys have this great rapport that you would spend an hour on the phone with him. Like, seriously, that puts you in a bad light to a large part of this community as a result.
Hearing that
regardless of this latest accusation of you breaking him and Lara up, like, okay, but like it taints every interaction that you have as a result, because if someone is saying that if you are supporting him on a regular basis, whether it's him or someone else, then that's going to make you look bad or less trustworthy, let's put it that way, to those of us who have had it with him and his minions.
And literally, I wasn't even in his chat.
So you're going to have to be very careful.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to be very careful and decide for yourself who you want to interact with, because it is, unfortunately, at this point in time, it is going to paint you with a brush that you don't necessarily want to get painted with. And I'm saying this to you as a parasocial friend, whether you were in his chat that particular time or not. If you continue to go into his chat and chat, that is going to be noticed by other people, and people are going to speak on it, because we are now at the point where we are fighting back against him and his minions. We have tried to ignore them for all these months, and we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah,
just as a caution, you can decide to do whatever you're going to do, but please recognize that there are going to be consequences that you don't necessarily want if you choose to go into his sphere. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
No, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And you know, I've gone into the chat to see what's happening and stuff. And there's lots of my friends in there that are friends with Mona, who I really, really support. You know, so I've just stay hang out for a bit, and loads of people from the UK and from Australia and stuff. So it was really nice in there, and I did say how nice it was. You know, it's just I'm such a, like, I don't know if naive or whatever, but it's just so hard to believe that so many people would be
so hateful,
but with love.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, it's Kim's channel.
I don't want
Kim's turn.
I don't want to talk over. I've sat back in my little space here in Texas and not involved with a lot of stuff. I did a video a week ago about, it was kind of about him, but it was my personal experience with a toxic person like this and what I learned. And I stopped having friends for a long till this. My sister was one too. They believe the fantasy world they've created and think that they're always in the right.
Mm-hmm.
And B, we cannot we all are that are not with him in whatever way because we think we're normal. Because we see the world like normal human beings do. And so we bang our head against the wall trying to understand why he's doing what he's doing. There is no reason other than he wants to. And we
Well,
just need to see it for what it is. And I think a lot of people is. And what I learned when I had this person in my friend group, as soon as they knew that this group was done, they're gone. And to find a new target.
Yeah.
He's still trying to find new targets. He doesn't want to leave yet. So he's still working. Well, this group of channels over here are done with him. So now he's targeting all of these small channels that he hasn't targeted yet. And that's all it is.
I made this observation actually on
Did you?
yeah. That's a great point, Miss Kim. See, he thinks of this as like a TV series, right?
Yeah.
Where he's writing the season, right? He even says it.
I know. I've heard that.
Yeah. So now that he broke up with Lara, there's basically a definitive end, but he didn't want this season to end. So he came up with a cockamamie story to continue this season, right? Or maybe even start another season so he could hang around in LA. Here's the thing, and I just want to say a couple things and then I'll get off. Doug, I'll address what you said earlier. It was a great point, but it's all about money with DOA, right? It's
Emily,
go ahead.
it is, but it's also about control. The
Yeah,
friend that
and
I
that too.
had, they had everybody. She would go and tell this person that you're mad. This person's mad at you, and tell the other person they're mad at you, so they wouldn't talk and get their story straight.
Yeah,
It
well,
was a lot about control too.
Yeah, speaking of stories, yesterday he told a whopper of a story, right? And it was so ludicrously laughable, and it was filled with lies, right? And so I decided, you know what? Like he gets away with this all the time, and nobody ever calls him out. Everybody, see what Journey just experienced is not new. A ton of people have experienced that. If you really stop to listen and let kind of the noise filter out, you notice that he has patterns, right? And the patterns are he attacks people that he feels are vulnerable or that don't know what's coming, right? Calls them bad actors. And then when we squeezes enough of content out of that person, he'll go on to the next set of quote bad actors, right? So just all I want to say is listen to those, just spot those patterns. And then I want to address Doug. He said I stepped away from all of this because of that. And that's what people need to realize. You know, he's causing a lot of people to step away from a lot of really good people, right?
What do you want?
And it's not fair to the content creators that worked really hard to get their channels where they are, whether it be me or anybody else that in this sphere that's worked themselves up. And I can fully understand how Doug felt, but in my opinion, like if you're a content creator going through all of this, you got to hold your head up high and know that you did nothing wrong. This is all his problem, not your problem, right? And that's kind of all I wanted to say. And I appreciate you having me up, Miss Kim.
I appreciate it. What I wanted to talk to you about was, I'm gonna email you about it. I don't want to bring things in. It was way a long time ago when this all first started, and I got attacked because you were in my chat.
Oh,
and I was like,
God.
So I
The
went back.
nerve.
No, MLH. So I went back through that chat,
Mm-hmm.
and all you said was, "Oh God, let me see if I can remember it." You were saying something about waters. You said, trying to calm. You were talking to other people, not even me.
Yeah.
And you were like, "Oh, I'm just trying to calm the waters." And somebody said something else. The waters are pretty. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I get a text like, "If you're going to entertain MLH, we're done." And I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
such a terrible person, Kim.
Sorry.
You know,
But I'm just like, so you just have somebody. This is why they can go kiss my big white butt. If you're in my chat and you're cool, I don't care. Because I don't have the brain power or the emotional power to worry about who's supporting who's not supporting who's arguing with who. In my channel, everybody's welcome as long as it's not like Chumley.
It's so hard. It's
Chumley is beyond the pale, and people like that. That I have to take a stand when that happens. What'd you say?
I'm just, sorry, I'm getting upset now. I'm always fucking crying.
It's okay, hon.
That's
what he
okay.
does.
I keep tissues right here. Go ahead. Take them.
Okay, I'm not Lindsay's moderator. I never have been her moderator. I went in. I felt sorry for her. Lindsay, Aaron's ex, right? So,
I only saw her one time. The one that just goes off on him all the time.
Well,
I've seen one.
She came out a long time ago, and she was upset and everything, and said that he abused her, right? So. And I just saw everyone coming at her and saying she was lying. And then there was people weaving their way in with her and using her to get info and content and stuff. And so I've just really felt for her, and she reminded me a bit of myself when I was, like 25 years ago, minus the drugs. And I just thought this poor girl needs a friend,
Right. I'm like you too. Let me stop.
And I started talking to her.
I started
talking to her. Yeah, sorry.
No. I want you to finish because I don't know much about this. But I just want to say this one thing. This whole year, I just hit my 1-year anniversary. I have always said, and I've got emotional about it, to be in this community, period, to support any of these channels against Scientology, you have to have a level of compassion and heart involved in this. We are involved in this at a deep level, and so to get emotional is not something you should be ashamed of. But what
no, it's just annoying.
People are using that, just like the leader of this cult did, by the way. People are using that compassion against us.
Yeah, I wasn't her mod. Yes, I was friends with her. I was, but I was never her mod. And I'm not ashamed that I was friends with her, and I don't see why there's any problem with me being friends with her, except for that it pissed Aaron off. Well, that's his problem. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, and I don't agree with that either.
I saw a vulnerable person. I tried to help her, and it backfired on me, and she ended up giving me a load of abuse, screaming down the messenger for half an hour at me. So now I'm no longer friends with her because I have to look after myself, So that's what happened with Lindsay.
Well, that happens to me too. There were some remember Zach?
I've got Buttercup saying a few things, and I just really want to clear things up. So is it all right if we just clear it all up? Because
yes, go ahead.
I don't want people thinking like I'm not like, I have the time and space in my head to be manipulative and do you know what I mean? It's just not me. What did you say? So this is why people think you are with Swati group. You have the right to do what you want, but just explaining about false narratives. What do you mean? I don't understand that.
So if I can try to help with that.
Please.
There are appearances that happen, like I was trying to say. You being in Swati's chat, I can't say the SNOTT. I can't. Bye, MLH.
I don't even know what that's about. It doesn't sound nice.
He was caught on video picking his nose and then eating it. And so he's developed a few nicknames
Okay.
as a result of that, which I'm sure he's really thrilled with. But I'll just call him Swatty.
Okay.
You being in his chat and chatting, you being associated with people who call themselves his minions, any of that comes back on you as being his team. So I
Okay.
just that's what we're talking about.
And
And
so
you need to be aware that people are doing that and saying that, because that's why you're going to have more issues with other people, and not everyone is going to be willing to give you the opportunity to, defend yourself or explain yourself. They're just going to go with that. Hi, Bridge.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I just
done.
feel, yeah, no, I get that, but I just feel that just because you're in someone's chat,
Right.
I don't support Aaron, but I go in his chat. Like it's like, oh, guilty by association, but it doesn't mean that I'm supporting him. I go and see some of my friends there as well. I've only been in there twice, by the way, since this whole saga started, and I wasn't in the original one that Aaron said I was in, and he has said it on film that he knows it wasn't me. It was a fake person.
Can I say
it did look like he was buying subs. It did look like it. Didn't accuse. I said it looks like he's buying subs. I don't remember saying that in
I think Journey wants to as well. So I will just take over moderator position and say, okay, Kim and then Journey. Okay.
No, I said she's about to implode.
I am. I am. I'm like, this is
okay.
Kim,
speak.
All right. This is my hugest problem and pet peeve and emotional trigger of all of this. Just because you're in somebody's chat does not mean you support everything that person does. Come on, can we not be adults here? I don't agree with everything somebody says because I'm in their chat. I'm in their chat because either A, I want to talk to other people in that chat, or B, they have some information I would like to have to help me in my protesting and my journey in the anti-Scientology movement. Done.
Okay.
I totally agree.
That being said, unfortunately, at the climate that we have right now, on both sides of this issue and everything in between, you are going to be there are going to be people who are watching and who are definitely going to assume, and we know what assuming does, but they are going to assume that you have taken a particular side because you are in so-and-so's chat. Yeah. It doesn't matter whose chat it is at this point. It doesn't matter if you are in both chats, if we're just talking about two individuals. It is literally going to happen no matter which chat you are in. The difference being that my understanding is, for the most part, if you are in Swati's chat or or aligned with his minions, unfortunately, that paints you with a brush that is far more undesirable in this movement at this point in time. I don't even want to call it a community. But there are far more other chats that are not associated with Swati and his group that Swati and his group assume are the enemy, but are less likely to attack for you being there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Because there has been so much poison coming from Swati's side of this whole thing. And I'm not saying that Aaron is is perfect in this situation, because I don't believe he is. But I'm just saying there's been so much more poison coming from that side of it than from the other side of it. And I have said from the beginning of this whole situation, I like a lot of the information that Aaron shares. That's the reason why I would watch his videos. I'm not interested in a relationship with him as a friend or anything else. He doesn't do anything for me. Same goes for Swati, especially for Swati. But I have not been able to get any decent information from Swati for at least 10 months now. There's been nothing usable from his camp, in my opinion, as far as I'm concerned. So for me, it's a much easier choice. But everyone does have to make their own choices. I'm not here to tell you where you should and shouldn't be. And in a perfect world, you should be able to go into any chat you want to without any repercussions. Unfortunately, that's not where we live right now. So you still have to accept the fact that if you're going to be seen in any chat, there's going to be somebody who's going to have a problem. And you will end up having to deal with that. Carrie Ann has gotten crap for people being in her chat. Kim has gotten crap for people being in her chat. I'm sure that there have been others who have gotten crap for having people in their chats. Unfortunately, there are going to be people who are going to behave that way. And yes, I agree with that statement, Kim. He does want to destroy this entire movement, because this movement he could not co-op entirely to himself. That is his issue with this movement at this point in time. He wants to be in charge. He wants to run it all. He wants everybody to bow down to him. And I'm sorry, but I am 61, almost 62 years old. I don't bow down to anyone, and I especially do not bow down if I can't get back up again. So, I mean, a little funny, but with seriousness. That's just not happening. And he does not like when people will not bow down to him.
Right.
And
if you don't bow down, you're his next target.
And as far as, I'm just going to say this one time and hopefully never again, as far as whether or not Aaron is a narcissist, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert. I'm sure that he's got the tendencies. I'm sure that he's got other issues personality-wise. He definitely has problems relationship-wise. But that does not mean that he does not have good information. And that's all I need from him, is the good information. And I don't see him trying to take over the entire community. I have never seen him try to take over the entire community. Yes, he recognizes he has a lot of subscriptions. And no, Jay, I was not. And yeah, because people like him and they like the information that he gives. More importantly, they like his information. They like the topics that he covers. That doesn't mean that you have to like him, but he does have a good interview style. So whether he's a narcissist or not, I don't care. It doesn't affect me, because he's talking about Scientology and the ins and outs of Scientology, the policies, and he interviews people and they have good information. That's all I need from him. So if I'm going to be in his chat, yes, I'm going to be talking with people in the chat. Mostly I'm listening to the interview. And if I'm not interested in the interview, honestly, I'm out because I have other shit to do.
Right. Yeah.
That's me.
Anybody
else? Because apparently I am the moderator of the panel.
You're fine with that.
Okay. Hi, Sunrise.
All right.
Hi.
Sorry.
I
I'm
have
going
to
to
take a
write things
break.
down so I forget.
Uh-oh.
Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Be right back.
T. Sounded
yeah,
like
because I'm
you were
writing
about to
things
say
down
something.
because people are saying stuff and I forget. So, all right. So,
Yeah.
firstly, I don't know. Somebody said something about a counter. Hang on, let me just scroll up.
Yeah, I highlighted some stuff I didn't quite understand myself.
No, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you are the only one who can highlight them, Kim, and then you drop them down super fast.
Sorry,
Yeah, it
there's
wasn't-
so many
it
comments,
definitely
and I'm
wasn't
sorry.
powerful.
I'm a speed reader. I'm so sorry about that. I will get better with that. Scooter Mom is like my teacher. She helps me with all this stuff. I just sometimes don't think. So, which comment did you want me to bring back?
There was
Something
a few.
about
So
a counter?
I think everyone was accusing him of buying subs. With the he doesn't do anything to divide people. I disagree with that to a certain extent. Aaron, I disagree with that to a certain extent because of what he did with apostate Alex.
No, I agree.
With me and
I wanna
Miriam.
say one thing. No, he's not innocent of that, but that's not all of his content. So I can overlook things I don't like that. I agree.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to blindly follow those kind of things that he says. But, 80% of the time, here's my thing. If there was another creator giving us the same information that he was, I might not watch him. But he has some ends there, and I need that information, and I don't want to be punished because I'm in that chat. I don't agree with all the stuff that he does. I don't agree with everyone that I watch. That's just life. That's my point. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying. I've written down the points and I wanted to answer them. If that's all right, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
Go ahead, T. She can still hear us, so go ahead.
So there was the apostate Alex thing, and then so that's when he sort of shouted at me on the stream, told me what to do, told me that I shouldn't be speaking for someone else. Apostate Alex is my friend, and I believed he was completely innocent. There was no receipts shown, and that was a complete campaign against apostate Alex. That's how I look at it, right? I have a different side of the story with that, and I only wrote down one word. I did get riled up in Nora's chats. Yes, I did. I found Nora's chats. I got really involved and I got triggered and I was like, and got all angry in there. And then I did that in maybe 2 or 3 streams. And then I'm like, do you know what? I can't do this anymore, because afterwards I'm just like, so I'd watch a stream and then as soon as it gets really emotional, I'll come off, because I do get dragged into that. What was the other thing? The subs and something about the counter. I can't find the comment. I don't know. Anyway, look, I think I'm just going to fucking start again. I don't know. The thing is with Aaron, there's a few things have happened between us that have, it's not about the relationship. The relationship's none of our business, even though Jenna put it on the thing. But I don't know. I feel that if you are the head of a foundation that's supposed to help people, it has to be welcoming, doesn't it? For trauma survivors, I don't think he's not trauma informed at all. And I've sent someone there and they didn't get a reply. I've also seen 2 what do we call it, under the radar people saying that we don't trust him and we're not going to go there anymore.
And I respect your opinion, because you are in charge of your own emotions and your own responses and experiences. And all I want you to do is just trust your gut. And if you feel like this is everyone has the same view but you, I want you to know that you are heard, and people are going to make their choice whether or not they believe you or whatever it is. I worked with you investigative wise, and we still have things that we're doing in the background that we have not come forward with yet. And I will continue to work with you because you have really good investigative skills, and we can dig this up together.
Why is Eric saying I made a sub counter?
Oh, I don't
Eric,
know.
I don't know.
But I just want you to know.
Someone, I know, Eric, I know that there is an account, at least one account, that did make an Aaron sub counter, but I didn't see T's name on
Drama
it.
Llama.
But I've only
is
seen
that?
the one account.
There was
I don't know if
two.
there are any others.
There was two. There was Drama Llama and the roast jukebox or something. Yeah, but
What is the sub
Okay.
I
counter?
don't even
I don't know
how
what
to
you
make
mean.
one of those.
It's supposedly supposed to count. It's supposed to monitor
Oh,
and
yeah,
show the
I saw that,
fluctuations
yeah.
of the sub count on a channel.
Oh,
But
your
Aaron
analytics.
also explained something about how it's inaccurate. I didn't understand it anyway, and his explanation
Yeah.
didn't make it any clearer. But he
I-
did do a
I-
demonstration live where he
Yeah, I
said,
saw
"Okay,
that, yeah.
I want you all to unsub," and it stayed. The number stayed the way it was, and then
Who said
they
unsub
all
to who?
resubbed, and it still said Aaron did.
Yeah.
Aaron
And
said to
it
unsub to
still
somebody?
stayed the same number, and that was live watching his analyticals.
So
Oh,
he
good night,
tried to
Becky.
unsub from somebody? He wanted us to?
No. He just wanted to show us to demonstrate with his analyticals that it is not those channels showing this so-called
Yeah, I
live
did-
sub count are not accurate.
Oh,
I did a
okay.
stream. I did a stream with where I was talking about how he lied about Danny and saying that he was the aggressor and stuff like that. And I showed the video receipts for that. And then I showed a counter that I'd found, and I put it up. And then I actually thought, why am I doing this? It's not a good thing to do. It's a bit shit stirry. So I went back and I deleted that section off. I think I did anyway on YouTube, so you can check that if you want. And I'm pretty sure I took that video down. But I was angry, I do, and this is something that I'm trying to work on, but obviously not very well. I do get when I get triggered, I do things impulsively. I act straight in the moment, like I did when I made the video about Aaron the other day. When I saw, I came home from work. I spoke to you, Scooter Mum, and honestly, on the way home from work, I was pretty much having a panic attack. And the first thing I did, I hadn't even seen the meeting that I'm supposed to have been typing in. I hadn't even seen the meeting. So I go straight home and I put the video of Aaron on, and I was so angry, so incredibly angry, because it wasn't me. And being accused of doing something that I haven't done really, really, really triggers me. So I was angry, and I put the bloody, I did that stream, and I was angry again, like him accusing Danny of doing something that he hadn't done. I don't know why. It just really gets to me, So I made that, and I did get on a thing, about the subs and stuff. And I think that was just, again, jumping on the bandwagon with everyone else. And I really, truly do want to not get sucked into all of that anymore. I'm trying to see both sides, but the whole of DOA stuff's just ridiculous. But from what you're saying and everything, it seems that there is a bit of a pattern and stuff. Mate, I wouldn't even know how to make a sub counter. I showed it on my channel,
And honestly, I am not saying that Aaron has everything right, because I don't think he does.
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
Exactly. Nobody does. I certainly don't. I try to, but many of us try to. I can't say that everybody does, but we do try to get everything right. But the issue is, there are certain people, when it's pointed out to them, will double down. And then there are others who go, you know what? You're right. I got that wrong. I'm sorry. Or I misunderstood, and I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I've upset anyone,
Doug, don't leave. Wait. Please
Doug,
tell us what it is that you're not comfortable with.
I'm behind on the chat.
Okay. Doug says that he's uncomfortable with the direction this is going, and he's humbly logging out.
No, Doug.
But
I want to know why.
I would like to know why.
Stuff probably. No, I know, and I've stopped that, and then I get.
We're only human. let me
I'm
put
going to
this.
defend myself if I haven't done something wrong. I'm sorry, but
This is what I wanted
Yeah,
to say.
I guess, and this is not to negate anything that Journey has said to you, because I do understand what Journey is saying, and
Doug, I
to a
want you to have
degree,
a voice too. Stay.
and to a degree, I agree with what she's saying. But what I also want you to be very aware of is, same thing I will say to my 39-year-old daughters to this day. There are consequences for every action that you take, so you need to think before you act, because the blowback that you get is something that you might not be prepared for. So I just ask you to thoroughly think it out before you do something. I'm not saying don't do it. I just want you to prepare
no,
yourself
I
for
agree, and
whatever
that's where
actions you choose,
yeah,
you know?
that's where I struggle with the impulsivity, and
And you know what? I have the same
I agree,
impulse,
Doug.
but I've
I agree.
got several years on you, and so I'm a little slower to act impulsively now than I
Well,
once
man, I'm
was.
44 this year, No, I know, and I agree, but when I see him tearing down my friend Alex, and then shouting at me, and I've put stuff in chat and had it deleted. No, and I know I shouldn't go. I should calm down. I know that. I know. I need to calm down before I put stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Doug, you're still here? Can you hold on?
No, I agree, and
Yeah,
I regret saying that he was buying the subs, and like I say, I got sucked into all the Nora stuff. I still like Nora. I'll still watch her, but I got to stop watching those emotional streams because I do get pulled in, and I am ashamed of the sub thing, but it seems like a lifetime ago compared with all the stuff that's been going on, but yeah.
Kim, I saw Doug did answer.
Did he?
He and Eric Rader both feel very strongly, and I don't completely disagree, that we should not be attacking former Scientologists or survivors, as you and I call them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we can't, as much as I agree with that, we can't also be putting them on a pedestal and saying that they can do no wrong, because that's also not true. I do agree that we need to be supporting and uplifting them. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you okay? Carrie Ann, I just figured out I needed to scroll down. I saw a line of people, and I've never had this many people, and I'm so sorry. Carrie Ann has been backstage this whole time, and I didn't know it.
Oh, Carrie.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there was a scroll side there. Anyway, I wanted to say something about this. I call y'all survivors. I don't call you second and third gen. I call you survivors. Here's the thing. The reason I'm still watching all of the survivors is I have given an amount of grace to all of you because you grew up in a effed up situation. You grew up somewhere that kindness was looked down upon. So if even Nora, even I don't watch the stuff she's been doing. She taught me about generational trauma recently. I'm 56 years old and thought I didn't have trauma because it wasn't physical. So everybody has something to give me or to give. And when it's a survivor, I do give a certain amount of grace to their behavior because, they grew up effed up. They were taught ridiculous things. And yeah, y'all might be 40, 50 years old, but it's going to affect the way you behave. Do I agree with the behavior? No. But I'm not going to be like, oh, well, this survivor did this, and I'm not ever going to watch them again because it's no. I don't know what the word is I want. So that's why I still am in some chats, because I don't agree with what those survivors did, but I'm not going to bash them for it, because I can see where this wrong thinking came from, even if they don't. And Eric, I don't know if you agree with me or not, because you're a survivor yourself. This is a never end talking, and I could be off base. Just saying. That's me.
Yeah. And I know it's this is about ex-Scientologists, and I do have a lot of trauma myself, and I do react in stupid ways, and I don't know.
And I'm not gonna, and I'm also not right here.
I shouldn't have got on the bandwagon. I admit that, and actually, sitting here talking with you guys about it and seeing things from different angles has made me realize, it was just
me too.
Yeah, it's
me
good
too.
to talk.
I think one of the most important things to remember is the importance of looking at things from lots of different angles and hearing criticisms that are delivered calmly and respectfully is vastly different than trashing someone.
Yes.
And it is important to discern one from the other, or you're going to be dealing with high control groups forever.
Right.
Because they will take one thing and tell you it's the other.
Eric, I don't think any of us would think that the survivors need to be anywhere near perfect. That's not what any of us are saying. We're just saying that, no, you should not be tearing someone down, survivor or not. That's just absolutely not good human behavior. Unfortunately, it is human behavior, but it's not necessarily good human behavior. But at the same time, you do have a right to respectfully say, you know what, I disagree with what you said or what you did. Because how is anyone going to learn from their mistakes if they are not pointed out?
Yeah. I mean, you've got to understand it as well that it was all a whole load of different things that made me really angry about Aaron, and I honestly feel so embarrassed and ashamed about it. I do. But then things keep happening to add on to this anger that I had, and Alex is a friend of mine, and there's always two sides to each story, and I checked in to see if he was okay, because I could see that some of the stuff they were saying, it wasn't correct. He told me about the Scroll Busters thing that was actually called Scroller Busters, not Scroll Busters. And when I've got him, he's been in a vulnerable place already, apparently, because of Aaron. There was a year before they had a falling out, and he was thinking about not wanting to be here anymore, and so when I see that happening, I'm not just going to sit by and not feel anything. Of course, I'll unsub from Aaron, but that doesn't stop him being bullied. And I'm going into Marilyn's streams and not just accusing him of doing this, but like mocking the way he talks and saying that he doesn't do, we all do good work. He does a lot of stuff in the UK. I'm sorry, but he does. He's the only person in the UK that's actually really doing stuff and going to council meetings and being relentless, going to the Houses of Parliament, And so for them to what was all that about? Trying to take him down because Marilyn was, yes, okay, it was a disgusting video about Marilyn, but to try and take someone down that's doing good work, I mean, why are we here, So it's...
And frankly, I think I just personally, in my view, and this is maybe where Fairy calls me Chat Mama, and I'm sorry Fairy's not here tonight. From my perspective, I've been watching this crap going on for months, and what I'm seeing is a lot of people allowing personality conflicts to affect how they work with each other. And you know what? You don't have to work with everyone, but you do not also have to get on a bandwagon or on a train or whatever euphemism you want to use to
And I
go
haven't done
in
that since
and do battle. You know,
I haven't done.
that's
I haven't-
that's where Swati gets his power, because he's got a lot of people in his camp who he just has to say so and so is a bad actor, and they just go out and they start spreading that poison in every chat they go into anytime that person is mentioned, and then they add on to it, and it just continues to blow up, and they completely stop all of the work that is being done against Scientology by
Exactly. Yeah.
attacking the people who are fighting to end Scientology. They lose their focus, and so everybody else ends up having to lose their focus.
And I
And
recognize what
every one of us has damage. Every single one of us has trauma and damage, and I think that is what has drawn all of us into this to begin with.
Exactly.
And
and that's a good point,
we have to remember to check ourselves.
And that's hard.
Why are we
have to remember
reacting
to
this
check
strongly?
ourselves. We have to remember to check ourselves because we recognize the trauma. Right?
And I did that.
And we have to remember that other people might be acting out of that same trauma.
Yeah.
And not ascribe malign intentions where it might just be trauma or fucked up programming.
Yeah.
That doesn't change the impact. But we take into consideration people's intent in the legal system. Intent matters.
Yep.
Right?
And this is why I isolate, because I do have shit social skills myself. I'm not going to use it as an excuse, but I am on the spectrum. I am still learning. I had 2 autistic parents. I wasn't taught about boundaries and, morals. I had a pretty fucking shitty childhood, and I'm still learning. And I'm isolated because, even going to pick up my son from school, everyone's in their little groups and they're talking, and I'll try and join in, and I'm just like, I don't relate to anyone, and so I come here because I feel safe. And then I was stupid. I know I was stupid, and I got on the bandwagon, and I should have been more mature and not got involved. And I learned from that. But I know I did react in anger, with the whole thing the other day, because that was not me in his chat. And if I was in his chat, I would have owned it and said so. I can be in anyone's chat I want. But it was the fact that I hadn't done it. And the thought of someone impersonating me, and getting these weird emails, I'm thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, that's it. Now I'm starting to be targeted. And anyway, sorry, I just.
And no. And what I was just going to say to you, T, is, you know what, we all, and even at my age, because I'm the oldest person on the panel, I will just say, even at my age, we still knock it off, Kim.
By a few years, girl.
Yes, by a few years. We all still have to learn from our mistakes. And much to my daughter's joy, I am also not perfect and have to learn from my mistakes. So the thing that we have to remember to do, though, is when you have made a mistake, and yes, some people are not going to let go of the fact that you made that mistake. You're going to have to, unfortunately, deal with that. But you just have to remember to not repeat that same mistake.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're going to see, you got me crying now too. You're going to continue to make mistakes. Just try to make them new ones. Because life is a constant learning curve.
I know, and
Just
I don't
when
seem
you
to
think
I
you've
seem
got
to
something handled, there is something new to be learned.
It's
seem to
like
repeat the
raising
same
children,
things
you know how just about like exactly the point in time where you get their schedule down, like the
Yeah, it
next
changes.
day it changes?
Yep.
That would be life.
Yes.
My turn.
Right, Jay?
Yeah.
Oh my God, sorry. Scoot Mum, you do not look your age.
Jay,
Yeah,
I
no.
don't have a 39-year-old child. I have two 39-year-old children because I had to do a big reveal.
Oh goodness.
Aw.
And mine are in their 30s too. I wanted to say this to encompass a lot of what I've been seeing in chat and what everybody's saying. This is the part that frustrates me the most, when others want to twist and control
Uh-huh.
and use things against us. We're all only human. Two, a year ago, I didn't know anything about YouTube. 2 years ago, I didn't know anything about Scientology. So I will never be somebody that is going to nitpick at somebody's stream or what somebody says in chat or how they present themselves. Because why? We're all going to make effing mistakes. But to jump on those
Yep.
mistakes is, to me, heartless in many ways. I, and a lot of people in here, I think we're on the same page, can give a little bit of grace to people that aren't a professional anchor person or professional YouTuber, if that's a thing. We're all trying to flail around and do our best. And to be attacked for making a small mistake is, I don't even know the word I want, is horrible. And that's why when I see somebody picking apart somebody's stream and I look at that stream and I'm like, I don't see that. You can twist anything. And we've got to stop being pulled into all of that BS. And I think a lot of us aren't getting there. I think it's taken about a year of watching it happen. I think we're getting there. And that's my biggest hope as far as all of this. And I think talking about this, we're doing this in a constructive manner. I have watched panels where people just scream at each other. What does that do? How does that help?
Some people like arguing, I guess. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I call it, years ago, before the word drama queen came up, when I had these people in my friend group in the 90s that I got rid of, I said they thrive on chaos. They thrive on
Yep.
My life's chaotic enough, you know.
So I'm done. Go ahead. That was my say. I'm gonna go through chats.
Miss Sunrise, you haven't said. Are you just chilling with us, or did you want to say something?
Yeah. She's giving us cat therapy.
Oh.
Kind of an emotional night for me, so I'm just kind of hanging out with y'all and listening.
Yes.
Oh, Sunrise, I'm sorry you're having a rough
I said this
night.
before too. My
I
only
said-
advice.
Whiskers.
Oh, look at that pretty cat.
Sorry.
My only advice to anyone that sees this is this: if you have a channel and you're emotional and upset,
No, the victim.
don't go live.
Yeah.
Don't go live when you're upset or emotional. Take a few hours or till the next day, because there's been a couple times I wanted to go live and bitch, and I'm really glad I didn't do it. because it wouldn't have solved anything. And part of it, I was a little bit wrong in the information that I had. I needed to do a little bit more investigation. So that's my only advice to all of us who are very new YouTubers. Don't go live until you've taken a few breaths, like Mokti said, or Sophia said. Before you react, take some deep breaths and think about, get your thoughts in order. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I already
Well,
highlighted that.
that's why I just had to add. It wasn't really an emotional night as in here at my house. Just moderating a stream that was very, very intense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
You okay?
I know that this is usually where you might, recoup from that. I'm not sure how well that's going to go tonight.
Actually, this one has been more just interesting and listening, and there's not an emotional, yes, but not that. Yeah, that one was kind of wild.
And
Okay.
see, whatever Michael's
Very-
saying here just went right over my head. I don't even understand it. And if anybody wanted to talk about this, I'd be confused. And that's where I am a lot of times when people are trying to throw things at me. Oh, this person did this, that person. I don't understand this. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Just don't.
I'm just gonna put this out there as a general cautionary. Put that down, Kim. General cautionary statement from what the person that Fairy in the chat calls Chat Mama, because apparently that is my entire personality. I swear.
I feel like
I'm
that
just
too.
gonna put this.
I'm sorry, but you're my mama too. I love it, and I love you for it.
I guess that is who I am, but I'm just going to put this out there to all my little ducklings. Please, before you join anyone's panel, be careful of their motivations. I mean, this one is a good one, but not all panels are created equally. And whoever is putting together the panel, just please be very careful of the motivation behind that panel, because they may want you to say something that you don't necessarily need or want to say. And that's going to get you a problem that person doesn't give a crap about. So please be careful, all my little ducklings. Yes, I should change my name to Chat Mama. I mean, honestly. I might just have to do that. Hi, Lori. Yeah, I agree. Yes, Buttercup, that is very true. Thank you, Kim. I could actually read that one.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm so sorry. I'm a fast reader.
No, you are slowing down a bit. I appreciate
it. I'm like, okay, there's the comment. There's so many comments. That's what it is.
Definitely
I'm not used. Remember the last time I was like, I'm not used to this many people in my chat. I don't know how to do it.
Yes.
What Jody just put is what Jody just said is a definite I guess thing. I don't know, because I don't like chaos, but I don't know. I've had a chaotic life, I don't know. Haven't we all though?
I think that when you're accustomed to chaos, you get accustomed to chaos.
It's
like you don't know what it feels like to not have anxiety until you don't have anxiety. The same way it doesn't. You don't know when you're a kid and you first get your first pair of glasses and you didn't notice that you couldn't see. You remember that?
Sophia, you're right.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm really looking forward to it because I got the money together I booked the shots. So, because I am always in fight or flight mode,
Me too,
T,
hon.
those
Yeah.
shots
With
will make
fibro.
such a difference for you.
Oh, I hope
Pete,
so.
Pete,
I'm very emotional. I'm very tired and sick today. You know, I've
I
been
get it.
spewing out.
I almost didn't come on. We did on
God.
Sunday. We did a fibromyalgia chronic pain panel.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have fibro, but with fibro, your fight or flight is broken, and you're always on. You're always in fight or flight mode.
Yeah.
No, I've
Other
had a
things
very
that cause that, and so you're
Yeah.
constantly revved up all the time. And I get it.
I had the
So I get it.
shots. I had the shots. What is it, guys? Like almost 6 months ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Something like that. Yeah.
I think they've made a significant difference, especially looking back. It wasn't like night or day like I expected, but there were things there. The triggers were less overwhelming. I could take a beat between the trigger hitting and it impacting. Do you follow me? The trigger would happen and it would not hit me the moment it happened.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I mean. The impulsive stuff, but as well as the ADHD and stuff, abandonment issues. I guess I don't know. I don't want to sound like I'm making up excuses, and I actually hate it when people say you're making up an excuse because it could be a reason. Do you know what I mean? These things do affect our behavior.
It's like I said, that it doesn't change the impact, but intent is something we should always take into consideration.
Yeah.
And we need to give other people grace for that, and we need to give ourselves grace for that, and then do the best we can.
I've never wanted
to
to
find
hurt
ways
anyone.
to work on it, but that's not always easy.
Sorry, I'm such a fucking mess today.
Oh, T, you don't need to apologize.
I'm so
T, I was
confused
just
about
gonna
what to
say-
do and what to believe and who to trust, and it's just, it makes me feel like, fuck, this is too much. Maybe I should just go off YouTube. But I'm really serious about what I do. I know, but I can't be doing. I still haven't
T,
even
I know you and I are several hours apart time-wise, but you have my phone number now. So
I
you
haven't
can
even
always
processed
call
the
me.
shit about my dad yet. I still haven't had any proof that he's dead. I got.
Can you hear me?
His
Yeah, I can
phone.
hear you.
Okay.
I got a missed call
T.
from his phone. And I just.
I'll be right back.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, honey.
T,
Don't apologize. Don't need to
T,
apologize.
you don't have to apologize for your feelings. You never have to apologize for your feelings.
Not here. Not anyone.
No.
No,
And I'm throwing hugs
you're
at
not
you.
hurting any of us.
No,
Nope.
I've hurt Eric and Doug, and I don't want people to. It's so embarrassing.
Okay,
I don't
so
want people to think
all
that
I'm going to say, T, all I'm going to say is you make a heartfelt apology and it's up to them to accept it. Okay? As long as they understand that it's heartfelt, I don't think that there will be a problem. And Doug is in the chat saying it's okay.
Thank you, and I'm grateful for that. And I just, what do I do about this whole DOA thing? That I've got friends in there.
What's your
genuine
question?
people.
But you see them in chats other than his, right?
Yeah, like in Mona's and stuff.
I would say, don't do anything. I'm accepting anyone in my chat, no matter where they've been, as long as they're not being hateful to people or attacking. Just because somebody's in DOA's chat, they're probably been snowed over. They also could be trying to make a difference. There's so many reasons. And I'm not going to... I'll be honest. I heard something recently that... It might have been Aaron. I don't remember. I have a bad memory of fibro. that made me look sideways at you. But that didn't mean I unsubbed from you or I wouldn't allow you to come in here, because I cannot take one person's word for someone else in this huge community of people. Maybe it's because I've dealt with these people like DOA before, that likes to control people and talk shit about everybody and keep everybody at each other's throats so they can keep the control, because you don't talk to each other. And once that toxic person in my life, please go watch my video. It makes tons of sense. Because I swore off friends in my 20s. This group is the first time I've had whatever kind of friends there are. I had to open myself up. But that's what they do, is they lie and tell this person about this person and tell this person about this person to keep everybody at each other's throats. Means they won't see the psychopath who's ruling it all and causing it all. And so that's the goal, is to just make everybody fight. And I can't just take one or two person's word about somebody until I just can't.
T, look at all the love that's happening in the chat for you right now.
No, I know. I
Eric,
feel
not
like
only
I
did
don't
Doug
deserve it, you know. And but the thing is with me is like, I always try and see the good in people. I always try and look at things from different angles, to the point where the father of my son abandoned me when I was pregnant and told me that if he ever sees me and that pig of a baby inside of me, he would kick it out of me. And I still try to see the good in him. And that's the fucking.
That doesn't make you a weak person. It makes you.
No, it doesn't. But it shows how screwed up I am from my trauma. If anyone wants to, I've got my story on my channel. It's two episodes of like 3 hours long. You know, and my friend sat there with me. Yeah, we went out for dinner, and I'm crying, and he's done something else. And she goes, "For God's sake, T, sometimes, can I say the C word? I don't often say it.
I don't need a mod. I can do it."
So sometimes people are just, you know, you have to accept it. Maybe there is no good in him, you know. So that's how bad I get. And I just got really angry with Aaron. I don't know why. I just jumped on the bloody.
Sorry, I'm doing it
with him, and I guess I didn't think how it would affect other people at all, you know.
Hey T, just so you know, sometimes I don't know if you saw it, even though I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, not only did Doug say it's okay, Eric said it's okay too.
Yep. And sometimes there are personality traits that we don't consciously see in one person that we recognize in another person, and it does trigger us. So, you know, like I can't imagine that. Sorry, I just lost all my words. I can't. Trust me, this happens, but usually not at this hour.
What time is it there?
It's for me. It's 1:26 a.m. But this is like my dinner time.
Okay.
No. This is like my typical. This is when I'm most alert usually, but for some reason I have now lost my words. And see, Sunrise is giving us all cat therapy.
Apparently, he's going to give. He said he's coming in whether y'all like it or not.
Say, I can't fault anyone for being triggered by a subconscious response to a personality trait. But I do in the same breath suggest that you do what you need to do to try to manage those triggers.
Yeah. I mean, I only
And
just
I'm
realised
sure,
that was a trigger, you know.
and I do believe that when you get the shots, that will help you
Yeah.
to a
Yes.
degree, but there is
Yes.
still work that you have to do along with that.
Oh, mate, you know, and I've been doing a lot of work, and I haven't actually been to therapy for about 6 months because I just can't afford it because I'm saving up for the
Yeah.
shots, you know. And there's just so many different layers, so many different traumas that I've been through, like every decade of my life, you know, trauma, as well as zero guidance, and you know, just
I've listened to your
loads of,
story. I
you know.
understand.
Yeah.
So
So I
T,
hit a
there's
wall.
a difference. There's a difference between wanting to believe the best in someone
Yeah.
and believing they're a good person and recognizing the harm that's being caused,
Yes.
right? In spite of good intentions,
Mhm.
I have known people who did not have ill intentions, but the harm was too great for the relationship to continue.
Yep.
Because if someone keeps stabbing you with a knife accidentally, it could actually be accidentally, but at some point, you have to say, hey, I'm out. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to do that. And as a mom, that's
Mhm.
like quadruply important
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
for two huge reasons. The first one is if we don't take care of ourselves for them. And the
Yeah.
second one is if we don't model that shit, they ain't gonna learn it.
That's right.
They ain't gonna learn it. And it'll happen again. And I don't want that. I mean, it's got to be modeled. It's got to be taught.
I know, and that's something I feel very guilty about because I don't know how to parent, and I feel like I let him down all the time. I mean, he's suffering from depression now. He didn't go to school for the last 4 months of the year, and I don't know what to do.
You
I'm
know,
like
it might not be that you're. It might not be that you're a bad parent. It might be that you're in a difficult
Oh, he's
situation.
very loved, you know. He's very loved. It's just the I guess I can't stick to a structure or a routine. I'm just all over the place, you know. He's very, very
Sounds
loved.
hard.
But I can't be consistent. I'll do things for a couple of weeks and then I'll be triggered or have a bout of depression and I can't get out of bed, you know, and so and I feel like I let him down every day, you know.
Absolutely, I know.
Well, I'm getting
Trust
help.
me, my kids are grown. You regret things. I mean, here's what you need to know about being a mom is no matter how good a job you do,
It's just
no
a
matter
discipline,
how
you
good
know?
a job you do, no matter how good a job you do, you're going to have regrets.
Yeah.
You're going to
yeah.
think back and wish, God, damn, I could have done that better.
Oh,
Why
so
the
much.
fuck didn't I do that better?
Yeah.
All of us on
And
here are moms, and I guarantee you every single one of us has regrets.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah,
Mm.
deep
I know.
regret.
Mhm.
I know. I just, you know.
There is no handbook. Don't even bother looking
They
for one.
Oh my God. Thank you. Good mom. That's the words I wanted. There's
I'm
no
not. I'm the
handbook for
opposite
this.
to Megan.
Well, it's like with my my husband. I have an adult daughter, and then we have our daughter that'll be 6. And he keeps saying, "But you've done this before. You know more what you're doing." I said, it doesn't matter that I've done this before. They're totally
With a
different people.
different child. It's a
They're
different.
they're to-
It's a
they're totally
different
different. I
child.
gotta change it. Exactly. They're
Oh,
totally different people. Their personalities are like polar opposites.
yeah.
Raising one child just makes it harder to raise the next one because you think you know something now.
I've just messed it up with
Exactly.
no discipline. Honestly, disciplining him feels so foreign and wrong for me, And I've said this to my therapist, and she said, you just have to keep going against the grain until it becomes ingrained
Yeah.
behavior. But he just laughs at me. He's going through puberty at the moment. And I've really messed myself up because he's being so rude and he won't do anything I ask him to. He's really filled out, so I can't physically carry him. He's autistic as well. And it's just, I give up a lot of the time. I do. I give up because I'm just mentally exhausted, and then I come on do all this stuff. And it's like, this is my avoidance. And now I'm kind of messing that up, and I'm going to end up getting stuff here. And yeah, I just need to, I don't know, just stop talking to people in general.
No, you know what? Maybe we need to form like a moms group where we have
Yeah.
mentors.
I'm just not going to go to anybody's
Mentors.
house apart from Journey's.
I call us the adults in the room club. But maybe
Yeah.
we're the moms in the group club, but the adults in the group club can include males. But
Yeah.
you can have the moms in the group.
I shouldn't really say a mom's group because there are good parents who are male as well, and non-binary and the whole bit. I don't mean to exclude anyone. Yeah, the mom squad. I know face.
I know face.
But
I know face.
I think sometimes I think that, yeah, it might be a good idea. It's not something that I had consistently as a single parent as well. But I think a lot of parents could benefit from mentors that they trust to help them, to talk them through some of these situations. It's just a
To
thought.
just listen, to just be an
Yeah.
experienced ear
Yep.
saying, yeah, that's awful.
Yeah.
Journey, I'm going to come and smack your bum saying that.
Or to hear somebody,
Oh, no face. Hi, no face.
or to have somebody come in and just say,
See,
I've been
there you go. Doug was a Mr. Mom.
I had a home daycare for 8 years, and the dads that brought me their kids, that single dad, I had one dad who I got to be known as the one that could handle the difficult kids. So a lot of teachers brought me their kids, and this kid had gotten kicked out of school. Come to find out, it's not even his kid. His wife or ex-wife, I'm not sure, had a child together, and then his stepson, and she didn't want anything to do with it. And this man was taking, responsibility for a kid that wasn't even his, nor was he married to his mom anymore. And that really changed me a lot about that. Just side note. So
that's what she says. I don't blame you. I was a bitch. I deserved it.
They're all bitches. Eric,
Hey.
the other day, Eric said to me, "Oh, Miss Kim's got a heart of gold. She's so great." And then I said to my level, "Okay, are you sure?"
What does TWSS mean?
I don't know. I've seen that a few times. I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
But I'm like, are you sure? Because there are things I
That's
leave
what she said.
out of my life.
That's what she said, yeah.
Oh, that's a
Oh my God.
Like when I say MSP for Miss Sunrise Dawn, I got it.
We aren't from the text world. That's why we're all a little older than
A little old.
Or everybody has done the whole hub word tech as abbreviation.
I was going to show it to you, but I can't find it. I literally have a t-shirt that my daughter got for me years ago as a joke for my birthday. It's the word bitch, bedazzled.
Oh, I would take that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that.
If you talk to my husband, yeah, that's his favorite word for me. You're like, oh, she's so sweet.
Yeah.
She's so sweet. My husband, like, yeah, you're a bitch.
So T,
He's known me since
I made a core memory for my daughter in Hawaii. It was of course my only second time and her first time, and she was like 13, 14, and we went right before the fires. We were at a luau, and literally we just sat down with our meal, and all of a sudden she smacked me hard on the forehead. I was all, what the
your daughter?
fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. And she's like, I saved your life. And it was a dead mosquito. She's like, I just saved your life. I was ready to like
like,
in front of everybody in this luau. Because I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then she's just like laughing. And I'm like, and then my husband's over there going, what? And I was just like, don't touch me. I was like, why'd you hit me? And she's like, that's the best memory ever. My mom saying, what the fuck is wrong with me? And I was like, don't say that to people, please. Just don't say that to people. And she's like, no, you were so angry. It was great. And I was like, no, we don't make mistakes, but she hit me. And oh, you're getting it.
From DOH
I don't care who sees this. Going down. She's like, that was the best memory.
I'm doing this too fast. Sorry.
Well, she's got a different way of looking at the world, but she loves you because she wants to spend time with you, Remember she was nagging you to get off the stream the other day. Oh, don't spend time with me.
She is this little girl that does not want to grow up and still holds my hand in high school. In everybody watching, she'll hold my hand. And
wow.
So we cannot stay mad at each other for more than an hour.
Did I miss
We apologize right away. And I've never known a human being, not even my husband. I could be mad at him for years. We've been married for 20 years, but it's one of those things where it's like, I remember that. And today we were looking at a tent trailer and I turned to her. I was like, if I die, don't ever let Dad forget. We took out this hammock, right? We're camping, and literally he's strapped it up and everything to these trees for my daughter to get in. She's like, that doesn't look safe. Hey, Mom, come look. And we're like, no. All of a sudden, he's like, it could hold 500 pounds. He gets in, drops, like it all falls apart. So our whole joke together will go, it can hold 500 pounds. And he's just like, it would have. So we have fun together, but there's still so much stress and times where we just feel like we're not enough. And I'm there now. I know I'm going to get through it. I know she's going to see it soon because she is brighter. I believe we found the right medicine. We switched her medication 3 times in 2024.
Yeah.
And since December 28th, she started on new medication and we upped it 4 times. It's been really hard. It's just one of those things where we're together on this, but individually we're going through different things. And it's all about learning and growing. learning and
I
loving.
just feel like I mess up every day, every single day. You know, we don't get out of bed in the morning. We sit there on our devices.
Girl,
we have ice cream for breakfast.
Critics. We are our worst critics. We're able to do more. I get
and
it.
the world expects us to bring home bacon, fry it up in pan, do all the dishes, make all the beds, take care of the children from morning till night, run them to every which where place. I mean, like, the expectations put on moms are out of this world unreasonable.
We are all supposed to be Wonder Woman and Superwoman and Supermom all rolled into one at all times.
A perfect
And sexy
YouTube
too.
creator.
Right.
And perfect on YouTube.
Yes, never make a mistake. Never admit that you ever did anything wrong.
Right?
Yeah, I love you, but I don't like you right now. Exactly, Sophia.
Now, my husband, guys, some of you may not know, I met my husband when I was 15. We started dating at 16. We're now 56. When I turned 56, we're the same age for 6 months. So what is that, 40 years? I lost my train of thought.
All I said to Brian is he better die first so I can be free for a few months.
No, my hubby can't die first because I spent so many years training him. I can't do it again.
Exactly.
I got him young and I trained him, and he's great. Just saying. But yeah, okay. What I wanted to say was what everybody's saying about parents, community, life, being a streamer. God dang it, we're never gonna be perfect. I screwed up my kids a lot. I've screwed up my channel a lot. And to have somebody just pull part of that and attack us for it, you can kiss my butt. Sorry. Not gonna. When I see videos where they take a little clip and want to make a big deal about it, I'm like, yeah, you're full of shit. That's what we need to remember.
I'm thinking about privating all of my videos that aren't Scientology because I'm thinking, oh my God.
I know, right? And I don't want to do that.
You know?
I don't want to do that because I've said early on, I will never delete a video. I will never delete a comment, even from the trolls, because I want to be as honest as possible. You may not believe me, but I'm going to say it. After high school, because I lied to my mom because she was a bad mom and it was a big thing. I don't lie. Nobody believes me, but I don't, because I learned many years ago it is so much easier to tell the truth, take the crap right then at work. I effed up. This is what I did, instead of sitting there stressing about it and lying and stressing, and because you always get found out. So I don't know if I'm the most honest person in the world, but I try to be. And to have people try to take that honesty and use it as a weapon for anyone, you can kiss my. I'm allowed. You can kiss my butt.
I'm right with you.
What?
I'm right with you. You can.
Here's the second thing for anybody listening. I have old lady syndrome. My regulars know what I'm going to say. A, I don't have a job. I don't have any kids to take care of. My grandkids moved away. I have an incurable disease, and I've never been arrested before, so I'd be a first-time offender. I have followed the rules for 55 years. And so anybody that wants to come at me now, I got nothing to lose.
Certifiably have zero S to give.
On the street,
not one.
So I'm like, if you want to open this can of worms, I'm all there. Day one, when I started protesting, I carried 3 days of meds. And after Nance Drew got arrested and said it was cold, I carry a sweat jacket even when it's 110 degrees. So I am ready. So don't F with me. That's all I'm saying.
And that is why I love Miss Kim.
I saw something about you the other day, Miss Kim.
What did I do?
We should just we can all come in here weekly and just go, well, I heard this about you this week.
Yeah.
What? Say that again. I didn't hear you.
And just laugh about it, you know. Maybe we should do that.
What was it?
We should. Oh, I don't remember. It was that stream with Shannon and funnily enough DOA. I'm starting to see things now. But I can't remember if it was DOA that said it or Shannon. And I can't remember what it was, but it was just something about you. I'm sorry. My memory is terrible.
Yeah. Okay. During the encampment, the only interaction I've ever had with DOA, because I never watched a lot of the LA stuff, even though they inspired me to start my channel, because there were so many freaking hours I couldn't do it. And so if I did pop in, it was never on DOA stream all that much. When DOA got the RO and had to leave the encampment, and he was like, I need help. I want to keep everybody safe. I was coming home from my Austin protest, which takes about an hour and a half. I pulled over on the side of the road, and I came on his channel, and he was like, I want to keep people safe. Is there a problem with that? And I said, no, you need to keep people safe. This was early on, so. And I was actually looking at plane tickets to come out to the encampment to help. If it had been under $300, I would have done it, but it was $800. I was like, I can't do it now. And, you know, that's how, you know, that's the only time I've ever dealt with DOA ever.
Miss Kim would have been the number 2 bad actor because I still say Becky was the first one.
No, right.
And
yeah, right.
Miss Kim would have been the second for sure.
Up. Yeah, for sure.
Ellie was the first bad actor.
Really
Ellie was the first bad actor.
Becky left.
Who was the first bad actor, Carrie Ann?
Ellie.
Oh, yes, you're right too. Ellie was first.
You know,
Becky was second.
I had a big opinion about that. I was like, mods should not go in other chats and stir up trouble. That was the only thing I had to say, because, you know, I had to have an opinion. Now I don't.
But you know what? The mods that I know, that I work with, many of whom are in the chat currently, do not do that. That's the thing. They don't go into other channels.
Yeah, no, that was my thing, is being a mod or even in the chat. You should never be going somewhere else to start shit. No, not happening.
But, and that's the thing. Ellie didn't do it, and most people don't.
I went in the chat today because I saw the thing from Journey, and then yesterday I went in because, or was it the same day? Oh God, I don't even know what day I'm on. No, it was yesterday because there was something about he'd saved somebody. My friend tagged me on Facebook and said, "Oh, DOA saved 2 people or saved a girl from Scientology."
Oh, come on.
So I went in to see what that was about, but it didn't say anything about it on that stream. But they were talking. He was talking about it and describing it in detail, and the goosebumps and all sorts of stuff. So
I don't know that question.
I don't know. There was a lot of detail to the story, so I don't know. I don't know if there's a video of it happening.
A suspicious amount of detail to the story.
Yes, a very, very suspicious amount.
I was reading comments.
And extremely convenient timing, too.
What I missed? I was watching chats. What were you saying? I missed it.
But there was a suspicious amount of detail to the story.
To what story?
Swati's story of having saved 2 people from Scientology. Today.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So he said something about he pulled up outside. Yeah. I know, he said he pulled up.
Sorry, T.
He said he pulled up outside Blue. I'll try and remember it. In his van, and it says something on the back of his van like, you know, Scientology traffics kids or something like that. And then the mum. So they were coming out.
Right.
And then the mum went home and researched it all for like hours. She was up all night researching Scientology. And then
I agree.
How did I don't know if she, but he saw her again. He must have seen her again.
They
how
ran
did he
into
see her
him
again?
at the car wash.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. And then she opened the boot, and there was all these Dianetics, all these Scientology books or something. And then he
didn't get any of it on film.
What didn't he get?
Well,
on
I don't know. I don't know if there's a video.
No, he had his whole story about it. But you'd think if he'd gotten that all, I mean, why didn't he get it all on film?
Yeah, it was.
What YouTuber would not get that on
People had
film?
goosebumps. I don't know. Yeah, he is always filming. Yeah.
I mean, really, I don't understand if he saw her again, if he was around.
I might have it wrong. I don't know. You know.
If he was around to her trunk and she had a trunk full of Dianetics book, you're telling me he didn't go get his phone? DOA didn't go get his phone?
Yeah. Okay. I'm too trusting, aren't I?
Good to know.
I'm asking a really. I mean, I'm really. It doesn't make any sense to me, that one.
Yeah.
I can't square it with any previous behavior of his. And if somebody's behavior is off that much, then usually there's a reason.
Why are you all this meow all of a sudden? You're my baby. My Tinky. Who are these people?
Guys, I'm trying to keep up with the comments so much. There's so much.
This is Tink.
Yeah, I would just take every story with a grain of salt.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Okay. So Doug, Pup, and me were all ready to go to that encampment had we found a decent plane ticket. Because we believed in it and found out it was a bunch of bull crap.
That just wasn't organized very well. I mean, how you can't expect to set up a load of tents and then not have homeless people.
Here's what he wanted to emulate. He wanted it to be like Occupy Wall Street, which turned into drugs and essays after the initial. Because here, okay.
Is there a
Let me parallel this to our movement. Every movement starts with good hearts and a good intention. But if you let certain actors in, it can turn sour and bad so fast. And that's what we're trying to stop. Because we know who it is. There's other people too. I won't say it's not. But there's one person that I think if he left, the movement could maybe get some steam back. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It is not untrue that if you isolate a bad apple, it can result in things getting significantly better, even for people who aren't necessarily behaving stellarly, because the bad apple has been removed.
Right. Oh, there's a word I want for it. Not bad apple. There's a word. What is it? It's bigger than that. Oh my gosh, what is it? Bad actor. I can't think of it right now.
But even without him, though, there's still stuff going on.
There is. No, that's why I said
I'm not saying there's not. Yeah.
But it would be a relief of a lot of it. There would be less momentum in the derogatory part. I don't know if that's where I want, but it would be at least a portion of the badness. I don't know what to say.
If you look at clinical psychology,
and I do,
bad behavior is catching. It's contagious. You can have
and that's why he
psychological contagion.
Yep.
And And that is the sort of thing that happens. That is why in communities of trauma, it's so common to have shock waves of trauma disperse through the community like ripples on a pond.
Mm-hmm.
And then they impact themselves in 65,000 different ways because you just dumped a bunch of pebbles into the pond.
And they ripple out.
So, and they're all concentrically circled, rippling out, intersecting with each other and impacting each other
Oh,
and
just makes my head
bouncing
hurt.
off each other. That's a thing.
I'm very tempted to go through everything and go through all the evidence, but I just don't have the time. I can't. I can't.
Honey,
you know?
here's the thing.
I don't want to risk
that.
getting going psycho again, you know?
That's what he wants, though. He wants us all
Yeah.
at our most low and our most defensive and our most emotional
Off
because he
balance.
can control that.
Yep.
I'm so sick. I just.
And it can feel really disconcerting when you start seeing things differently. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't feel like you can trust what your perceptions have been.
Right.
So you want to go through. Yes.
Why? You know
so
why?
You want to go through and clarify everything. Right.
Why?
Go ahead, Miss
Because we're
Kim.
normal. We're normal human beings. So
What is normal?
Nobody has ever accused me of that.
No, what, being normal?
No, nobody's ever accused me of being normal.
We're as normal as we can be, but we're way more normal than that group over there.
Okay. That's a better clarification.
Normal people don't have 13 cats running around.
What? What'd you say? I missed it.
Normal people don't have 13 cats running
Normal
around.
people don't have 13 cats running around.
You know who does have 13 cats running around? Wait, you know who has 13 cats running around?
Besides
somebody
me?
with a big heart.
Oh, well, thank you.
That's true.
I'm worried I'm going to get backlash from DOA's people now for being in here and speaking.
You know what? Screw them, T. Screw them. Don't let them. Don't let them.
So here's the thing, T. So if you're going to get backlash from them, are they actually your friends?
Take it as a badge of honor.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, I know. I don't think my friends. I don't think that they are. You know, that I don't. I'm not accusing them of doing anything, but I don't know. Yeah, I think. I guess at the end of the day, screw anyone that wants to say stuff. People are going to believe what they want to believe anyway.
Right.
And I just keep doing what I'm doing because that's why I'm here. And I need to stop getting dragged into this shit. Maybe have a bit of a life outside of YouTube because I do come on here to avoid life and to fight for, you know, to do what I'm doing, obviously. Yeah, I just need to be more mindful and I don't know, maybe I should start doing like breathing exercises again and stuff. I didn't think I was going to cry that much where I'm going, it's so embarrassing.
But that's what he wants, hon. That's what he preys on.
Well, I'm glad I talked to you. I really am.
He wants us all to feel isolated, alone, afraid, not able to talk to each other.
Exactly.
Look, this community is isolating.
Pop, I know.
Even as much as we communicate, it is hard without the face-to-face, day in, day out interactions in real life. It is hard to get a sense of who to trust.
It's crazy to think that, yeah.
It's very difficult. It's a completely different language. You have to learn how to navigate in this space.
Because we don't understand how somebody like him thinks.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
We don't live in his world. And
do you think so he's aware? And this is what I always ask about narcissists and stuff. Are they aware that, oh, if I do this, obviously they know that they're turning people against each other, but really get into the
I got
depth
this.
of,
I got
do
this.
you know what
You're
it's
asking about
I got
intent?
this. T, I got this.
about what somebody said?
I
Hang on,
had
what
a
was it?
friend and my sister who was a psychopath, sociopath with it's not just narcissism. It's way deeper. I had to research it because I stopped talking to my sister and this
Yeah.
other person, and they literally, the reason you can't reason with somebody like that, they literally believe the fantasy world they created, that they are on high and perfect, and this world that they want to control, they really believe it. And that's why it's so hard to fight. And the only way to fight it is to put it all in the light, because they live in darkness, just like Scientology does.
This is just what L. Ron Hubbard did. He believed
totally the same.
It's exactly the
Totally
same.
the same.
It's exactly the same thing.
It is. And
Yep.
because we're involved emotionally, we have to go through all these waves of emotion, when if we took a step back and looked and said, oh, this is effed up, but there's so many people involved in so many channels and so many chat that it gets roiled up and it works in that person's benefit. And I love tonight, didn't know this was going to happen, but the more we talk about it without screaming at each other, the better off we'll be, and the more that he'll be shown in the light, and anybody else that is working like him will be there. A light will be shined on them, and they won't have any more power. We have to take the power away from them, just like we're trying to take the power away from Scientology.
I just want to reply to a girl.
Yep.
So she put, doesn't the shame you feel, the fear, isn't that giving you a red flag? So this is something that I started learning only last year, is recognizing red flags. For example, I had a friend that deceived me, and this is what sent me on my spiral that I haven't been able to get out of 3 years ago. And it was something I would never have thought was a red flag. So get this, would you recognize this as a red flag? I make friends with a school mum. We end up hanging out every Friday evening. We go take it in turns to go around each other's houses, and we have a few drinks together and stuff. She gets, this is after like week 3, she starts calling me her bestie. And I'm like, felt a bit weird, but it was kind of nice, and saying we're besties and all this.
T,
yes.
I stop you.
Yeah.
Go watch my video about my toxic friend. That's what they do. There is a pattern. You think she was a mom, she was a wife, and a year later, this whole friend group was just like we are right now. There's a pattern. They love bomb you. They want you to help them. They get into your friend group. They start getting friends fighting with each other. You don't even know you're fighting, though, by the way. They'll say, well, this person doesn't like you because of this. The other person doesn't like you because of this. And until they leave, when you're done with them, and then you all start talking like we are right now, and shining a light on, we're like, oh my God, oh my goodness, this is true. Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is the start of taking their power away. I gotta go tinkle.
And I thought I knew about narcissists. Jesus. My late partner's mother, so mother-in-law or whatever, is a narcissist, and she would live in the world where I think she believed what she was saying, or she couldn't see. She, blatantly putting receipts in front of her. She still couldn't. She wouldn't admit it. Like, yeah, I don't know. Ah!
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll take a picture.
You're getting. There's a lot of information there for you in the chat, T.
I know,
Yes, I was just going to point out Sophia's comment about the Brene Brown.
Yeah, I just took a picture of that.
Video. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted now. I was supposed to be talking to my friend from Ghana, the guy that there was a guy in Ghana that I don't know if you've heard about it. Yeah, there's different types of narcissists as well. Yeah, Katie, like, yeah.
Yeah.
About well, you know the story, don't you, Journey? Ghana man. with the, he was going to build an applied scholastic center on his piece of
Oh, yeah.
land. Scientology got to him online. Yeah. So hopefully interviewing him tonight. It's 3 p.m. So a couple of hours. I'm going to need a trowel to cover up this lot. Slap some makeup on.
Oh, you look
God.
fine. You really do. Don't worry about it.
Nah. I'll get there.
Hi, Rochelle. Or Rachel.
Found out.
Is it Rochelle
can't
or
read.
Rachel? I'm sorry. With that spelling, I automatically go with
I had the
Rochelle.
same question, Rochelle, because I think she got a bracelet from me. Because I had a Rochelle spelt like that. What did I miss real quick?
Jay, I don't know how to do it live with him. He's only got Zoom or WhatsApp. The man from Ghana. So I tried to the other day I used StreamYard. I did a 3-hour interview with an ex-Scientologist from Sydney, and he only had Facebook video. So I put that, I shared the screen of that into StreamYard, and then when it played, his was all crackly. So I don't know.
But if you send a StreamYard link, they should just be able to join through their what's it called? The thing you hit the internet, their web browser. I'm on they can hit it through their web browser.
He tried and it wouldn't do it. I think he's on a Mac. I don't know if that makes a difference, but he couldn't do it.
No, it doesn't. He might have to use Chrome instead of Safari.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he wanted. That's right. Yeah, he said he couldn't do it through Safari, which is weird because I
have to download.
On the phone.
You can't do it in Safari on a Mac or on a MacBook. I can do it through Safari on my iPad. So it depends on what you're.
Yeah, I'm going to do a Zoom call with him and record it. I figured out how to record a Zoom call, so I'll do that, and then I will.
Or have a different phone recording too.
Yeah, or I'll put and then I'll add bits to it, and then I'll do it as a premiere thing. Yeah,
That's
tell the
a good
story.
idea.
Because I like visuals. I've got so many streams I want to do, but it's just putting all the visuals in that, if you see the amount of projects on my CapCut, honestly, so many. I just need to get it out there,
Yeah. And T, the work that you're doing is very good and it's very important. So I want you to hear that.
Thank you.
Yep.
These are all my projects of videos I've started doing. Oh my God, I didn't actually realize there was that many. So many different informational stuff, And to join on a guest link, the guest does not have to have StreamYard. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's weird.
From who? I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably me.
Here's my thing about unsubscribing that upsets me. 2 things. 1, I don't want to lose eyeballs on the movement, the anti-Scientology. We need all the supporters we can get. And B, if they're going to unsubscribe for me, just tell me why, because I might be able to fix it. I want to know what upsets someone so
I think
much.
SJ just did not like the truths that we were sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's just no ability to bridge the gap, right? The difference between tolerance.
All of us have our own, set in point of views, and they've been in others' chats, and they believe. And there's been times I believed everything I heard in a chat or a stream. This is why my title was this way. And then a couple days later, I click into somebody else's stream, and I get a completely different point of view. How am I going to navigate that? I don't know how.
Ignore both.
I think the way I do it is I remember the difference between tolerance and intolerance, and how intolerant people will often say to tolerant folks, well, you're not being tolerant. And the response to that is, no, the agreement here is that we're all tolerant. And
Yeah.
if you can't follow that
Mhm.
rule, you don't get to be part of this club. And you're not following the rule.
Yeah.
The
And if
agreement in the group
that
is
is
we're
not what
all
this
going to
movement
be
is about.
tolerant.
This
Right?
movement is not about a clique, or you said a word in there, I can't remember what it was. That's not what this is about. I go back to why I joined this movement, and it was never about any of this. You know?
Doug, did you want a link
Right.
to join the panel? Is that what you're asking for?
Who is?
Doug. He said, "Can
Yeah.
you give me a link?"
Okay, I will. Give me just a second.
Yes, he wants
No,
to join us.
All
I
right.
had no idea there was.
I would love to hear from Doug. Doug
types
has
of-
a really some good opinions.
And
Yeah.
I miss Poe, and I don't know what happened with him. And
I'll tell you, and I just found out. They literally created a dating profile on a dating app of his
yeah,
to
that's what
F
he
up
said.
his and attacked his family.
They said that his
Threatened his
daughters
That's what I
family.
heard.
deserve to be R-worded.
Rochelle, like you say, Michelle.
Oh,
I had it right. Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was Rachel all along. Sorry.
And you mean I thought, and we
and
finally
that's
get
another
to
thing I
like
fell
see
into.
Doug's face?
Yeah. Sorry.
Uh-oh, we're doing it
I'm,
again.
I'm
So,
sorry.
Buttercup, I don't know where we were in this. Here's my thing. I have seen people in chats of people I'm not thrilled about, but I have not banned them from my chat. Reason being, everything we've talked about. People are believing things that maybe I don't, or they're being manipulated. And I don't want to punish somebody for that. If they come in my chat and they're not being hateful or spewing the nonsense, I'm accepting to all of it, because we're all freaking human. I've been in chats of people that I found out later were not good actors. A stupid term, I hate it. So that's why I choose to be inviting and not have a big opinion about that. Now if those people are going in chats and being hateful about people or to other, that's a different thing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. That's what confuses me. I'm just like, it's just wild to think that it must be a horrible place to be. Imagine if you were in that had that mind and you were aware of everything. And I don't know how people can get off on that.
Would be more specific.
Well, their focus is in a different direction. So they're not looking for the same feedback that you are.
No, T, with my mom and my brother, the situation was seriously about who's the smartest person in the room, and they're smarter than you, and they will make you feel this big. Just
there are people
they ensure themselves as the smartest person in the room.
And what's sad is, this is the other sad part, not just getting duped and believing someone, but there are people, we know this, that being made feel small doesn't make them leave. It's like they feed off of it, but not in a good way. How do I put it? I'm leave that thought. Let's go over to that person's chat, and they have a lot of people in the chat, and they go to other chats and be hateful. To me, those are people that thrive on the chaos, that want to see the train wreck, and have all these ulterior motives to be in there. Not like the rest of us that are here for the Scientology work.
Yeah.
Look at what is results are coming. Looking what the fruits are. Look at what the results of what people are having. The fruits. You need to look at what the results of somebody's work is. Pup Groomer has said this better than anybody for as long as I've known her. She has said, I support people who are trying to take down this cult.
Yep.
I support people who are trying to take down this cult. And that is her focus. And she is very clear about it. And everybody
Yep.
I know should, I know she's got my respect.
Absolutely.
Who?
Hey, y'all, I'm sorry. I need to go. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I need to go ahead and drop out. I can't quit yawning over here. So
Okay. Good night,
MSD.
Sunrise
Okay.
Dawn.
Have a good
With
night,
that,
Sunrise.
I'm gonna
Take care.
run
good
to
night,
y'all.
y'all.
I'm gonna run to.
Okay. Good night, Carrie
Bye.
Ann. Take care.
See y'all. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
No, Pup Groomer's awesome.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Thanks everyone. I really appreciate you listening. I didn't mean to make it all about me. It just all came out, didn't it?
No. Listen, T, this is probably the best place for it to have come out because you've got people who are very skilled at listening, but who also care enough to have the patience to explain to you and help you to understand what you weren't seeing.
Yeah.
I've been duped. Like I said, I keep bringing up this other video. I got duped in my 20s by somebody just like him and others. And I knew early on that that person was detrimental to the group, but I was scared to death to go against her because I was afraid she would burn my house down. No
Kim,
joke.
Doug is backstage.
Okay, come on in, Doug. Hi, Doug.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Doug.
Sorry I don't have a camera, so you have to
fine.
look at my lure there.
Voice
That's
is
okay.
fine.
Oh, I thought it was a frog.
Well, it is a frog. It's a frog
Oh,
lure.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was frog.
T, I just want to tell you, you and I, we've talked, we've been friendly and stuff, and I've never had anything against you. It's just unfortunately, we are in a situation here in this community where lines have been drawn in the sand, whether we like it or not, but it has happened.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not like how it used to be where we could surf around and be in other people's channels. And
Early on,
that was fun. That's how I wish that it was.
Yeah,
and I stepped away for a while because it just was not fun anymore. But what I notice now is that we have people who are just full of venom, evil, and they will mask themselves. They will portray themselves as the good guy. And sometimes it's a little hard to see it, to understand it. But the thing that I've noticed is like channels like this, where everybody's nice, we're calm, we're not trashing on people. Pup Groomer's a perfect channel like that. And when you're in those kind of channels, that gives you a good base of who is who and what is what. And when you have other channels where they're constantly attack, this person's a bad actor, that person's a bad actor, you really got to step back and look at what's going on and read the tea leaves, because if you're really here to do the work, and I know that you are, T, you would not, you're wasting your time if you're so busy attacking those around you, because we're on the same team. It's like we're a football team. And I'm sorry, I'm using football analogy, but that's what I associate with. There were a lot of guys when I played football that I didn't like, but they were on my team, and we all had the same goal, the same mission, and that was to win. And so we put up with each other's BS on the field to get what we needed. And that's what we got to do here. We may not like everybody here. Some of us rub each other the wrong way, and that's good. That's cool, because we're humans, we're people, and that's what we do. But we got to stay away from those that promote evil, promote hate, and try to get us caught up in their little spider webs of trying to use us to attack others. And in that process, then you wind up getting hurt in that process. So.
See, I never saw him say that. But I mean, loads of people are saying it. I don't know. It's like, oh, and I guess if I don't have any evidence and stuff, yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
Well, the evidence. He attacked one of the Jane Does of the Danny Masterson case. Who does that? Who does that?
I didn't even.
Yeah, he did. He even admitted it. He said he called her fat.
Yep.
Oh, that's who he was talking about.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
When Streets, when Serge, Michael, Jenna, Aaron were at that LA hearing,
Commissioners Council.
yeah, they were there for a mission, and DOA went up there. If DOA would have went up there and said, "Hey, I want to talk about my girlfriend Laura and what she's gone through and what I've seen, how it's affected her life and stuff," I would have been, "Hey, okay, I'm listening." But that's not what he did. He went after Aaron. He went after Jenna. He went after Streets. That's not the place to do that. That's not the place to do that.
And he kept making references to 86 GOP without saying the GOP part. And I watched the video of him when he was at the podium, and he would turn his head to talk in the mic and look directly at either Aaron or Jenna or the Jane Does or Serge. He did that. He was directing his comments to them. He was not talking to the commissioners.
He is responsible for chasing away Poe. He is responsible for that, and he admits that. He in fact, he rebels in that he chased away Poe. Not only was Poe put on some fake website for dating in some Korea or something like that,
in Thailand,
But that's not what chased him away. What chased him away was when they started attacking his children, and that's why he quit. That's why he's not here.
I didn't know that was anything to do with DOA. Fuck on. It's just I don't pay enough attention.
Who else would do that though? Who
else?
But it's hard because you're also in a different time zone, so you're probably sleeping when a lot of this is happening, or you're working when a lot of this is happening on this side of the world. So, I mean, that's understandable. But
he's gone after. I'm sorry.
Are you okay, Miss Kim?
What? No.
Are you all right? What's up?
I mean,
she gets
he's
emotional,
gone after,
especially when she's had a beer or two.
No,
and we get into this stuff.
Something happened.
It hurts my heart that these people are doing this to us.
I know.
It hurts my heart.
Yeah. He went after. He's going after Serge and Michael now.
I know.
Yeah, I saw that.
And Serge and Michael haven't really done anything. And he's going after Dan LA. What has Dan LA done? Dan LA.
Dan walked LA. The only thing he did was he did not attack Becky when he saw her when they were both protesting at Blue.
Do you know why Dan Walks LA has a channel, or what he's doing? This is the only I don't know what the word is I want. Power motivation. Dan Walks LA emailed me before he started protesting, when I just started, and I told him go for it because he was worried nobody would watch him, and I said there are people out there that will watch you, that will find people that will watch you and care about what you're doing.
He's a good guy.
He's amazing.
And for DOA to call him a little bitch, that is derogatory for what a man calls another man who is homosexual, and that is wrong.
Mhm.
That was a derogatory word that he used towards him, knowing very well what that would mean.
Wow, what did the Jane Does ever do for me? Fuck.
You know what? Going after the Jane Does after what they went through should
Yeah.
show you whatever
Saying
you need
he
to know
would
about that person.
bullhorn the Jane Does, that's not someone you should be aligning with. I'm sorry, not if you claim to be anti-Scientology. And I'm not talking about you in particular, T. I'm talking in general. There are people who have aligned themselves so closely to Swati, and they have forgotten the reason that they got into this in the first place.
Exactly.
If they are going to align themselves with him after he has said that he would bullhorn the Jane Does, after supposedly that was the reason he claimed to be protesting at La Poubelle, if he's willing to attack people who are fighting against Scientology because they had the audacity to associate in a friendly way with someone else who is also protesting Scientology, why on earth is he part of this movement? Because he is not doing the work.
No.
He is undermining everything. Yes, Cinderella, his minions, who also have aligned themselves with Nora when she decided to align herself with Swati, went after Poe, sent him emails suggesting that his daughter should go through what some of the Jane Does had gone through, and then took pictures from his Facebook account and set up that dating website profile for Thailand. That's what those people are choosing to do. I'm not saying all of them, but the people who closely align themselves and call themselves minions are the ones that we all need to be very careful with.
And to call Sir Crepitus a bad actor and that he's a hack. Sir Crepitus has been in this movement a long time before any of us. Yeah, he has a lot of information. He's gone. All these people that have been valuable to us.
Scientology.
Yeah,
he was fair game by Scientology. He nearly lost his job.
Yeah. And he emailed me.
And
he
still stayed with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
but when he started getting attacked by people in our community, that was just too much for him. You know, especially people who he had given them money to support them, and then they were turning around because they were aligning with Scott. And he had had enough. He's gone. He won't be back. Scott, you know, he won't be back. We've lost some very valuable people in this fight, unfortunately. And the thing is I have seen this kind of stuff happen before in another community. And it tore it apart just having. And the thing that I noticed too, because I was in Becky's class, her chat, and just things that were going on in her chat one day, I was like, gosh, this is like deja vu. I've seen this before. So I set a trap in her chat, and I mentioned something that only these people that I knew in this other community would know. And they took the bait. So I knew right away, these people, some of these people, they are trolls by the 10th degree. That's what they do. They go to communities and they'll plot and plan, and then they'll spread out and make friends with our community, and then start feeding information into our ears, plotting us to fight against each other. and then they step back and they have their little meetings and stuff, and they think it's funny. They think it's great, and that's their whole goal, is to tear down communities. And they've infiltrated us, and I noticed that a lot of them are in DOA's chat. They like to gravitate to those that are just evil. That's what they like. They because he spews the same kind of stuff that I've seen in another community, and they love to flock to that person the same way that's going on here.
I messed up with Scientology because he emailed me the day after all the post stuff happened. He emailed me, and I just thought it was weird because I'd never heard from him before, and I haven't, talked to him a little bit in the chat, and then he started to say that he said that there was two sides to the Aaron and Jenna thing, and that I don't really want to say, I don't want to be gossiping, but I didn't agree with what he said. But then I don't know. Do you know what I mean? And I didn't respond. I didn't answer. And then he emailed me again, and I didn't answer again. And then I'm messaging Poe, and he didn't answer me. But now, knowing all of that information, I know why he didn't message me back, and I feel awful. I love Poe, and he's been the closest thing to like a father figure I could have. Give me advice about Jake and stuff, and I miss him.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I can suggest with those two is when you are in a calmer space, you send them an email and let them know what you are now aware of, and just tell them what it is that you feel that you need to say.
Eric.
Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
I said Eric's right. I mean, Sir Crepitus did support Scotty at one time. I mean, a lot of us did. We thought that Scott was yeah. I mean, and he was doing the work and everything. But to me, I mean, I don't know. To me, he never kind of set right with me. But I figured, hey, he's doing the work. Like
drew attention.
I just put up with it because he wasn't my cup of tea. But hey, whatever. He's doing the job. But after the encampment, just things fell apart. He came unhinged. I don't know what the problem was. What the issue was. Why. I can't get in his head. I don't know. He seems to have a history of this kind of stuff and other, but
that should tell you everything. They've done this.
Yeah. We had other people in other communities warning us of him, and we were like, no, but we probably should have listened because they were right. Unfortunately, I mean, it sucks that we're here where we're at, and T, you are no different than any one of us, because we all bought into him at one time or the other.
We did.
So don't feel like you're just like the fool and the idiot, because I think pretty much a lot of us can say, we were a fool and an idiot at some point in time. I mean, even Streets thought he was a good person.
Everybody did.
Yeah.
All of us, whether he's my cup of tea or not, him and early on, there was an aggressiveness to some protesting. And I do believe that was important early on to get eyeballs on it, but we had to evolve over time. That wasn't going to sustain itself. We had to show the people inside that we weren't evil, and wherever we're protesting to the cities or the cops, we weren't evil. So we had to evolve, and he doesn't know how or doesn't want to.
I know. I guess I thought he'd changed since he'd been with Lara, and maybe he'd got a bit grounded. And I thought,
you know what he's saying right now, T, about that? He's saying now that he doesn't have Lara, now he doesn't have somebody holding him back and telling him how to do his thing, and so now he's that's why he's going after Serge and Michael and everybody else. He's going to get even nastier because face it, Laura did kind of hold him back and kind of like, hey, no, don't do that. He doesn't have that anymore.
Kato.
He's going to be free reign. He's going after everybody now.
Do you reckon it was one of his minions that pretended to be me then? Do you think that was
It's
orchestrated?
possible. It's very possible.
Could
that's
very
what
well
it is.
be.
So easy to.
Unless it's Osa, because how do we differentiate between what he's doing and what Osa's doing? Or is it the same? Like, it's just...
If
There's
he's
times I think he's paid by him. It's almost like they're the same.
If he's not, he has to be getting paid by now because he's doing.
Yeah, oh, Eric, we can see you there. We can, sorry.
Well, this is the funny thing. This is what struck me. Okay, was it today? This morning, he was at the Blue Building, and he pulled up, and there were people out there eating their lunches and stuff on the tables. Now, normally, when any of the protesters would show up, wouldn't they normally like leave, leave? But notice this time, they just sat there, and he was like right there, right next to him.
Because
they
he
didn't
should
leave.
be enemy number one for them.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of suspicious. I thought that was just weird. Why are they just sitting there? Because that's not them. Normally they'd see him and they're out of there. You didn't see the security guys coming out saying, "Come on, you guys got to go back in."
I don't know.
I don't know. That's just my observation.
Like,
it just seemed kind of
he
weird.
started out as a bad actor himself with this psychopathy that I had a stream last week about this kind of pattern, but it would be sad if he started doing it for his own self and getting the money from getting swatted. I gave to his first arrest, by the way. And you know what made me know what he was doing is later on he said these words to somebody else. Well, don't worry about getting arrested. If you get arrested, you'll come out rich.
Okay, well, DOA is a fraud. He's saying that some of the security did tell some of them to leave. I didn't see it. I just thought it was kind of weird, but you know.
I love Nora to death, but I had to unsub. I was a member.
Yeah, I did too.
So much early on. She had so much good content, and it devolved into something I didn't want to watch. I don't want to, talk shit about her at all. I don't know what's going on there. I just don't.
I think the wrong people got into her ear is what I think.
Oh, that's a good. Oh,
and so this is just my observation. I think,
I can't be angry. I'm not angry at her. I'm not angry at Laura. I'm not angry with any of those people. I'm disappointed and sad.
Yeah. But you got to understand, a lot of these ex-Scientologists that were born there, the second gens and stuff, they lived a horrific life growing up in that, and they were handicapped. They don't have the same social skills that you and I do.
Yes.
And so the actions that we see, how they falter, and the things that they do, and the flipping and the flopping and getting mad at this person and doing this and doing that, and it's stuff that we all did like in high school and stuff. It's like they're doing this now in their life.
Exactly.
And so I can kind of. There are times I get angry about it and just like, you got to be kidding me. But then I kind of pull back and I have to like understand what their life was like and how they must be going through right now, And so we have to give them some grace. Now, does it mean that gives them the right to be nasty of like what Nora is doing? That some of that stuff goes past that grace. But, like Aaron, nobody gives him any grace at all. And what I see in Aaron, he does a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
And I think some of it he admits, and he does stuff that I don't always agree with, but I don't agree with most the second gens and stuff, just because of their social skills of where they're at, and the trauma and everything they've had to go through. But yeah, we just, we got to you kind of have to step back sometimes, take a breath, breathe, relax, don't say anything. And I've been guilty of it. I mean, Miss Kim, I think you've seen me, what was it, in Susie's chat the other day, I was pretty hot. Just attacking Susie about her cancer. Just that just really pushed me. But what I should have done was I should have just kept my mouth shut and
I
messed up there.
I get where you were coming from, but I hate to say, I hate anybody that says I should keep my mouth shut, because that's what we've done for a year.
Yeah, let me reword this. I should have done it with a calmer tone rather than in anger. That's what I was more or less meaning. I should have breathed, just kind of, let my get a hold of my anger and did it in a more calm way. But hey, we're all human. T, I can understand, everybody's coming at you. Aaron's coming at you, and you're like, what the heck, what did I do? And but sometimes we're given two ears and one mouth, like my dad always said. We listen twice and speak once. Sometimes
that's true.
I've just read what Cinderelli said.
That she was done when he attacked Natalie when Tony passed.
Yeah. What the?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm behind.
Yeah, he was in Natalie's chat. Got mad because Becky was in there, and he just blew up because Becky was in there.
What's Becky doing in here? She shouldn't be allowed. And he kept going on, and he was told to stop, and he kept
tried to take a little bit of control from him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was not.
And
the
how
time
dare
or
he
place.
go into anyone's chat, especially at that point in time. But how dare he go into anyone's chat and try to dictate who should or shouldn't be there? It's not his chat. Yeah. He has no say.
I totally agree.
But to do that on that particular day, at that particular time, was just so incredibly ignorant.
Yeah.
No, it didn't, Kate. It hasn't stopped. He's still getting swatted. And answer me this question. I've been thinking about this a lot for the last couple of days. I don't know what it is now, but a while back we had 100 protester channels. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is he the only one still getting swatted?
I don't know. I mean, I have
everywhere he goes.
100 channels, and he's the only one getting swatted all the time. What does he say? Just asking a question.
Yeah. Well, I hope the police get to the bottom of it. That's
they
what
won't.
I hope.
Not in LA, because it would take some serious investigation, some cyber tech, cybersecurity, and I don't know that they're willing to put willing to do all of that. I just don't. And so all we can do is protect ourselves, stick together, and not fall for the BS anymore. It's been a year. We know what it looks like. And that's all I can say.
We're like a herd of wildebeest, and DOA is like the lion sitting there, and he's waiting for the weak, and when he sees the weak ones, those are the ones he attacks, and so we gotta.
Oh my gosh, yes.
we gotta hide. We gotta be like the wildebeest. If we're weak, we gotta hide it. And we gotta be the ones that are in the middle of the strong ones and kind of let the strong ones hide the weak, you know.
I've done that
Yeah.
for a long time. I kept my mouth shut. I felt I was weak in my voice and small in my channel. What I did I finally had enough, and I did it. Small voices need to be heard, because so I told my daughter what was going on a few months ago with DOA and Nora and people, these big voices, attacking other small voices. My daughter, not understanding the nuances of it, was like, you don't need to take that crap, Mom, you don't need to put up with that bull crap. And I was like, it took me a little while to think about that, because I didn't feel that I had either one, a strong enough voice, or B, I don't know what's it be, enough information to take a stand. Eric, are you still here, Eric Rader?
Yeah, he's still here.
All right,
I
Eric.
think he is. Yeah.
So here's the thing. There are a lot of survivors that have channels. There's a lot of protesters that have channels, and everybody's saying different things. Oh, a little while back, Eric came on and said, we have to stop supporting this BS. We have to stop. And I'm going to say one thing that he won't like, but is he perfect? Is everything he said, right? I don't even know. I don't know. Because if you go to another channel, they're going to say Eric Rader's a piece of crap, right? But that day that he came on live, and I don't see notifications all the time, but I got that one, and I jumped in, and he was like, I have had enough. I've had enough with this BS. I've had enough with this piece of crap getting into this community and effing everything up and getting everybody to fight. We need to take a stand. We need to get rid of him. And I don't remember all the words. And literally, guys, in that chat, you couldn't see me, but I was like, yes,
Oh, he was hitting nails on the head.
Somebody's taking a stand. Somebody's leading the charge. All along, it's been all of us doing a little bit here and there, but Eric was like, I've had enough. Whether he's right or wrong about everybody, I don't know, don't care. It was just enough to make even me do a stream and have an opinion, because I wanted to walk the middle road and not take a stand and, not say anything bad. I didn't want anybody attacking me. I just wanted to protest and do my thing. But after a year of this BS from him and Osa, who knows, and all the chats and all the mods and whatever the hell was going on, it was what we needed was anyone that had skin in the game to take a stand. And Eric,
he was right.
A stand. Whether he was right about everybody or not, or what he heard, or I'll bet he's got a couple things wrong. I'll just bet that. Does it matter? No. Because we all sat back, all of us here right now, sat back thinking, this is BS, but I'm going to stay out of it and be quiet. How many? Raise your hand if you thought that for a long time.
I missed the beginning of it. I heard the stay quiet bit and stay out of it. Yeah.
I was waiting for it to happen a long time ago. I kept like, come on.
Me too. Me too.
And I noticed, like, I would watch Eric on his lives, and he'd just mind his business, go along and putting his
I I'm sorry, Eric.
Oh my God, I just
You know,
Flyers.
posters,
Warrior, but you're
flyers
sweet.
out and stuff, and
The
he wouldn't
staple
say a lot
hammer.
about.
The
Yeah, and he
staple
wouldn't
hammer.
say a lot about anybody. He just was minding his own business. And then
Yeah.
one
Who
day,
was
I was reading the
finally
chat.
had
I missed
enough.
the question. What?
Yeah.
What was the question with raise your hand if what?
like 10 minutes
You
later.
wanted to stay
Well, because I
out
was
of,
reading the chat.
if you wanted to stay out of all the BS because it was confusing and just hang back and stay in the middle of the lane and not cause any problems and stay out of all this weird ass BS.
Yeah, like back in July.
Anytime in the last year.
I was gone.
Yeah.
You guys can deal with it, but I'm gone.
Yeah, I didn't get there till Eric Rader, like a week ago or so, said we can't support this BS anymore. He's a piece of crap. Why are we dealing with this anymore? And
Yeah.
it was, you guys don't know how little I look at notifications and jump on YouTube. And to get that notification and jump into that live and hear Eric say that was like,
Sorry, what did Eric say? I'm sorry.
okay, he said
I'm not going to look
the
at
other
the
day,
chat.
go
No, I'm
back
not gonna
and
look
watch his live about a week ago, and after that I did a live. He
Okay.
was incensed and pissed off, and he got on there and he said we have got to stop supporting DOA and his BS and all of this crap and get back. This is the main part that I cheered on. We got to get back to what we were doing in the beginning, the protesting, the trying to end Scientology and end all of the BS. That was what I got out of it.
Well, I think he's saying, he just had seen it go and go and go, and he was right when he said we let it go too long.
Yes.
And DOA took advantage of us
He
keeping
did.
our mouth shut. We were
Yes.
like a bunch of sheep, and he was a wolf in a sheep herd, just picking us off, and none of us were crying out saying anything. And now it's time for us to speak up and start talking, because when we are talking, we are finding out what is going on. And as long as we as a community are talking amongst ourselves, DOA can't lie and put out his little BS stuff to get us to bite his little hooks he throws out.
So I'm just going to jump in here and say, not patting myself on the back, but my first time on a stream on a panel was because of this crap. And that was in midsummer, I'm going to say, with Oh Hell No and DJ Nico on her channel.
By the way, where is DJ going? DJ's been going.
Yeah, I've seen him on and off, but he's I don't know what he's up to. I imagine he's been working quite a bit. But as far as YouTube goes, I can't say. But Sin made me go on the panel. And up until that point, I had no intention of ever being on camera. I was very comfortable with just streaming while I was protesting.
In my pajamas.
But okay, get your drink. Davy's tears, I hope. And I sat there and was trying very hard to not directly point a finger with any names.
Me too.
Yeah, it was DJ Nico, not the other Nico, Jay. But still talk about the behaviors that we were seeing and trying to get people to calm down and stop just, joining the bandwagon, basically. Because we were seeing it then and going like, oh, nothing good can come from this.
Yeah,
And that
I
was,
can't. So my position is I'm definitely not a leader. I'm a random going about my own business. And so when I see red flags, I think of my safety first.
Well, and you
Not
should.
gonna lie. And I step back and I move away from it. It's self-preserving, but I didn't see it as a horrible thing for everybody else. I just see it like, not me. Like, nope.
Yeah.
And so,
And that journey, that's okay. That's okay. That is absolutely okay, because if you don't feel comfortable stepping forward and saying something, that's okay. But we can't all do that, because that allows the abuse, because that's what it is, to continue, the abuse and manipulation.
Right.
And I know Eric Levitt has been sitting there very patiently muted,
Yeah.
not wanting to talk over any of us, but he would like to say something.
I'm sorry. Go for it.
Hey, everyone, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Eric?
So I don't know if you guys, the things you guys are that talk about, that you're bringing up right now, all of you have been through a lot, and we don't need all this drama throughout YouTube and with any people that are toxic and they're drama related, and we don't need that type of people in our life. We want to have positive, supportive, and those types of people that be there for those ones that are protesting Scientology. So we need to be there for those people. The ones that are here right now, like Eric Rader and T, you guys have been through a lot, and you all have been doing so well with protesting, and you guys have done a lot for us, and just so you guys know, we love you, and we don't need any drama whatsoever. So all I need to say is we're strong, and we need to pull ourselves together and be there for one another and be there for support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Couldn't have said it any better.
Oh, Miss Kim, I just want to give you a hug, man. Like, you just. Oh, dear.
Well, I know that I've
Thank you, Eric.
talked to Scooter Mom, and she knows some of my past, because I filled her in. So she knows that I've gone through a battle in a different community. And I didn't really want to do it in this one. But, maybe it's time. Maybe I need to get involved a little more than I am. So it's something I got to think about. But I stand behind all you guys. I back all of you guys. Scientology sucks. And we need to do everything we can to save the children, save the elderly, keep any new people from going in, make it hard on Scientology. I mean, we're not going to end them overnight. They got too much money and they can be going on for a long, long time. But we just got to inform as many people as we can to cut their numbers down, to hurt them. We got to be that little bee stinging them, constantly stinging them, and just be a nuisance. And that's what we got to do. And people like Eric Rader doing a great job. T, you're doing a great job. Miss Kim, you're doing a great job. pup groomer, Jen, you're doing a great job. Everybody is doing a great job. Anybody that helps, whether it's small, big, we're all on a team. Not everybody can be a quarterback. Some of us have to be linemen and just do the dirty stuff that nobody sees. But it doesn't matter because it all fits together and it makes us strong as a whole. And that's how we got to look at this, is we got to be strong as a whole. One of us by ourselves, we're going to be weak. But if we're together as a team, you know, we can accomplish anything. So now that I've given you my coach speech and we're ready to go win the Super Bowl,
Okay.
I'll let you guys
You want
go.
more?
I just want you to know that I love you, and just keep
Doug?
up the good work. Yeah.
Doug?
Yes.
What's a lineman?
He's
What is a lineman?
The linemen, they're the guys that are at the front line. They're the ones that are blocking, and the guy that hikes the ball and the guys that are lined up in front of them. They don't get any press coverage. No, you know that when you watch the game, they don't hardly talk. They talk. The running backs, the quarterbacks, the wide receivers. They get all the glory. The linemen, they're just
so they're the worker bees.
Yeah, they're the worker bees. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. They're the grunts. They're like they always say, they're the grunts.
Gotcha.
They're the ones with the hands in the ground. They got their hands in the ground and they don't get any glory.
Okay.
But they're the most important
Now I
ones.
understand. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the most
get
important
football.
ones because without them,
But
without
thank
any
you.
blocking, then all those other guys can't do what they do. So
Basketball.
yeah. So
Yeah, exactly.
In basketball, they're all over defended each person, but in football, they create a line of defense.
you have the offensive lineman and you have the defensive lineman.
They stop the other team from scoring or going anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll be one of the offensive linemen. I'll do the blocking. I'll do all the dirty work. I don't have a big channel. I don't have much.
None of us do.
You know.
You know what? What I'm finding is it's the small channels that have to link themselves together. So I guess, we are the linemen, and those quarterbacks are going to do what they're going to do. But us small channels are the linemen, and we have to work together, right?
And we do. You know, I
So,
mean, the stars,
I'm
the
picking up.
quarterbacks
I'm
are the Aaron
understanding your
Levitts and
terminology.
the Aarons and the Natalies and people like that. They're the stars of the game, and we come in. We are just the linemen. We do the small stuff, but the thing is without us, they wouldn't be anything. So we make them what they are. So
Yep. Oh goodness. You know what? I know this was not what you planned, Kim, but I am so glad that it has come out the way that it has. I think it has been a step towards the healing for a lot of people, whether they're on the panel or in the chat or lurking, because we know that happens a lot.
There's 32 people watching and about 10 of us in the chat, and
Stop it.
well, all I wanted to do was go tell people about this cult.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're being sidetracked. We have to fight some guy that craps in a bucket. That's what we have to fight against. And
him and others for sure.
You know what? I'm sorry, but every time somebody says that, I get a mental picture. I don't know about how many other people do. Hi, Becky. Welcome back.
Okay.
But Every time someone says that he craps in a bucket or calls
You know
him
what's funny?
the bucket pooper,
He gets mad about
I
that.
get
He
an
gets so offensive
actual
about that.
picture in my head of someone doing that over a bucket. It's terrible.
Well, he gets offended by that, and I find that funny. He's like, "Well, people think I actually do that." Well, dude, you're the one that told us that you did that when poop and stuff in the old little van. So I mean, it's not like we just made this up. You told us you did that.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
I follow van life people that have vans with showers and toilets and stuff. And early on, when I saw his van full of crap, he literally barely had a place to lay down and sleep.
Uh-huh.
Van life is nice. I want to do it.
Not like he does it.
Not that kind.
No, that's not van life. That's
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That's. Yeah, I can't even think of a word that would describe it. I mean, that I could say here and not get in trouble anyway. It's funny because I won't mention this person's name, but they told me they had met DOA a few times, and they said that when they went up to his van, the small one, the original one, and went to shake his hand and everything and say hello, they said that his van smelled like urine, poop, sweat, and weed. All those smells all together. And I'm thinking, well, man, how does there was like, people like Mindy and stuff would get in the van and he'd drive them around. Remember those days when he'd drive?
Where did she go? See, I'm so
got chased away. DOA chased her away.
ZDT chased her away so badly.
Well, DOA did too. DOA was calling her a bad actor. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Really bad stuff to Mindy behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same with we in LA. She got chased away too.
Yeah. When I went and protested. Oh, sorry. When I went and protested in Melbourne for the first time, my friend's really close with Mindy, and spoke to her a few times, and every time she was in tears. She's really been suffering from that bastard. And
she's such a kind, nice person. That smile was affection. I mean, that smile would just. I love that smile. Yep. I just loved her. Yeah. She was such a sweet person.
I'm sure she'll come back when it's all calmed down. I did read something useful in DOA's chat earlier, which I am not going to go in again, about Tony. Oh, let me try and remember. He broke his thingy. He violated his thingy, and apparently he has a 500K bail, which is awesome.
So
I don't know if it's.
Is he back in? So is he back in?
I don't watch everything, like I say.
Who's back in?
Pinche Becky. Kim? The van smells like bad dreams and a regret. Trust me, I know.
I missed that. Oh my god.
Becky, I love you, man. You crack me up.
I never did click on. Oh, I'm so sorry. I never did click on her.
Yeah,
they called her a plant for a long time. And you know what I saw at La Poubelle is them all screaming, but she took them to the side and explained why they were there, what had happened. And I watched this couple go, oh, well, we don't want to go in there. But screaming at people gets you nowhere.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
Well, think about it. If you were in Scientology and you're being told these people on the outside
Kim, I got rid of that one.
All these people on the outside, they're bad, they're evil, they're just bad people. You don't want to listen to them. They're the ones that are sick. We're here to save the world from these people, and then you're outside yelling and screaming at them, and they're like, "Wow, they're exactly what I've been told that they are."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
exactly.
We're feeding right into what they're being told. So why would they want to leave to come to us that's yelling and screaming at us. I wouldn't. I would dig deeper into Scientology if I was them. That would
Because they're
cause
told
me
we're
to.
evil and we lie.
Yeah.
I try
It's
to do
really
the
hard.
opposite.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah, it's just hard for me because in Melbourne org and Perth org, you can't get right up to the door, like you're across like a footpath or something. So you have to shout if you want to talk to them. So it can come across as aggressive, and then when you've got lots of different people with you and they all have different ideas, it never works. And I don't really want to go down there on my own.
Right.
I haven't done it on my own yet, but maybe I'll try.
I need to go.
There's
but
a
it's past
difference
midnight.
between.
Good night, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you
night,
so
Journey.
much for
Night,
the
Journey.
support. T,
T.
love you.
Love you, hun.
Yeah.
You want to email me about?
Get some rest, Journey.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
T, there is a difference between shouting to be heard over a distance and shouting and yelling insults at people.
Good night, Cinderella. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Cinderella.
Good night, Cinderella.
So, you know, there's an understanding that when you're shouting across a distance to be heard, that's one thing. But shouting insults and epithets and everything else, that's not helping anyone.
I want to say one thing about Pearl Snappy and DOA. Early on, when this started, I've said this a couple times. It was kind of needed a little bit because it brought some eyeballs to the table. Okay, at first.
Yeah.
So I don't want to down like any of them for because everybody was getting the idea that we should be aggressive. Even Dan seems like such a sweet guy, and I watch him every once in a while. And he's doing what they all taught him to do, being aggressive, and I don't think that's his lane, to be honest.
No.
Anyway, at first for a little while, you know, I supported any kind of protest, no matter what, and it brought a lot of eyeballs to the table. But I said this, or I think I said this way early. I said, but it wasn't sustainable. It didn't get the result we wanted, which was they need to know we're not evil and we don't lie, and that they can escape and there's a place to go. And that's it. Other than that, I'm in a special place, I think, compared to a lot of the other orgs. I'm across from a university. I see students all day long. And my goal is to educate them. And I get to do that a lot. A lot of places, you don't get to do that. And all you can do is tell the people inside they can escape. Sometimes. Whew. Anyway, I'm done.
Well, you know,
I think Eric wanted to say something else too.
Go ahead, Eric.
So, it's about everyone here and Becky, that's here. Becky has been through a lot also, and she's been through the whole thing with DOA and everyone, and it was wrong what everyone has done with her, and she doesn't need that drama also, and she's loved by all of us, and it's at the point where all the drama with everyone doing things to Becky and saying hurtful things, and it's not right, and we all love Becky, and we all love T, and we all love Eric Rader, we all love everyone here, and it's all childish behavior that everyone is doing. And we all need to stand up for one another and be there for that person, and even if they're live on their live stream or not, like if it's Becky or if it's Pup Boomer or if it's him, all of you guys, we're all here for one reason, and that is support one another and be there for that person. So we
Right.
need to, we need to stand up, and take charge, and be there for that person,
Eric, you're right. And what it was is we needed somebody to stand up and do that. All of us were trying to, play nice and not rock the boat and keep our channels free of the drama and not have an opinion because we might get attacked. And I will tell you, the turning point for me was when a survivor, Eric Rader, about a week ago, said, enough is enough. We need to take a stand. We need to not put up with this BS.
Yeah.
And that was the turning point for me, because we were all trying to do our thing and not rock the boat and not be a target and not get involved in the drama, and that just let it fester even more.
Yeah, the Streets said the same thing too.
Did he really?
He came out and said the same thing, that we got to start standing up to this guy, and we need to get him out of here. And as soon as he's out of here, then we can start rebuilding and get back to what we were doing. For DOA to go after Streets, of all people, he's the one that started all of this.
And he doesn't put up with BS.
No, Streets doesn't. No.
But what about when Streets was shouting at all those people that stuff about Scotty when there was that parade? I felt that was really dangerous. It could have ended up being really bad.
I missed the first part. The parade. What?
When there was like that protest parade thing, and in LA. Streets was like shouting stuff about Scotty. I just thought that was really dangerous.
The thing is, Scotty went and confronted him first. Scotty went and hunted him down.
I watched it. Hold on. I watched
with a bullhorn
clip of where he was off to the side and he said, "Oh, look at this! I'm going to do this. I'm going to get them." And he goes that street, past the Streets, because he's afraid of him. It goes to Jessica and starts, attacking her during this protest. The only response that Streets could have was, because it was a liberal parade, is Scotty was involved in the J6 MAGA movement, and that's not the place for this Antifa anti-Trump movement, right? Yeah. All he wanted was to go at supposedly Streets, but he passed Streets because he's strong and went and attacked Jessica. That's all it was. And I forgot the question.
Anytime that DOA has had a confrontation with a man, he always puts a woman in front of him to protect him, because he has a big mouth, but he does not stand behind what he pushes out.
Eric, because I'm in Austin and because I started with Pearl Snappy, I need to know more about that, just for me personally. I don't have an opinion either way. I'm just saying, I'm curious about what that is.
And I want to say, Pinche Becky has been one of the nicest, kindest people that I know on here. She's always been nice to me. She's always accepted me. I remember watching her at the encampment and watching her working hard, cooking, doing the work. And I remember DOA. I remember in the beginning how he was building her up and talking about how great she was and how great it was going to be that she was there cooking, and that she what did they call it, that she did with helping drug addicts. What's her position? There's a name. for it, and I can't think of it, but that she was there to help with
Sorry,
that.
I'm having a brain fart.
Yeah. Becky, what did they call what you do for drug addicts?
Harm prevention thing.
Yeah, and Scott
harm
was
prevention,
harm reduction specialist, and DOA
Yes.
was like building her up like this was a great thing, and this was going to be a great thing because they were going to allow homeless people to stay there in the tents and stuff.
Stop.
Which didn't make.
I'm going to tell you why he went after Becky.
Yeah, why?
He was a strong personality, and he was threatened. That's what I saw.
86 GOP was talking with Becky a lot and helped Becky a little bit.
Yeah.
And you cannot interrupt the flow of money to Swati.
Nope.
See, I don't notice all these little details.
Yeah.
I know, me neither. Me neither. I'm over here like you, out here in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, this is the most I've ever sat at a stream before. I'm like sitting here and I'm trying to read everything, and normally I'm off up and down, or I've got other screens open and everything, you know.
I know.
Yeah.
But when he was saying about
and she worked so hard that, you know, and to say the stuff that he did about her, my heart went out. And I, at that time, I wasn't really talking to Becky because her and I didn't really have any conversations or anything, but it was after I seen how she was treated, and my heart went out for her, and I knew that this person was a good person.
Even if Becky wasn't perfect, there were some things that they attacked and made her not look perfect. That's not the point.
No, we're not all perfect. And yeah, her and Aja got into it a little bit, and they're, Becky's a strong Hispanic woman. You're not going to push her around. I've been around Hispanic people in where I come from. There's a lot of Hispanic people, and I love a lot of them. And she's not a person to be pushed around. She's a strong woman, and I think you're right. DOA was threatened by that. He did not like that,
that's what I saw.
Yeah. And so he started plotting and planning on how to turn everybody against her. I don't buy the whole thing with the needles. And if there was needles involved, why is it that the needles were in the same tent that one homeless lady was sleeping in that stole everything?
You know what?
But even if there was needles, if she was giving out needles and crack pipes or whatever, it would be because she's a harm reduction person.
But she wasn't giving out needles at that time. She wasn't giving needles out at that time. But even if she was,
never gives out needles.
That's all.
Sorry, Becky. You speak for yourself, Becky. But I know already you don't give out needles.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
hon.
No.
I had to remember there was a scroll.
Love you, Becky.
In my videos or my backstage.
Actually, I'm glad you didn't bring me on panel when I asked you to. Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you. So the whole needle thing just never happened.
That is one.
I didn't buy it either.
No.
I know, but that's. Let me explain to you guys the background.
Yes, please.
When I went out there,
I want to know.
I knew absolutely nothing about Scientology.
I know.
Other than it was.
Neither did I 2 years ago.
Only that it was a book. Here in LA, we just think of it as, that crazy Tom Cruise self-help guru type of a thing. That's seriously how it's thought about here in LA.
Yeah, those people.
When I've always been in several communities, true crime, and the 1A community. That's where I came. Yes, you're right. You're right.
I respect you, Pup. I'll believe what you say.
That's when I came on board because of streets. The injustice that happened here with LAPD, and you guys see, That's just one tiny percentage of what happens here with them. Where I'm from, the area, the district, if you guys remember Jay, obviously you do, Jay Denver.
I met Jay in Austin because he's from Texas.
He's lovely.
He was taken to the precinct that where I live belongs to. That precinct, people were trying to defund the police, all of that, the rampart. These two precincts go hand in hand. They're dirty, dirty.
I could see. We all saw.
So when I saw what LAPD was doing to protesters, thank you, Eric. Yeah. When I saw what LAPD was doing to the protesters who were out there to speak on the abuse, because when I saw that, I saw Scientology, I was all like, oh, hell no, I must have skipped that video at least 3-4 times. This was when they were at the testing center and they were being harassed. So when I saw them out here on Blue, and I saw LAPD continuing the harassment, continuing the arrests, I became extremely angry because it's like, how fucking dare they? Excuse my language. I was going through a lot at that time with my own mother. And I felt I had no control over what was happening with my mom's health, with the other stuff that I was dealing with at that convalescent center. So my only thing that I can take a bite at that time was LAPD. So when I tell you that my first thought was, hell no, we're not going to let LAPD win this one. My anger was towards LAPD. It had nothing to do with Scientology until I heard Lara's story.
Yeah.
And then it was, oh, fuck no. How dare they? They did what? So when I tell you that I went out there to support the protesters, that's what I went out there for. I did not go out there I didn't even know who Serge and everybody else on the sideline was. I knew nothing about them. I was just watching the protests that had and I was angered by it. Later on, I found Aaron, Natalie, and everybody else, but that came after. Then it's now something that LAPD and Scientology, it just makes a lot of sense to everything that's going on here in LA. Not that I blame everything on Scientology, but you started to see the corruption more and more and more. So again, that's why I have always said, I'm not here to protest Scientology. I'm here to protest the abuses of Scientology. That's why they said I wasn't a protester. I did not call myself a protester. I'm an advocate.
Yeah.
That's what I am. I'm not a protester. I'm an advocate. And I have said that again and again and again. When I saw that they were starting to use the unhoused for their leverage, and I'm talking Scott here, I said, I don't think that's really going to fly that way. So I went out for the unhoused, something that you guys already know that I have a passion for. So my advocacy has always been children, elderly, and of course, we're leaving the marginalized community. I have a voice. I know how to use it.
Oh, yes, you do.
Thank you. I can be very loud or I can be very soft. but my voice is heard. So when I saw that, as a matter of a fact, Scott saw my certification. He saw it firsthand.
You know what? I don't even care about that.
But this is where the lies are being sent.
But he made a big deal over it.
I know. I remember.
Yes, this is what he held on to.
I know.
Yeah.
And about being put in a cage, and it's like, but you broke the law.
But that's a huge. So let me just finish this thought. So when 86 found out that I was certified, and Scott told them, and and they were going to build this encampment using the homeless, guess who they thought of? Becky.
Yeah.
He called me up and told me 86 wants to run this encampment, this takeover, this convoy, based on harm reduction, and we need you. Kim? Go ahead, Kim.
Finding out about the other protests he's been involved in makes a lot of these details moot for me.
Yeah.
Because all he wants is to be part of some protester movement, take control, and anybody with a strong voice he's going to hit and get rid of.
This is where I'm trying to tell you that all of the manipulation began.
Yeah, it did.
Pearl Snappy, Selfless. They all started.
They're my Austin people, and I don't know all the details there. I need to know.
No,
I
have never spoken badly about them until they brought my name.
She said she's got a voicemail message from you and from Feral Cheryl.
Who does?
Show it.
Yeah.
Show it.
Exactly,
you see that so-called voicemail. First of all, I'll be honest. I went through 4 or 5 days of no sleep. Half of the time, I was like, "Wait!" Everybody was trying to get a hold of me, talk to me. Yeah, that never happened. I can guarantee.
Can I tell you what happened to me with that? With the So, I don't want to get too detailed here, but before the opening of our Oregon Austin, I heard about it from Aaron's channel, and I was putting my email all over the chat to say, hey, we need to coordinate and stuff. Great. Pearl Snappy was already protesting, which was awesome. And I even texted her and I said, look, I don't want to be on camera. I'll hold your camera. I don't care. She when I showed up, she already had a tripod. My husband and other people since then noticed. I thought it was just me. She gave me such a cold shoulder.
She didn't like you
invading her space those first few days that you don't see because I wasn't live. And it was like that every time I showed up.
Yep.
And way before. And so what was funny is recently I was going through old videos to get some clips and stuff. And I saw in my chat that somebody said that exact. I thought, okay, maybe it's me. You question yourself. And there was somebody else in the chat that has since been a lot in the chat that I know said, I saw that she didn't want nothing to do with you.
Well,
anyway.
When I tell you guys that I knew nothing about what was going on in the background at all.
I don't.
When I was at it's a fact. Danny, Leah, all of them. I knew absolutely nothing about their channels. I was watching at that point. I was watching Scott, Danny, And
Yeah,
that's because
I'm good with almost everybody
no,
except
You were watching Streets too, Becky. I remember that.
yeah, of course, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he would come on and I would be like, whoa, because he handled the cops in the way that only LAPD can be handled. You know? When all this bullshit was happening in the background, I had no idea. This is what I'm trying to get at. All of a sudden, and I was in communication with Pearl by this time, but when things started hitting the fan,
I thought I was in touch with Pro Snappy. I can text her, but really, honestly, I didn't text her that often. I just showed up whenever I felt like it.
She texted me because she needed some assistance in something here in LA. And that's how, so again, when I tell you that I started trusting Nancy and Pearl and, then.
Same as all of us. We want to trust
Yes.
people.
Well, to me, it's like they're out there. They're the good guys, right? They're the good guys.
I thought so too. She taught me a lot.
In the middle of the encampment. Now, who did what we did, that doesn't matter. We all pitched in. Right. Slightly before then, I started getting the calls about Ellie. Ellie did this. So me again. This is how naive I was to this. My channel grew from a couple of hundred, maybe 100 subscribers, less than 100, because I never did any content, anything on LAPD. I would normally do a static video, clip it. That's all I knew. I only have a phone. So when things started coming, when Ellie had been my mod for 2 days. That's it. 2 days. At this time, I start hearing Ellie's this horrible person, and everything was just.
I went off on Ellie too. I was like, "Mod, not go in other streams and say stuff," and I was done.
Again, what they did to Ellie, and there's a lot that it's just it would be hours long. Anywho, when they told me that I had to let my mods go.
What?
And bring on somebody else's mods. All of this is happening in the background.
That was going on. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They were even telling Jay he had to get rid of Ellie as well.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Yep. What you guys don't know, and I've learned since, is that Ellie is not just a mod. If your ass ends up in jail, remember she comes from the 1A community. If you the protesters end up in jail, Ellie is the first one that will hop and go and contact that station and try to get you guys out. That's Ellie. Anything else that is the channel, that they modded this, that they did it, that, I'm going to tell you guys because I've since learned that there is nothing that I do, or rather that Ellie does, that I don't know. It's not the behind the scenes, you know what? I'm going to add my friend as a mod. No. Scooter Mom is a perfect example. Pup is a perfect example. Frotty is a perfect example. That there have been people in my chat that I know damn well. I know what they're doing in there. And they know that because it's my choice, I don't kick them off. And therefore, again, they may not like it or what have you, but they remain true to what we as content creators, streamers, whatever you want to call us, while we're out there. But in between all of this stuff that was happening in the background, me like an idiot, I hadn't slept in 3-4 days already. We're not even going to go into the Danny Lee and all of that BS. Again, it would take too many years.
That was news to me too.
When all of that is happening, I had not slept already in 72 hours. That day I was going to go back to the encampment And I just had this nasty feeling because of what happened with Sandra in the car the day before when she dropped me off. So I told my husband, you know what? I'm not going. The shock in his face. What? You're not going? No. I need to get to the beach, which is normally my safe place, is the beach. I called Hamid up. Hamid up had been going through her own treatment. I called her and I said, Hamid, you want to go to the beach? She says, let's go. She too had been out there. She too had put in money. She too had done whatever it may be, even if it was a body out there, help set up the income. She too was out there. She too needed that rest. So we headed out to Malibu. It's in Malibu where I start getting phone calls, one of them from South, telling me Becky, DOA, the encampment is going to get shut down. And I said, well, why? You're being called, you're being canceled because of Ellie. And if you don't get rid of, again, that was the second time I heard it. The day before, me and Scott had spoken. And that's when I did that long video explaining, no, me and Scott are good because he told me we were good. It was that day when I was at the beach that, and on top of this, remember, if you wanted to be out there, you needed to give personal information so that they can do a background check on you. I said, the fuck you will? I don't even ID to the LAPD. What makes you think I'm gonna be IDing to anybody? And I refuse to give my personal information to an email that I did not know where it was going to end up. Scientology is all I can think, and not that anybody was at that time, but all I can think was they're going to hack that email. Hell no, not me. Everything I was doing to protect myself was against Scientology. So I go to the beach. My phone starts blowing up. The encampment was shutting it down. What's going on? I had tried to call Scott. He didn't answer. He sent me a text as I'm getting off with 2 dogs, Hammy, my stuff, trying to avoid getting hit on Pacific Coast Highway. When I finally made that, I somehow hit I guess it was the light. I didn't even know I could do that on a Samsung, okay? So then I start getting all these messages. So I tell Hammy, it looks like something is up. You know what? You stay here. I walked way to the other side of the beach just so they wouldn't know I was with Hammy. And that's when I got into that panic with Scott. And that's the first time that he ever asked to see my certificate. I was at the beach.
I remember that.
And after that, it was, you're canceled, because I said, when he said I had to get rid of my mods, remember, he said on that stream that I had to, I said, and Ellie, and if I don't, then you got me at the encampment.
And like, he was using mods as like soldiers to attack.
That's because that's an idea that he saw out in the convoy. Okay, that came from the convoy, and it wasn't even his idea. They were doing all kinds of, all these mods infiltrate into the smaller channels so that they can control every single thing that he claimed Ellie was doing is what he was doing.
Exactly. And Pearl Snappy was a part of that because she was doing the same thing. She was going into other channels as a mod and doing exactly what they were accusing Ellie of doing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I played nice with Pearl.
She had a lot to do with Liz Ferris. How Liz Ferris just imploded and everything. A lot of that had to do with Pearl Snappy getting in her ear. I'm not saying that Liz is perfect or anything.
Nope.
But
nobody's perfect.
But yeah, Pearl Snappy had a lot to do with that.
And see, this is the things that I can't follow where I'm at. It's so many mods and chats and live streams that I need information about. All I knew is what I was personally dealing with in my little bitty channel
Yeah.
all the time. And literally, my husband is a really cool, level-headed guy.
Yep.
But when he saw the way Pearl treated me the first couple times I went out, he lost his shit.
Yep.
Because she was so cold and confrontational, called me out about something I said. And I'm like, I have fibro fog. I probably got that wrong. Because I was approaching on her territory. She was always cold. And I was going to email MLH myself about this because I didn't want to be like.
He can give you more on that detail because, like I said, I'll be here. I knew absolutely none of that. It wasn't until
about me
and when I walk about anybody,
me
here and there, I knew that there was someone that had come in because remember, Paul came out to LA, and that was one of those side. It was one of those side notes that you kind of overhear, but because when you talk about me, I don't get into people's business. I was hearing that Leah and Danny from Sandra, Leah and Danny and this and that, and I was all like, "Oh my God, you
What
guys
is
got
going on with
drama."
Danny? All I know is Danny and Leah were kind of sweet. They came out here.
Yeah, I did not see.
Happened?
I did not see anything else other than what you just said. To me, again, whatever little side dramas these people had, I was all like, I'm not out here for drama. I'm out here because LAPD is an ass.
Well, I understand that Danny needed a lawyer and there was money involved and all that.
All of that.
But how is he a bad actor? Or
let me tell you something. I'm a very forgiving person.
Me too.
Okay. I can forgive, but you know what? Once you break a certain level of trust with me, then it's like, you see, I can forgive you a little lie why you didn't want to, hey, weren't we supposed to do lunch? You know what? My dog, I had to take him to the vet, and it turns out that you had a new boyfriend over. That I can forgive. I'd be like, the hell? You sure? Because that type of, if you're going to keep a friendships as long as I've had mine since junior high, and their idea, I'm just being truthful. There's certain things that's forgivable. Don't get me wrong. The next time they ask me to go out to lunch, I'll be like, I'm heading out to lunch. I'll see you if I see you. But again, my friends know. I've had my friends since junior high. I've had friends for 20, 30, 40 years. My best friend that passed away in my lap, I knew her since the second grade. I don't discard people that easily. But there's a certain level of disrespect. And I'm going to tell you something. If I do something that is wrong, if I make a mistake, I am the very first one that's going to go, oops, shit. What are you guys going to do? Tar and feather me? Stop being my friend? Okay. That's the consequences for me. But I'm going to be the first one that tells you I fucked up real quick. I'd rather you hear it from me than you hear it from someone else.
Yeah, me too.
So when they claimed that they found a needle in a tent and that I had brought him in, yeah, I said, no, I didn't. I don't do needle exchange. When he ran with that story that I wasn't certified and that I had taken and passed out needles and the lies that came from that, I said, what the hell?
So weird.
After he had built you up for being.
You know what? It wasn't even that. I wasn't even mad at that.
Control. He thought
it was the straight up lie. It was the lie to me.
Yeah.
And it just grew, and I got attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked, and it has not stopped in 10 months.
Big time attacked.
You see, that lie that came out of his mouth so easily and so believable is what got me to start looking into these so-called trolls that I went, fuck.
Yeah.
Because every troll that came into my chat, I'm not here to talk about no protester. That's why everybody knew me from the chats. Everybody knew that if I saw this protester and I wasn't behind scenes and now this protester and this chat is going on here and they're taking it over there, that's why these protesters knew that if I said something in the chat, it was for a reason. If I saw the whole, oh, so and so said this and this, I would say, no, that didn't happen. Because I was in everybody's chat supporting everybody. And I'm gonna tell you that if it was Solomon, I didn't care who it was that was out there. I was out there for support. I'm not nobody's mama. I'm not nobody's auntie. I'm out there for the people that were out there. Period. Dot. End of story. So when those lights came out so quickly and so believable, that's when I said, oh, no, dude, not. And then the Natalie attack. Go ahead. Sorry, Kim.
No, you're fine. Oh, shit, I missed some stuff.
Well, you remember when Jay this was after the whole Ellie, when DOA and Snappy and Selfless had them on panel. And Jay was down in Austin and he was skating and Selfless was there and Selfless was just going ballistic. And I had gone into Selfless's channel and I said, hey, man, let's just get along. He called me a troll and he blocked me. And all I said was, hey, let's get along.
I was going to say one thing, but you changed my mind. The first thing I was going to say is, what the F are we doing with this high school bullshit?
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but then what you just said.
What's scary about this?
How I'm missing everything. I saw Jay.
And what's scary about this is now Selfless and Snappy are going to Portland, and there's Nora there.
What?
Are they going to affect Nora like they did with Liz? That's what I'm
worried. If you notice,
they already have, Doug.
Watch who is behind every second gen. You watch who's behind every second gen. The second gen was their way of getting that grasp on money. Because when I got given the boot, I was given the boot because I didn't agree with every person that was out there. He asked me about every single protester, and guess what? I didn't say not one bad thing about anyone. Who I did say something about was Aja. And guess what? I had already told Aja myself. We had already squashed it. So that audio that Aja heard, she had already heard that from me. I don't know why it came to such a shock. She even apologized later on. All that drama was created by Scott. By then, Danny had gotten the RO. And so many things were happening when we did the memorial for Natalie. Look how he came after every single chat that I would go into. So I stopped going into people's chat. I didn't feel safe.
That was the point.
Yes. Guys. So what he didn't count on
after Poe was because Poe would stick up for you. And he couldn't stand that.
And I'm going to tell you what he didn't count on. He didn't count on Becky having as much support as Becky had, because Becky had never disrespected anybody in a chat.
Anybody that had a little bit of more attention power than him, he went after.
He thought I was gonna be isolated. He wasn't counting on the scooter moms. He wasn't counting on the Natalie. He wasn't counting on a hell of a lot of people that stood up for me, including, and I'm gonna tell you, this is the first time in my freaking life where I've been able to completely melt down and not ask anybody to stand up for me because I've never done that. People came and stood up for me without me asking, and that right there
Because
is what still keeps me
what?
here.
Because we
It
love you,
wasn't
Becky, and we've
about.
seen you for who you are.
It
Thank
wasn't
you.
about
You
who could
shine,
talk about
Becky. You
who.
shine.
Sorry.
I'm telling you, that's the only reason why I continue to be in this community. Because I was all like, oh fuck no, not me. And I wanted to make sure Laura was okay. You see, me and Laura had a long conversation, and that's a whole, again, all of this is a whole other mess. The Danny thing, let me tell you why I will never forgive Danny. The lies that he said that I was calling him up at 3, 4, and 5 o'clock in the morning, and Leah saying that she heard me talking to Danny at those hours of the night, it's a lie. But you know what?
Danny's
Even
been
that.
lying as well. Is there anyone that hasn't been doing so?
Even that I could forgive. Let me tell you what I will not forgive from Danny. The fact that Poe, even after they had already started going after me, even after Danny had already done a couple of shitty moves on me, Poe and Sir
Oh, I
Crepitus
know Poe and Sir Crepitus.
still, they still get,
They
Poe,
always said
Sir
that.
Crepitus had given him thousands of dollars.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Over two, yes.
Who
And
gave
for
thousands?
him to say that Sir Corruptus and claim he had all these lies and that I was that me and Poe and Sir Crepitus were trying to throw him in a cage. That's so they can go after the two officers. Remember, they're officers, so they must be the bad guys, right? Let's go
Oh,
after
yeah.
these bad guys. But for
Eric,
him, for Danny to say that Sir Crepitus was Sir Corruptus and that Poe and this, that was a bunch of
oh my
bullshit. You
God.
see,
Those were
because
just well-meaning
even through
people.
all of this, let me tell you what they told me about Danny. Because they knew the issues I was already having with Danny and his life. And this is what they told me. They're a kid, Becky. You know what? They're kind of, they're learning. And you know what? And I never said, don't give them anything. On the contrary, when people were saying that, why don't they take a plea deal? And if you guys look back into Aaron's chat, and when Aaron was going on and on about the protesters and them taking plea deals, what I said in Aaron's chat was in defense of Nora, Nancy, and even Danny. And Nancy had already done one on me. Okay? And I told them some people can't take plea deals because they will lose their licenses. Some people cannot take a plea deal because they have other legal issues. And some people can't take a plea deal because if they didn't do anything bad, I'll be damned if I was going to take one. I'm sorry, I saw your hand.
Yeah,
Tim.
yeah. Eric's wanting
Eric
to talk.
wants to say something.
Everything that Eric, let me tell you. I'm sorry,
We're all
Eric.
passionate about this.
Where's Eric? Did I lose you, Eric?
No, I'm here.
Still here. Go ahead, Eric.
So, what I said before that you was in the panel, I meant every word, and
I appreciate you.
yeah, and you have been through a lot throughout the encampment and through everything that you have dealt with, and so you know and know from all of us that you are loved and we love you and we have your support and 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 that we will always be there, when we need you, and
Thank you.
and since we all deal with mental health, and me dealing with high functioning autism and my other disabilities and stuff, we all deal with our struggles, and we all have words of wisdom from one another, and we don't need any drama or anyone that you know that are toxic. We need to like start fresh and have a clean slate and start over and be with the people that are supportive. That's what we all need to do.
I agree.
I agree.
Thank you. Very well said, Eric.
Yeah.
And I agree with that 100%. That's why a lot of this
No,
stuff.
you know, Becky gives me a hard time all the time about my boat.
Because you have
I
a dinghy.
beautiful bass boat. It's a nice bass boat. She always calls it a little dinghy. And then people think that she's talking about my, you know what, my Johnson. And it's like, excuse me.
If people don't know that a dinghy is a small boat, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I think some people are thinking that I actually have a little dinghy.
I know, that's why it's so funny. Because they only saw your boat.
That's why I changed the picture. I have a vehicle now instead of a boat.
I know. I saw that.
Yeah.
It's true. You know, again, a lot of this I had originally, I would only defend myself. I never attacked. It's just until Eric finally spoke up again. And I saw that he was Eric Rader, and he was getting everything that was happening that happened to me, that he was keeping quiet for the same reason. We don't like the drama. We don't want the drama. We try to avoid the drama. She had seen me in her chat many times very early on. And I never said anything in there. If people said anything about me, I would either get out, one or two. If it was something negative, because they did make some comments in there, I would always come up with a smart ass remark until I started noticing that sometimes a lot of people can't speak up and they don't like that negativity drawn to them. And that's why I didn't go into many of the then smaller channels, because I knew that they were new protesters, new streamers, and I didn't want their channel affected.
Right.
I lost overnight close to 900 subscribers, not just because of the Scott thing, but because people in the background that I had I'll just say the mods, and it was not Ellie. By then, Ellie had she was handling her issues, okay? And when I saw the amount of people blocked that I never blocked, that's when I knew that the gig was up. And I said, that's the minute that I unmodded those very people that were harming my channel, everything stopped. Now, let me tell you something about me. I don't do this because I want to be known. I don't do this because, oh my God, I'm an influencer. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You know, so to me, my channel subscribers doesn't mean anything, whether it's 20,000, whether it's 100, because I don't monetize my channel on purpose. You see, any type of activism that I've ever done, and it's money out of my pocket.
Me too, hon. Me too.
Don't get me wrong. Because I deal with the encampment. I do have people that support that portion of it that is not in this community. So I don't need the money. I mean, can I use it? Hell yeah. And my bills are paid. But I would love to go on vacation. I would love to go and, you know, there's a lot of things that and I don't think there's anything wrong with making money from a channel at all. That's why I give memberships. That's why I give I do I don't do super chats anymore. But if you guys all remember, I have giving memberships to many channels, and I've always done that. That was my way of supporting. You know, it was my way of, because I really felt that what I was doing out there really wasn't a big deal. Until, wait a minute, until I was told, and here you thought you were going to make a difference. This is one of Scott's trolls. That's when I went, well, goddamn, I must be more important than I even thought. If they're coming after me this hard, you know what? I must be more effective because you see, you guys don't see what I do behind when YouTube isn't on. I speak to these people one-on-one on the Uber, at the market, at this. That's why I have always said, and if you guys remember, you do not need money to be a protester or an advocate. I've said that from day one. Using your voice is the only thing that you need, and that doesn't cost you money. You're at the market, you can easily slip it in there. Find your way of having those elevator pitches. You see, talking to people come very easy to me. I know not a lot. I mean, I know a lot of people it doesn't. But I can go into a place not meeting anybody, and I can guarantee you that I can come out of there and they'll be walking me to the car, making sure I'm safe. I can.
No way, Becky. I don't believe you.
Shit. Trust me, the next day I'll be sitting at their house cooking them some enchiladas.
I could see that.
That's just, I know who I am. I know what my community expects from me because I know I come from the Latino community. A lot of them are afraid to even raise their voice because one, oh my God, immigration, two, and now with everything that's going on, I have always spoken up for my community. This isn't anything new. And Becky,
We wouldn't have you any other way.
Like I said earlier,
saying that you're so meek and mild and shy. I mean,
I can be.
Like I said earlier, she is a strong Hispanic woman. She is very strong, very strong.
I had to be. If you were going to get out of the neighborhoods that I lived in and that I live in, you best believe that you better find a way of how to talk out of your way out of
Becky,
everything.
I don't just let anybody make fun of my boat. You're the only one that gets away with it.
I swear I crack up every time because Doug knows that I'm teasing you. It's an inside joke now. And wait, Doug, you brought it up. I had promised you no more dingy jokes, remember?
No,
I never said anything about your car.
Well, yeah. Well, we don't want to go there, but no, I've always enjoyed it, Becky, because we've formed a friendship, and I know it's weird. How can you have a friendship on the internet? But you do.
Oh, you can.
and I have formed a friendship with you, and
I appreciate it.
And I care about what goes on with you. I know Sir Crepitus and I have had long talks about the crap that you've had to go through. So,
well, if you would have asked me a year ago to sign up for this, I would, and somebody with the crystal ball told me, if you choose the red pill, you'll see this. If you choose the blue pill, you'll get this.
That wasn't on my radar either. Honey.
I would have run. That was, this whole year has not been in my bingo card. But I will tell you this.
Me neither.
If at the end of the day we can reach, and I'm not aiming for one person, okay? I'm aiming for 10. If I can come across through 10 people in my community, and then I'm talking here where I live, if I can come across and make sure that 10 people did not go into Scientology, then you know what? Every single thing that I have gone through, every single lie, every single kick in the gut that I've been through, I would do it all over again. Because then you see, then my life had some type of meaning. And I say that quite literally. You don't know until, like my dad, for me, my dad was a hero. What he did for his community, and I saw the outpour of people that came. not even to his funeral, because we held it out of the country. If I can just even half of what my parents have managed to obtain, I'll be happy. I will.
Me too. T. So I wanted to ask T, which was a good answer, because look at my title. The more I find out, the more confused I am.
Oh yeah, up there.
I'm more confused than before.
Becky, I just want to say it's lovely to hear your voice, and I've missed you, and I'm sorry I haven't been around for you. I've just been in a really, really bad headspace lately. And
I know.
I did email you when you disappeared, but it was off my other email address, so maybe it went to your junk, because I have a weird, stupid email that it's weird. I've got two accounts. One was a really stupid name, and then I got the new one, but the stuff from the new one and the old one, they go in the same one. I don't know. And
don't worry, T. Look, I don't want to change anybody. Again, I'm not, just like Scientology, I'm not here to change anybody's whatever they want to do.
I'm just worried because, I don't know. I've seen
you and I, we've always been good.
Yeah.
We've always been good. I'm not going to lie. When I see you in that chat, the concern is not for me, because I know me and you are good.
Yeah.
My concern is, like, I remember that email that I sent you. Now, let me tell you something about, and all you said was thank you. Your reply was thank you. But you see, I wasn't there to change your mind. I never said what, and I'm going to tell you guys what was in that email. I said, can he bring you additional, and this is after what comment that was in her stream. And I told her, and this is after, because we were exchanging emails for other reasons, nothing to do with this. I was the one that brought it up to her. And I said, he can build your channel or something of the sort. He can build your channel, bring you subscribers, get everything you want. But I will tell you this, the minute that you do something that he perceives as bad, the minute you have an opinion that does not agree with him, oh, trust me, those subscribers will drop.
Yes, sorry. I couldn't remember. I remember now.
And all he said was thank you. I wasn't there to change your mind.
Oh,
Again,
no. Listen,
I know, honey.
If I just said thank you, look, I take a while to process things, and that's why I shouldn't open my mouth straight away, because
but it's not even about that. It wasn't even. I just want people to know that you didn't come and we didn't exchange like, oh, I think he's this, I think he's that. Because Scooter Mom can tell you that me and her have never even had that conversation other than here, and she's one of my moms. I've never gone around and just dumping on anybody. That's not my purpose here. My purpose here is to build people up.
Oh, I know. I just,
and it's not, it's really no. I just want people to proceed with caution. If you're going to accept his help, it comes with strings attached.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I want people to know. I'm not saying anybody. And I'm talking to chat and the lurkers and everybody. Don't think that I'm trying to change anybody's mind. Don't go to his chat. Don't do this. Don't do that. Support who you want to support.
No, I never thought that.
But I'm going to tell you something. There's people that gravitate to this kind of BS because they're the same way people gravitate to where they can help because they're bedridden, because of whatever reasons, empathy, we've been through it, trauma, because that's what a lot of us gravitate to. There's also people that gravitate to the opposite. You know what? I can't be this angry mofo. So you know what? I'm going to channel it through here. The same way that people gravitate for empathy is the exact same way that other people's gravitates towards I can't do harm just laying here. This is the way I'm going to do my harm.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh.
The thing is, T.
It's okay, Eric. Don't worry.
We don't have any strings attached to you here. You know, we're not you do your
Thank you.
thing, and you know, it's just what Becky was saying. The concern is when you are over there, it puts you in a bad light to where some people are going to look at that and think, oh wow, you're one of them, and it puts you in a bad situation. It's it's like if your kids are hanging with somebody that that's trouble,
Right.
and other people in the neighborhood are going to see your kid hanging with that person, with that other kid that's trouble, even though your kid's not trouble, but other parents are going to be thinking, well, T's child must be trouble because they're hanging out with that other child, so
Right.
that's kind of
when
what
you put
it
like
does.
that, I get it, and I am very childlike. Like seriously,
No, but I wasn't meaning it that way.
But no, I know you won't. But I know you won't. But I think that we're going back to what you sent in the email that you just said, because I don't remember the whole email. All I remember is you sending me an email with help for Germany. Was it the same one as that? The same.
It was that same email.
Right. Okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
My memory is terrible.
No. I wasn't expecting a response. You see, it's like me.
Oh, I thought it was a bad thing. All I said was
I trust people until they give me a reason not to trust them. That's just me.
The same. It's supposed to be the other way around.
That's just me.
Yeah.
So when people come at me and we try to warn you with these, we try to warn you BS, and we told you, then you know what? Who do you think I'm going to go to? Am I going to go to and listen to the ones that we told you so? Or the ones that are, you know what, sis? Been there, done that. And they're not going to shame you for believing in something. They're not going to shame you for making that mistake. They're not going to judge you for it, whatever. You know what? I don't expect anybody, I'm not going to go out and tell people, oh, he's this evil monster, because they're not going to believe it. You know what? He is a charmer. I'm going to tell you that. He's very charming. I know that, he has a way of doing things that brings a shock value. Let me tell you, those are the things that I can tell you positively that gravitated me to his. Yes,
deters me.
it was how loud he was. It was to me. I saw it as passion. To me, you see, when he stays focused, and his focus is to bring attention, he does come up with some great ideas. Some not so great.
It's all theater, though. It's all theater.
I'm trying to tell you, I fell for the theater. I felt for the magician. He tells you he's a magician. I'm not putting any work.
Yeah.
And you know what? Some people, it's not until you live it that so some people will learn. If I have nephews and nieces, I had to tell one that stove is hot, and he's not going near the stove. The other one, as my dad would say, era más mencito. He had to put his hand on the stove to realize that it was hot. I told both of them the same thing, right? One had to touch it. The other one took my word for it.
Yeah. I think that the real revealing thing to me was when we started getting people from the other communities, the other, stuff that he was doing before he came here. And they started warning us. And of course, he's telling us, they're a bunch of trolls. They're just trolls. Yeah. They're bad people. They're bad actors. And so, and a lot of us, we ignored it. We ignored it. It's like, yeah. But guess what? What they were saying was all true.
That's I'm gonna tell you what I'm.
They weren't lying.
Yeah, and
I'm here to support, and I've said this, Scooter Mom, have I not? Wherever she went, and Friday can tell you this, and I said it many times. You know what? Some of us learn different.
Yeah,
but we learn, and they need to find a place. Now, I don't want to make this my channel to be a. You know what? I'm your support group, because now I got too much shit on my shoulders already.
Yeah, God forbid we have lives.
Yeah, but I'm talking Scientology, my stuff, whatever it is that I plan on doing with my channel. Because if you notice, in the description of my channel, it says nothing about being a protester.
Right. A
So
lot of
if
people
people
were.
want to follow me and they've
Activism and
had to
protesting
touch
are
that
different.
stove to get, to finally sink in that the stove is hot, then we're going now. You got one chance with me. You can come into my channel, behave, this continue, whatever you want to call it, protesting, activism, whatever you want to see it as,
Right.
and let's move forward with that.
Right.
But don't fuck with me a second time.
We're
Because you
gonna
see,
come
now
out
there
on
won't
the
be
other
a
side.
second time.
I
Then it's,
felt
I'm
obliged.
going to drop you.
I kind of felt obliged to go into his chat because he helped me, but I didn't ask for his help.
Yeah, I agree. He does.
That's how it works.
People are saying that I went in his chat and whinged, but it was the other way round. He sent people over to me, and then I
Yes,
went
I
in his
know.
chat to sort of say, I don't even know if I said thank you, just to say, let's see what was going on. So
let me tell you how I believe that works. And this is something that, we've been talking about it with some people. It's like how this is what me and someone else have said. We believe because I didn't notice this until Sal. I had seen Sal so many alternate accounts. I thought you can just have one too. I knew about maybe here and there another one too, but I never thought that you can make 100, 300 alt accounts. So if 20 people have 200 alt accounts and they all go to your channel and subscribe, what do you think is going to happen the minute that somebody snaps their finger and says, you know what, you're a bad actor now? What happens to that channel immediately? So did you really have 200 real people supporting you, or did you have 20 with 200 alt accounts? You know what I mean?
that's a lot of work. Jesus.
People, people have they sit and that's, oh my God, it's their life. They just go on the computer and troll. Because I get trolls every once in a great while. And this is what I say to them. I'm like, so you have nothing better to do than sit in your mom's basement and be going into people's chats you don't know and being a jerk? We have fun with them on my channel.
Well, so do I. But let me tell you, some of them are not even, if they would be kids sitting in their parents' basement, but these are old grown ass people that now have no life. They're bitter, they're angry, they're resentful. And you know what? Now these are the ones that are living and they're just existing. This is how they get their little high.
And the
still
thing
a lot of
is,
work.
the normal people like us
Crazy.
don't understand those kind of people. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know? We just have to learn to navigate this BS.
And I'm not here to be nobody's mama. I've said that many times. I'm not here to be nobody's mama, and I
got
already
that
have
covered,
a kid.
apparently.
Oh shit! I love my scooter mom.
See, that's when I talked about the toxic friend. That's what sociopaths do. They act needy, and she wanted me to do everything for her. She couldn't even freaking call. This was a long time ago before the internet. Call and check on bus tickets. I remember that was one of the first things she did. And that's what they do. They make you feel needed, and they work on your ness, and it's just a whole thing. And the thing is, I saw this so many months ago, but I knew nobody would listen to me.
I'm gonna have to go.
Well, this is where I don't believe in, we're the matriarch or we're this. I know I heard it from Hammy. I don't believe in we're the adults in the room. Now, you see, I already put in a lot of my time into raising a well-productive human being, I'm here for, now it's your guys.
I've got to get and the child.
T.
All right, T.
Okay, don't worry.
Thank
Well,
you,
I-
everyone.
it was
Thank you
nice
for
talking
listening.
to you, T.
No,
It was.
And don't stress out. Everything's going to be
Don't
okay.
stress.
We're
I'm
not
glad
we're
we
not
did this.
upset at you here.
I'm
We're
really
not.
glad
I'm
we
not.
did this, and thank you. I really
Oh,
appreciate you all listening to
thank
me.
you,
And
T. Take care.
thank you. All right.
I,
Lots of love,
Take care,
everyone.
T.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I really
You know
believe
how
that it's time for the youngins to kind of put in the work, and we're here, so when they kind of fall on their face, we're like, you know what, get up, shake it off. Oh, did it hurt? Here, let me put a Band-Aid on it. I'm here for that, but I would do that with anybody's kids. I'm not here to have anybody on my shoulder anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's kind of like so I see these kids out, and I call them kids,
Mhm. Me
because
too.
I'm 55. I see these kids out there. I'm
Me
gonna still
too.
do my thing. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. I'm gonna still do me. But if
Mhm.
I see a kid that falls in the middle of the sidewalk, I'm gonna pick them up. Are you okay?
It's
Shake it
morning
off.
for you,
Keep on
Brian.
going.
We're like, it's early for him. Where?
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of early here too. It's 1:30.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's 4:26 here.
Oh man.
I love you,
I don't
Scooter
know how you're
Mom.
doing it.
26. You win. Mom.
Love you
But I
too,
mean, it's
Becky.
been such an engaging conversation. How can we leave? I mean,
Right?
going from
What was that, Kim?
10
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, how can we leave? It's such an engaging conversation.
Yes.
And I'm like, and I said a second ago, I said this. I'm like, see how easy it is to talk to people that you're
Yes.
questioning or people have said things about and air this crap out. Oh my.
Yep.
If you go, I'm going to say it again. I'm not trying to promote it as much as I learned from experience 30 years ago, at least, maybe a little less. I had this crap happen in a friend group. So I did a stream about toxic friends and how to deal with them. So I had a friend, then I had my sister I had to stop talking to that did the same stuff that DOA and others are doing. And I had to research it back when there was no internet. And they're a psycho / sociopath. It didn't really, where they don't live in the world we do. In their mind, I asked my mom about it. I said, why does she lie all the time? And my mom said, we didn't have the mental health words. She said, somebody who's a habitual liar believes the things that they say. They've created this world in their mind where they believe it. And there is literally nothing you can do or say to this person that will fix
Well,
it.
that's Alzheimer's as well. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not just
But I
social,
mean,
but
yeah.
I can navigate through a lot of it. Again, I unfortunately, I've had an older aunt with Alzheimer's. My mom has Alzheimer's, and her younger sister has Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
I
My
know
dad
how
has
to jump
dementia.
into, yeah, you kind of learn how to jump in and out, in and out. But I also, you see, in their cases, they have absolutely no control over it. For reals, for reals. You know what? In some cases, people use mental health issues to get away with what they're doing.
Yeah,
And that's the difference.
true too.
It's not that you see, when people lie, oh, you know what? No, I just went and bought myself a nice Gucci purse, and I know damn well that it says Gucci on it. You see, you can sit there. There's certain things that, again, you can lie about, and it's like, okay, like you were saying, Kim, those lies in your family. What did you call it? Obituary liar.
Habitual liar.
Your sister. Okay.
Different words.
We all know that certain people can control themselves around whoever they need to control themselves around. You see, anyone, I had to deal with, again, what do they call it? Oh my God, help me.
Say it again.
What is it when you see my brain just left me? Narcissism. It was one narcissistic personality, or whatever the hell they said he
I
had it.
found
The
out it
other
was
one,
more intense than narcissism. It went
I
into,
don't even know which one is which, but I'm gonna tell
well,
you
I
that.
went into sociopath and psychopath in my
Well,
state. It was way
my
worse.
son's father gave me the best lesson in that. That was before I knew anything about narcissism and this and that. And here, the only type of mental health information that I had at the time was bipolar
Right.
and schizophrenia.
And it
That's it.
doesn't cover
Nothing
this.
else.
That does not
Yeah,
cover what that dude is
I
doing.
learned about being on the spectrum due to a family member. That's when I
Yeah, well,
started. And
he's not on the spectrum. He's
no,
just plain
no,
evil.
this is
No,
what
he's a
I'm saying,
psychopath.
that all
He's
type
literally a
of mental
psychopath.
health, and now, I don't know, I can't diagnose. I'm just saying that
Well,
all
no, we
types
can't.
of mental health, we all have some type of mental health issue. There's certain mental health issues, schizophrenia, that I can tell you that is something way different than being a narcissist. I had to deal with a narcissist. And I'm telling you, this is textbook. My son's father. I'm not. It's not that I hate him or anything. On the contrary, it took me many years, even after I went no contact for 10 years. The abuse started up all over again. He chose it, not me. But when he chose it, and I said, okay, now this is the last thing you're gonna do for me, to my son, then it was no contact. Unfortunately, there are people out there like that. Oh, well, narcissists, they can't control bullshit. Yes, they can control it. They can control it in front of the right people.
Right.
I've seen
Right.
it. I lived it. I survived it. So I'm telling you, a lot of people nowadays, they want to use their mental health. They want, yes, there's certain things that it's true.
Yes.
Again, there's people on the spectrum. Anything being now on the autistic, being autistic can mean something very different, and it looks very different on many people.
Because I think my son has that. Here's my issue on all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I had a thought and it went away. Dang it. It was something more all encompassing, and I just, oh my God, my neck just popped and it hurts. It goes all the way up here. Ah.
Well, I know, Kim, when you know that one live where you were talking about this person that you knew. Yeah. Because I mean, I had something similar with that. I had a neighbor who pretty much he would go to each one of us and tell us well, so and so's saying this about you, and so and so's doing this, and it kept all of us neighbors from talking, and we didn't talk. Right. And in fact, all the neighbors thought that because I was relatively new. I'd moved into the neighborhood, and they all thought I was like, because it was like condos that I lived in, and they all thought that I was sent there by management, and that I was a person spying on them. And I had listening devices and a telescope that is watching them. And a family across the street, it was a Hispanic family, and their daughter was turning 15, 16, whatever age that they throw the big party for 15. Their daughters, 15. They put tarps around their yard. I'm thinking, what the heck are they doing? That doesn't make any sense. Well, the reason they were putting it up was because they were all paranoid. They were thinking I was spying on them. And when we finally started talking, we found out all of these lies, and this guy, the power that he had, he no longer had. And
oh my God, that's exactly what I
and then he wound up moving. They wound up moving. I mean, it was so bad. We were out in the street popping champagne bottles as they were driving up, like
champagne in the refrigerator.
But that's what I see DOA does. That's what I see Scott does.
Me too.
He gets all of us fighting and stuff.
But not only does he do that, he cuts people off. So if you see, I'm very direct. If Scooter Mom said something, or if I think Scooter Mom did, I don't allow somebody to tell me that Doug has a telescope on there. I'm gonna go over to you and be like, so how big is your telescope? I'm gonna go and confirm this.
It's a
What kind of?
dinghy.
Hey, I'm looking into spy cameras. What kind of spy camera do you have?
We didn't have
Well,
cameras
you know
back
what I
then,
did when I
honestly.
found that out? I went into my son's bedroom and grabbed his telescope, and I went out in the front yard and I was looking in their window as they came out, and I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" And they were just looking at me because all of a sudden, all those lies that they were doing, it all turned on them, and everybody
Yes,
started
it
going after
eventually
them.
implodes.
Yeah.
It will implode every time.
It's you finally get to, and you know what? It's funny because sometimes you don't go looking for the answer; it just kind of lands in your lap. Like I could be walking down the street and or in a stream in this case, but now I see Kim, and it's like, wait a minute, I thought you had 4 kids, or oh hi, how are your kids? Anything, just to be polite.
Deja vu.
Just to be polite, right? I'm just being polite to Kim, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, oh, hi, I'm your neighbor. I know you have 3 kids. Here you go. I bought you 3 Cokes, whatever it was. I bought you 3 7-Ups. I bought you 3 candies for your kid. And Kim is looking at me like, you know what? I can't give chocolate to my dog. What do you mean your dog? I thought you had 3 kids. No, I only have 3 dogs. Oh, shit. Well, the neighbor over there told me you had 3 kids. You see, sometimes it just kind of falls in your lap.
Yep.
Other times, you'd start seeking. I don't believe everything everybody tells me. I'm gonna tell you that. I trust you until you give me a reason not to, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna go and confirm what you just said.
Well, exactly.
They call that gullible, but I disagree with gullible. When I want to believe people that look legitimate, that is not gullible. That means I believe them. It's not fair to call us gullible. But
I didn't say gullible.
Well, it's like all my neighbors.
In general.
He goes around saying that I have a dinghy, and they come over and they're like, wow, man, so what kind of a man are you if you just got a dinghy? And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? It would be more like this. Let me tell you how that would go. It would be more like this. So how did you wait? You just told me that you want all these trophies. I didn't know that a dinghy can go by so fast. But I'm sorry if it sounded that way. I'm trying to explain it the way I kind of see things in my head. I don't. When I explain things, it's stuff that how I see it, kind of like I know my brain thinks very differently. So, and because I know that my brain just thinks very differently, and I know that if mine is just as crazy in my own head, I know everybody else has a brain that thinks very differently. So I never take things personal. I can't,
really? Why?
Certain things.
Hold
like
on,
certain things, when I say personal, like for example,
Hold on, Becky. Hold on a second.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Explain to me why.
Why I don't take things so personal?
No. Kirby, we're responding to Kirby's mom in chat.
Explain to me why you stand with DOA. Because I'll tell you why I don't. Because here's the thing. What good is that person doing to pit all of these people against each other? Go watch, before I even talk to you, about a week ago, I did a stream called My Toxic Friend. Go watch that and then talk to me, because I want to know what your opinion is on it.
So, Kirby's mom, since your comments are addressed to me, and yes, I do try to be fair and see all sides of the situation, I will also tell you, quite honestly, that I am and have been done with Scott for quite some time, because as I see it, his behavior has been nothing but destructive for months. Yes, he did do some very good protesting when he first came on the scene. But
Right.
that devolved into nothing but personal attacks and
Mhm.
pitting people against each other. And I don't have any time for that. And I understand that you don't necessarily see it the same way. And I
Right.
hope that we can continue to be civil with one another. But as I said, I don't have any time for him. I'm not attacking him. I am just simply telling you what I see and how I feel about it.
Yes. I haven't said any like horribly mean things about him. I have literally tried to just talk about his behavior, what he's doing, how it has been destructive to the protest movement and has gotten rid of so many people, how he attacks so many people. And there's nobody else in this community that does that.
Let me tell you what I see and why I don't take it. People that are supporting him, and and again, that's why I said he does have
I'm
a
not
certain
hateful
charm.
to them. I
Yeah,
feel
but
sorry.
it's one thing to want to see his good side and only his good side. I get that. You only want to see the good side, and you want to continue to support that. That I understand. What I don't understand is I support him, therefore I'm going to attack you.
Yeah.
That's the difference. That's what I don't support. If you want to support it, by all means, go for it. But
But
where I
I was
have an
all
issue,
behind him the first couple months because it was theater. It was bringing eyeballs to the movement. But
yes,
ever since then, it's he contradicts everything he says.
yes,
Here's my black and white take. Back when I saw that he had a channel called Streamer Wars,
Exactly. I was going to bring
that
that
was
up.
all I needed to know to want nothing to do with him. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you have that in a let's get these human trafficking, cult, child abusing people taken care of? What has that got to do with Streamer Wars? Answer that
Yeah.
question.
And why Jay? What did Jay do?
I'll tell you.
Jay was the
I saw
nicest
it.
person, and he did it the right way. I never seen that man get angry at anybody.
I'll tell you
really.
why he went after him, because he was there in LA doing a similar thing, camping out in his truck, and he threatened DOA's territory. That's what it was. I saw it.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
he
it
tried
was.
to say that Jay was like trying to make the moves on Laura when Jay was just being friendly.
You know
That's
what?
all it was. But
Probably. But so what? Even if Jay liked her, so what?
Yeah.
So what?
but one thing is doing, again, one thing is supporting what he claims is his cause. If you believe in it, another thing is going in real life and messing with people's family. You see, those are the ones that I say absolutely not. There's a lot of 1A community out there that I don't like the way they do things because I'm like, oh gosh, eesh, I'm out.
You know what's cool about this community? You can choose who you watch. Period.
Yep.
If you want to watch somebody else, I don't care. As long as you're not in my chat or going on your own channel and being hateful. I don't care who you support until you start hitting people like targets or trying to take them out or being hateful.
The snipers.
There's no room for that here.
The snipers, they go in and they do the dirty bidding for him because they believe in whatever cost.
Yeah. Well, we're missing some really good people. And that's,
I know.
Yeah.
We're missing Poe. We're missing Sir Crepicus.
I know.
We're
That
missing
hurt my
Jay.
heart.
We're missing Mindy. We're missing we in LA. We're missing who else?
Aja.
Aja. The list goes on and on and on and on.
It does.
And these are people that should have never happened.
Right.
Well,
they should still be here doing their thing. We should still be able to go on each other's channels like we used to, and just that's when it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Yes.
not fun
That's why it was
anymore.
fun.
It's not fun anymore.
No.
You know?
And there's only a select few that's making it that way. Eric, what do you want to say?
Yeah, with everything everyone is saying, and with what you're bringing up about people and mental health and all that stuff. We deal with a lot of that. With if we have autism, if we have ADD, or if we have ADHD, or if we have any type of mental health. We have to, that we have to support everyone that deals with that type of mental health, and like for me, I'll be doing a live stream at some point and talk about my struggles with autism, and also doing comedy, as I always say on the chats and stuff, my stand up, comedy and stuff. But to be serious, is we all have our struggles in life, and we have to, help those people out, and be there for one another, and help anyone that they need help with, and it's sad to see like all these supporters, that talk about others, and I'm like, it's wrong, for those people to talk about other people in other people's chats and on live and all that stuff. So what we need to do is just block the person, ignore them, and start over. Have a better way of supporting all of the people that support all of us. So we all have to be there for them, and with all these bullies, I mean, I hate bullies. I've dealt with bullies since I was in elementary school. I mean, and in my opinion, I have never been bullied in middle school, high school, or any of that stuff. So that was a good thing. But elementary school was like when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and this is when all the bullying was happening with me and stuff. And like we've dealt with bullying since we were kids, even in the 80s, not in the 70s,
and 70s.
Yeah, and we all have to, stop having these bullies put us down. We all have to, we all need to be there for everyone, even with Eric Rader and even with Becky, and be there for for
each other as
everyone.
creators, even, or just supporters of
like
those people too.
Like I would find it very interesting if, like, when you did that panel on pain or in fibromyalgia, now Eric is going to do a live about his struggles with autism. I think that many of us would like to learn more about autism. Now, you might not get 10 people watching on that very first stream.
Yeah.
But eventually we're going to gravitate over there and see what Eric is talking about.
Yeah.
I knew they were getting married, but I didn't know it was last night. Wow.
Yeah, but but when I first started, so this is when I first started live streaming on YouTube. First, no, I don't know if you guys remember this app, but there was an app named Periscope. It was through Twitter, and I was on that first. And
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, well, it's a live streaming app, like here and all that stuff, where
Right.
people do like in real life stuff, or they do like panels, or they not panels. They didn't have panels on Periscope, but you're able to be on that person's live and see what they're doing or what they talk about. But when I did my live, on Periscope, I had a ton of trolls. I had a ton.
Yeah.
So I was like cussing them out, saying that you're stupid, you're dumb, bye, saying they're an a-hole, and boom,
Oh
and
my
I
gosh, that's horrible.
yeah, they were saying these hurtful things to me, and then I had to stand up for myself and say, you're an a-hole, you're the one that started it, and I have to block you, and you're out of here. But on YouTube, on the other hand, I never had that problem. When I first went from Periscope to YouTube, I have never had a problem with trolls or any of that. I had a decent amount of viewers. I had a decent amount of supporters and people, but a lot of them have stopped being on YouTube, or they deleted their profile, or they're not on it anymore. But the ones that are still on there, on my subscribe list, their channels are still there, but they're not active. So when I start doing my lives, I probably will have more people that I had 6 or 7 years ago than I have now. So I probably will have maybe I might have about the amount we have here. Like if there's 30, 40,
I'm amazed
50
we have
people.
30 right now at this hour.
But I'm saying earlier in the evening, let's say if I started my live at 7, 7 p.m. in California, then I have whatever, how many people I will have on. But if it's this time of night, I will probably have maybe 10. I might have 10, but
yeah.
So that's why I normally do my live streams at 6 or 7 at night, but I used to do late night, live streams, but I stopped doing that, since, I wasn't having a lot of people. So I was like, why don't I do it at early, 7 at night, and see what happens. And there was a decent amount of people, but not at the time when I first started doing live streams. But now when I do it again, I might have more than I have, since I have 630 something subscribers, since all of you guys are subscribers and supportive and all that. I might have more people, but
I hope so.
but
it'll get
but
there, because you're restarting your channel. It might take a little bit longer, and eventually you are going to have 30 people in there. Even if it's not all of us in this chat right now, you're going to have other people that are interested in what you have to say. So I would say continue, start doing your streams at whatever time is convenient for you.
I
There's always
Saturday
the
night
replay crew.
and just went on regardless.
We can always watch it later, catch it later, and now we're engaged in your content. So now I want to catch you live. And see now, oh wait, I don't want to miss Eric because now he's live. And because that we all live very busy lives, I might not be able to catch it, but at this hour when I can't sleep, I might go in there and see what you have to say.
I'm amazed at how many night owls we have in this community.
Oh,
Normally, not
I
this
thought
late.
I was unusual. Now I feel great.
no, I used to have my
Oh,
screens
hell no.
and at 3, sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
and I would
No,
have about
I'm
100
looking
people
around
in
and my
there.
dog like disappeared.
Yes,
He just like
Becky.
gave up. I
Mine
think he
too.
went to
They're
bed
dead.
without me.
Scooter Mom.
Yes, Becky.
We used to have
I
so
was
much
hanging
fun
out
in
in
my
your
channel.
Oh,
chat.
so Poe.
But I used to have
That's why
so
he's
much
here.
fun because I was really not about all the side drama at the time. I got dragged into it now. But I
Yeah.
used to sit there, and when other people were like going at it, did I or did I not, Scooter Mom? I would be like, we're gonna go old
Oh,
school
yeah.
down here. We're gonna bring out your mama jokes. Let's see who has the best one. And so I mean, that's just when some conversations might end up to gas. This person has gas, and then it might lead to menopause. Just because we
Yeah.
do something about Scientology, anti-Scientology, whichever way you want to look at it, we might pop in at 1 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden we have a party in there talking about when we were kids and got drunk, or when something completely not even related to this. We used to have a lot of fun with our chats because we were not worried about the trolls. We were not worried about who saw who in our chat. And you know what? And now
That was
that's
the
why
early days, the happy days.
yes, anytime that I would go into anyone's chat, if I only saw 2 people in there, I would go in there and chat. And then if I felt safe, I would kind of feel it out. If I felt that they somehow were hesitant, I would not go back in there because I knew what that would bring. I did. Well, I didn't, like for Miss Kim, I didn't come into your channel for a long time.
Yeah, I know.
Because I did not want that negativity brought onto your channel.
Oh wow.
That's the reason. Scooter Mom can tell you.
I didn't get a lot of
Yeah.
people watching.
And when Becky said that to me, I said, "Bring it. You are welcome in my chat. We will
I
deal
did.
with that."
I did because I was so afraid of having her labeled a bad actor.
Oh, I don't.
That's why I stayed with the channels that were like, nope,
Yeah.
I didn't see that with Becky. And
Hi, Tiff.
You're up.
Tip
Yeah, we're
420.
still
I've
up.
been in her channel.
We're at where are we? 6 hours. We haven't hit our record yet. Scooter Mom and I's record is 7 hours.
Hey, Kim, and then everyone, I'm a mod for Tiff's channel, so I'm a moderator for her.
Cool.
Ah, nice. Nice to know, Eric.
Yeah.
Well, it goes without saying. At least on my part, I'm always going to do what I feel is. I feel very protective about many people on here. So please don't take it as an insult if I don't show up in your channel. I just really don't want, and I that's why, and sometimes I'll kind of sneak in there again if there's not a lot of people, and depending on how I see their reaction, because again, I know what the fear that this can bring. I know that scariness in the bottom of your pit when someone from the troll scroll or someone that are bad actors are rolling in, and you're like, when I first saw DOA is a fraud in my chat, I stopped and I said, oh dear. And this is after the encampment.
Yeah, DOA is a fraud. He's a real bad actor.
The funny
He's
thing is
something
that
else.
I almost kicked DOA is a fraud out of my chat.
I remember Poe first time posting it. Poe like what the heck is that name? I don't like that name.
Well, it's the funniest thing because when I first saw DOA is a fraud, I went, and that's how the fraudy name came. I had such a hard time saying DOA, Scotty. Scott, and any variation of
Glad
it.
you're back. Glad you're back.
I had a lot of anxiety, but when I saw it, that's why I started calling her Fraudy.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody calls her Fraudy.
Yeah.
I say
Well,
Mr. Fraud.
DOA as a fraud is just too long.
Yeah, somebody said Mr. Fraud, and I liked it, so I stuck to that. I'm sure you get called all kinds of different things.
Oh my, Mr. Fraud! I love the Mr. Fraud. I love, just because of the name, just the name alone.
I couldn't put DOA. I couldn't say it. I couldn't type it.
I know. I had that thing. Trust me. I had that.
I appreciate your name, but I just couldn't do it.
Oops. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was the funniest thing, and these troll accounts, Becky's needle tits. I freaking fell on my ass laughing. I'm not gonna lie, because I know where it came from.
So you know what's funny? Scooter Mom knows this. My trolls don't stick around. Why?
Yeah.
Because I literally will talk to them and answer their questions.
So do I.
Even after we've timed them out or hidden them.
Or that. But I'm like, they're like, one time somebody came and said, you need a dentist. I'm like, well, I have one, but I did the Invisalign, but I didn't finish it. And now my teeth are more crooked than when I started, and they're gone by that time.
Yeah.
The stuff that I've seen my variation of my name. Now, mind you, I wasn't aware when these were made. They were.
I have not dealt with those.
Well, it's not even like, for example, needle tits. I really thought that was fucking fun. I'm not even gonna lie. I saw it once in my chat and it disappeared before I could. I thought it was freaking funny because some of these names that people come up with, they're fucking hysterical to me.
You know what, Becky? We're about the same age. Here's the thing. I went through this in elementary school. I went through this in the 70s. I'm 56 now. Y'all can't come up with nothing those little bastards couldn't come up with in the 70s. My last.
Come on, but wait, hold on.
Huh?
Have you ever been called needle tits? Let's be real.
Yeah, that's special. That one's special. Yeah.
I thought it was freaking hysterical. But no, you're right. You see, so these things, but the intention behind it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if needle tits were to have this, kind of joking manner, and like Pinch's dishes, we all know where Pinch's dishes came from.
Yes.
And it's a playful,
that a few times.
more of a playful chat. We go in, or they go into a chat, and they're sticking really to something silly like the name or whatever, or free the jugs, or we've seen all of that variation of it.
Or free the water.
Free the water. We've seen every variation of it. It's not that, because they can have a name as simple as Becky is the most gorgeous person on YouTube. I'm gonna like them in my chat, but if they're going around talking about Scooter Mom is this, that, and the other, and they're attacking people, I don't care how cute their name is. I don't want it.
Yeah.
So it's what you do. It's the person behind it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the name. It's the person behind it.
Yeah.
And I learned early on in the internet. I have this great story. So back when the internet was new, when you used,
that
like,
makes
your
us sound so old.
I know, but
you guys are young.
I know. I remember having Windows 3.1, y'all.
Yeah, me too.
I remember before Windows even was around. I remembered before DOS came out. I'm 64.
DOS early on. I don't remember.
Wait, I remember the Ditto machine. How's that?
Yeah. I had to use a
being in high school and learning typing, and we didn't have enough typewriters, so they had the keys on a piece of paper. and we practiced on a piece of paper.
I had to use a teletype on one of my first full-time jobs.
Okay.
Oh, my army job was a teletype.
Wait.
1986. And
I
then when
played the
tried to
first
go back
Atari.
in- So anyway, what I was getting at was this. So I'm playing cards where you could play with real people. And it was kind of a new thing. It was probably early 2000s. And this guy, you could, it was euchre, which is a Midwest game. Many people don't know about it. It's kind of like spades. So you just click into a table, you get a partner, and I don't even think he was my partner. He came and you could do a private message, which I thought was easy to cheat. We didn't like it. And he says, he just said, I'm going to send you a virus to your computer and some other awful stuff. And that was back when I didn't understand that kind of stuff. So I was like, okay. So I looked at his profile, and the dumbass had his email, his name, and the city he was from. Okay. So I'm like, okay. So I go online and I look up the city he's from and some other information, and I found his address. And at that address, I know. I am so much of a detective, you just don't know. So I find out the name attached to this address has 2 phone lines. That was back when you had to have one for your computer and one for your house.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay. So I call the number and I'm like, hello. And he's like, hello. And I told him what happened. I said, there's a young man. I don't even know if he's young. I said, there's somebody there named wada. And he threatened me. It was pretty bad. It was worse than a virus. And he was like, oh, that's my son who's 26 and lives in the basement. I kid you not. And he's like, don't worry, ma'am. I will take care of it. Then I hung up. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was my first role ever in my life.
I mean, we can be detectives. You see, our generation didn't have computers. You know that when we got computers, somewhere, somehow, some way, we got better at it. The very first time that I had to serve my son's bio, there wasn't this whole computer stuff. You know, I was working for an organization that was nonprofit, so we didn't even have computers in them.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I found his new address. And let me tell you how I found his new address. Do you guys remember Finger Hut?
Yeah.
Yes.
The catalog?
I bought my kids their first bunk bed through Finger Hut when we
Okay. Well, Finger Hut, the catalog. I called up and I pretended to be the wife in the account. Now, he wasn't married or anything. It was just, you know what? My husband, back in the day, you used to be able to talk to a real person.
Mm-hmm,
and all I had to say is, you know, you guys keep sending the mail to this, to the wrong address.
Mm-hmm.
So they confirmed the address. And I said, oh, wait, no, you're right. I think it's the mailman or something. I even forgot what cockamamie story I came up with. But that's all I needed was just to call somebody on the phone, and it was through Finger Hut, and say, you guys keep sending what address do you have on file? And they gave me the new address. And I went, oh, gotcha, mofo. And that's how he was served.
Yep.
Lazy down here.
Yeah.
I've done so many things since then. You just don't know. I have that been verified now, that where you can do a background check, and we've used it.
Oh, wow. Oh, we can be right nowadays. To my youngins out there, I'm sorry, but if we want to lose you guys, all we really have to do is, write it cursive on a note.
Oh man, cursive is like
give you guys a map
code.
Oh
man.
my gosh.
and a manual shift stick. a manual car. You guys will not be able to find them.
You know what's
I
funny?
get a getaway car.
My senior year in 86 to 87, they started the computer classes, and I was like, oh, I don't need that. I'm not taking that. Man, I regret that.
Actually, that's how I became in 87, 86, 87, I was the first girl in electronics.
Ooh.
And that's when I learned about resistors. That's where we did the schematic, and then we had to copy it on a copper board, and then we had to wash that in acid just to make a lamp. So I mean, the stuff that I was the only girl at that in the class of 40 something guys.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I was not easily
intimidated. And you mess up and you have to start over. Oh my God.
I remember my first calculator, and it was the one that showed the little red numbers, the little lights.
Oh yeah.
That used the 9-volt battery.
Yeah, and there was like
it was like about $200 for it, and it was a pocket calculator. You can go to the Dollar Tree now and get one for $1 that does more than that one did.
I know.
Yeah.
And remember making words with the numbers and turning the calculator upside down so you could read.
Well, that's how you page somebody. Remember the pager?
Yes.
Remember playing with those, the Etch-a-Sketches?
Oh God!
I found my old pager in my desk drawer just the other day. I still have the damn thing.
Give them a phone book.
Give them a phone book. Oh yeah, that's how you dox people back in the day. They used to put your name, address, everything on that phone book.
You could find everybody.
Here you had to pay extra to not be included in the phone book.
Yes, you had to pay extra.
Yes.
Yep.
I remember. And you know what's weird? So in this town, there was a lawyer named Tom Baker, and my husband's name was Tom Baker. Do you know how many clients and people looking for a lawyer called our house? Oh my God. It was amazing. It was ridiculous. I'll be right back.
I remember as a kid going to McDonald's and getting the Happy Meal, and we were getting the Apollo mission toys from when the men were going to the moon back in the 60s.
Wow.
Oh, I don't even know that.
Yeah. I had the lunar module and the whole bit. That was my Star Wars was the moon landings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember those machines. Yep.
I have to admit, I did not know McDonald's existed when I was back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Did they?
Just never did McDonald's.
I don't remember them in the 70s. It was like, in the 80s, maybe high school, maybe.
I discovered McDonald's with friends in the 70s.
Okay.
Well, remember the A&Ws?
On a date to McDonald's.
Yeah, we still have A&W here.
And remember when they would put the mom and the dad and the kids, and they'd have them made out of fiberglass, and they'd be sitting out in the front. Well, that was like that was like when I was in high school. That was our hangout after Friday night football games, and we were playing against a rival school. And me and a couple teammates, we thought, our guys aren't getting pumped up for this game. We got to do something. So we came up with this brainiac idea that we would take one of the we would take the mom from the A&W, and we would hide it in his father's in one of his father's barn, and tell everybody on the football team that the team we were playing against stole the mom from our hangout, which worked. But what backfired is, all of a sudden it was front page news, and the cops were looking for us, and we were like, we're like, oh no, we're not going to be able to bring it back. What are we going to do? And my friend's like, well, I can't keep it in the barn. My dad's going to see it. So what he did was he got the tractor with the plow and just plowed the thing right into the field and just disintegrated. And to this day,
no.
you go to the town that I grew up in, that I went to school at, there's a section in the park where they have all of the remaining ones with this big plaque talking about the mother that disappeared and they don't know what happened to it. Well, 3 of us know what happened to it. Now you all know. And it had these big bolts that you had to take them off, that they were bolted down to the foundation. And my dad was a diesel mechanic, so he had the big wrenches to do that. And I remember years later, I told my dad, like, yeah, Dad, your wrenches was involved in that whole thing. And he wasn't too happy about it, but
Do you know how many times our high school almost got their front statue stolen? Now I know who's been in our high school.
Yeah.
With the dinghy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we made a dummy one time. We stuffed it. We got the pants and the shirt, the shoes, a wig, gloves. I mean, we made this dummy, and we came up with this brainiac idea. I mean, me and my friends, we did some crazy stuff, and we decided we're going to hide in the filbert orchard. And we're going to throw the dummy out in the street when a car was coming. And then we were going to run, but we needed somebody there to watch because we wanted to know what happened. So we came up with this idea where one of us would be riding their bike up the street so that they were just like an innocent bystander. And so we threw the dummy out and we took off. And we looped around, finally came back, and he's telling us, oh, dude, the dummy hit the car, it flipped up over the car, landed in the ditch face down, and the wife was screaming, oh my God, is he dead? Is he dead? And the dad, or the husband, he gets out of the vehicle and he's walking over to the dummy. He's like, hey, are you okay? And he's like, he kicks at the dummy. He goes, damn it, it's just a damn dummy. Martha, get back in the damn car. It's just a damn dummy.
This is
they take off.
We got away with.
Yeah, and so as he's telling us this story, the county police officer drove by and we seen him. We're like, oh damn. And so we ran into my friend's house and he comes up to the door, knocking on the door. And so we answered the door and he's like, so why'd you guys run? We go, we didn't run. We were just going in the house. Well, do you guys know anything about the dummy up the street? And we're like, what? No. We're playing stupid and everything.
Not me.
And then he's like looking at it at some of us, because we had to wade across a creek to get back. And he's like, well, how come you're all wet? And we're like, oh, well, we were hunting for crawdads. We had to come up with some stupid story. And
that good.
So he goes, he gets all of our names. He goes through all of our names and see my friends. I grew up in a neighborhood that all my friends their dads were police officers. So he asks, well, what's your name? And he told me, he goes, oh, is your dad officer so-and-so? And he's like, yeah. And he went on down the line. And then when he came to me and asked my dad's name, well, my dad wasn't a police officer. And he goes, I don't know you. Thinking, yeah, because I'd always get away with stuff because I hung out with these police officers' sons, and my dad didn't go to work with them, so he didn't find out half the stuff I did. But he said, he told us, he goes, I'm going to write your names down here, and if I get any more calls about a dummy being thrown out in front of a car,
like you're gonna do that again.
I'm coming after you because I know you boys did it. You can't lie to me. And we're like, oh well, we didn't. well, I don't believe you. That dummy laid in that ditch for a week. And then one day it just disappeared. We don't know what happened to it, but
oh my God.
First the mother and now the dummy, or was it first the dummy and then the mother?
Yeah, my friend says I should write a book.
We got away with it because we did not have cameras in our face 24/7. 7-Eleven was probably about the only closest thing to a camera there was, and those somehow always got spray painted on.
Yep.
You know, we didn't grow up where every move we made there was cameras around.
I grew up
Now you have to
moving.
live your life like if you're on a camera,
Yeah.
whether right, wrong, or otherwise.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
I'm happy that I grew up when I did, because
Me
we
too.
got to do stuff and get away
too.
with it.
well, you
As
see,
now,
only God
if
was
our
watching me.
kids pulled the stuff like I did, they'd be in trouble for the rest of their lives.
Oh,
You know,
Mhm.
Yeah.
they couldn't get
you
away
see,
with what we got away with in
Social
our
media
time.
in high school would have drove me crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
but you
absolutely.
know, there was also a thing, Doug. Now that you touched on that, you know, when I was growing up and we had the officer or whatever, we had more respect for that officer.
Yes.
Not,
True.
but we also received a lot. So
Yes.
if, because I'm gonna tell you, Hollywood Boulevard, I don't know, but I may or may not have, you know, allegedly, you know, we were kind of like drinking outside of the car right there off of Hollywood, you know, kind of like near there, and we got caught. And we were given a lecture, you know. I was at that time, yeah. Anyways, I was 20 something, you know, not 21 yet. So allegedly, I was underage drinking. They didn't take me away in handcuffs. They, you know, we got a very stern, you know, for the rest
Mhm.
of your life, whatever decision you start making at 21 will come back and haunt you every day of your life. Mind you, I wasn't running around with half of the crazy people that I grew up with, but we got a stern warning
Yeah.
and asked me if I ever did that again. Nope,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
sure didn't.
Yeah.
That was enough for us to be on our best behavior. Back in the days, we only had Miss Johnson and God, you know, watching our every move. Oh, Lord.
My
My kids
Growing
will
up
my
tell
best
you
Mexican
my
when they
best
Catholic.
were
friend and I,
my
we
kids will
both.
tell you.
Oh, go
Sorry, go
ahead.
ahead, Doug. No,
Why
you go ahead.
my best friend and I at the time, I was like in junior high, I believe, and we both got pellet guns for Christmas.
Oh, we had those.
And so, you know, we'd go down because we lived right on the edge of the suburban, right, and it was just forest lands
What are you doing?
out from there. So we didn't. It was a hop, skip, and jump for us to go down, and we'd be down at the creek and just be out in the woods. And so we'd go hunting frogs or whatever. We're down at the creek, figuring, well, we're going to shoot some frogs. And there was this property that had a pond on it, and the guy had some domesticated geese, and they flew over the fence and landed in the pond. And my friend said, "I bet you can't hit that goose in the neck, Doug." And I'm like, as I'm pumping the gun, "Oh, I bet you I can." I pumped it up, whap, and I hit it right in the neck. And the owner comes down and he goes, "Hey, don't shoot at my geese." And we're like, "Oh, we weren't." And he goes, "Well, what's wrong with that one?" Oh, and I said, "Oh, he's just getting a drink of water while he's swimming in a circle with his head in the water." And we took off. And
Please tell
so,
me you at least ate it.
well, so we went on down. We were down the way for a few hours, and we come back. And one of our friends runs into us and goes, "Wow, you guys are in trouble." He says, my best friend, his dad was looking for him. He goes, "Yeah, Mr. DeMel, he's looking, he's mad because you guys shot his goose." And we're like, "Oh, damn." And so I go home, I'm thinking, "Oh man, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble." Because if there was one thing I feared, it wasn't the police, it wasn't teachers, it was my dad. My dad held the strong arm of the law in the house, and that was the only thing I was, had fear of. And so nothing was happening. I'm thinking, well, maybe I got away with it. And all of a sudden, a knock on the door, and I looked at the front door and had the little window, and I could see who was standing there, and it was my friend's dad. And I'm like, "Oh man!" So I answered the door, and he goes, "Hi, Doug. Is your dad here?" I'm like, yeah. He goes, can I talk to him? I'm like, yeah. And I go get my dad, and he tells my dad, he goes, well, I just want to let you know that your son and my son shot Mr. DeMel's goose today and killed it.
Oh, no.
And I don't know how you're going to handle it, but I'm taking my son down there, and he's going to apologize and give Mr. DeMel his pellet gun.
Yep.
And my dad goes, well, that sounds like a good idea. Can we come along? And he goes, yeah. He looks at me, Doug, get your pellet gun. I'm like, oh, man. We had to go down there and apologize to him and give him our pellet guns. And it sucked. And then my dad, when I got home, my dad goes, well, you've shown me, son, that you're not responsible enough. So, because I was supposed to go deer hunting that year. That would have been my first year. He goes, you're not ready to go hunting because you've showed me you're irresponsible. So I had to wait another year, which killed me. And then about a couple of years later, my friend calls me up. He goes, hey, Doug, Mr. DeMel came by and dropped off our guns. I'm like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, don't get too excited. And I'm like, why? He goes, because they're all rusted. He left them outside. And I'm like, no. And I still have that pellet gun in my gun cabinet. And both of my kids, I've showed them that gun, and I've explained to them. I've used it as a tool. Like, don't ever do this. This is what will happen.
Yeah.
And my son goes, well, why don't you get it fixed? And I go, I don't want it to be fixed because of what it stands for.
Yeah.
And I've used it as a learning device. I use my mess ups to teach my kids. I figure, well, I messed up. I might as well use me to teach them not to, this is what's going to happen. And I'm not
and
like
we
my
were
parents.
allowed to make mistakes.
No,
I mean, we
and
paid dearly.
my parents were so naive. They didn't know a lot, but I didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. My kids didn't get away with an awful lot. I was pretty much on top of stuff.
We were feral kids. Remember, you leave the house, you come back when the lights come on. That's literally how it was. And but you best believe that my mom and my dad always found out when I was in a perfect cute little butterfly, right? And I'm gonna tell you, all it took at that, my mom never mind. I mean, I got my ass whooped left, right, every which way but Sunday. My dad, all he had to do was raise his voice just slightly. And all he had to say was, Becky. And I was like, yeah, Daddy. And the look of disappointment. Oh, Lord, that was worse than a good ass whooping anytime. Because you see, the ass whooping, we got it. It was done and over with. Boom. Yeah, it's done. But that look of disappointment, oh, my Lord, that would leave me broken until, of course, I had to somehow, some way. And I always managed to, if I was going to, I mean, we got our ass kicked, but it really taught us. My dad just really, really was let me tell you why this is not a good idea. After I'm disappointed in you. We thought we raised you better.
My
and they
daughters,
did.
Got in trouble.
My daughters also didn't have social media when they were in school. But the funny thing is I still had a network. They could not still step one toe wrong.
Oh, I remember
one of my daughters at lunchtime decided to go off the school property with her friends, knowing she wasn't supposed to. And I knew about it before the lunch hour was over. She was back in school after lunch. It's not like she did anything wrong, but she knew she wasn't supposed to be off school property. So she comes home and I just said, so how was school today? I ask them that every day. So she says, oh, it was okay, blah, 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 right? And then I said, so what'd you do at lunch? And she took one look at my face and she went, I knew you were going to find out.
My daughter.
Who told you? I don't reveal my sources.
That's right.
My daughter
That is
got in
right.
so much trouble. Everything electronic came out of her room. She's 32 now, so she was able to text and that kind of stuff. And then she got in trouble again, and my husband was ready to turn the breaker off to her room. No electricity whatsoever. And what was funny is, not too long ago, she calls me. She's like, "I'm calling you so I don't kill my daughter, who's about to be 13." And I was like, "Really?" And I never said I told you so. I'm just like, "Really?"
Yep.
She's like, "Yes, she has this ridiculous attitude." And I'm like, "Really?" And I was inside,
I wonder who.
Yes.
Isn't it fun to be able to laugh? Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
You have fun. I did.
I never did the wait till you have kids curse on mine.
I didn't. But when it happened, I was like, "Oh yes."
Yeah, exactly. Oh, honey. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Well, my son, he
the mom phone, yes.
He got in trouble. I can't remember what it was he got in trouble for. Probably got in trouble at school because he was constantly getting in trouble at school for whatever reasons. And so I told him, I said, "Well, go on into your room because you're going to get a spanking." He goes, "No." I'm like, "Say what?" And I said, "You better go in your room right now." And he goes, "No." And I get up and he ran out the door. Well, he got the age where he's quicker than me and a little bigger than me. And I'm thinking, okay. And he's standing out there, out in the rain. And I said, "Well, you're going to have a long stand out there, son. You're going to get awful wet." He just looked at me. And a friend of his, a family friend of ours, their son, it was their birthday. And my son was going to be the only person coming to the birthday party. So I wasn't going to punish this kid because of my son. So I'm like, I told my son, "Get in here because we got to go to so-and-so's house. It's their birthday and you're not, we'll deal with this later." So when we got back that night, my son goes to bed and he's in bed sleeping. I finally, later that night, about 2:00 in the morning, I went into his room and I slammed my hands down on the pillow on both sides of his head. And I looked at I'm inches from his face and he wakes up and I go, "Remember, son, I know where you sleep at night. You can't Goes, yes, Dad.
Oh, my kids hated my husband because
that works on husbands too. I want you to know.
My husband would smile when they were in trouble.
Oh,
he would smile when they were about to get in trouble, and they hated it.
Oh yeah.
You got a story there?
Yeah. So, I don't know if you guys remember those big camcorders that you have that you put your eye in. So here's the story. So, it's a story like you guys are saying. So, my mom was videotaping me and my brother in the living room when when my brother was a baby. He's younger than me. So I was maybe 4 years old or something like that. So me and him were playing around and stuff, and with my ADHD and stuff. And this is when I was 4 years old. So with my ADHD and stuff, I pulled his hair and pulled him off the sofa on to on him and stuff. And then my mom was in the kitchen, and then she walked back in the room and she saw what I did, and she was like, "What did you do to Justin?" That's my brother's name. "What did you do to him?" And then I was like, "I'm busted." So what happened was so my mom was so terrified what happened with my brother, and he was he was a baby. So I had to confess, and I was like, I pulled him off the sofa with his hair and all that stuff. And then after that happened, she was like, "Why did you pull him off the sofa?" and then I told her I wanted to sit there. That was my spot.
That's a good
And
reason.
then after that, then my mom said, you're in trouble. You need to go to your room for the rest of the night. So I stayed in the room until, before I was in bed. So it was like not all night, but maybe like 3 hours that I was in my bedroom, and I felt like I was busted, and I was like at least my dad wasn't home, or he would have like flipped his lid, but he was at work at the time, so he worked nights. So my mom was the only one home, so she sent me to my room, and I stayed there for the rest of the night. And then the next day, my mom wanted me to apologize to my brother, so I did that. So, but yeah, it's struggling what we went through as kids, and I'm like, at least I wasn't spanked when I was a kid or any of that stuff. And I'm like, my parents never spanked me once, not even once. But
it
I
had to be
got several
something
of them.
major for me to get. So I grew up with, in the 70s, a stepdad that liked toys. So we had BB guns, we had bow and arrows, and all of that stuff when my stepbrothers would come over. So we had this bow and arrow. It was a Target bow and arrow. It wasn't that sharp little blade. Still, gonna hurt you. And I lived in the middle of nowhere. So the only friend I had, her fence touched my fence. I was friends with her because I had to be. Didn't like her that much. And she was in my yard, I don't know, complaining to us about something. And I took my bow and arrow and I shot it towards her. And it went like this close. Right by her. I was like, oh crap, what did I do? Yeah, I got the belt for that.
Yeah,
and I deserved it.
That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, I know. And I was like, at the time, I was like 9.
Yeah, no, you don't think about it until it's afterwards.
Right. I was like, oh my God, I got the belt. And I was like, yeah, I deserve that.
So
yeah,
one of my mom lessons has come back to haunt me recently.
Oh,
please
my
tell.
daughter, when my daughter was in her teens, she would be in such a rush. Always, she still is.
Oh, yeah.
She's always rushing for.
Yeah.
She says she has one speed, fast. So she'd be coming home from school. She'd unlock the door and forget her keys in the door.
Oh no.
And one time I came home after she came home and found her keys in the door. So I come in and I say to her, I found these in the door. Do you have any idea what could have happened to you if the wrong person saw this and decided to come in and you were here alone?
Mm-hmm.
So last week, guess who forgot her keys in the door?
Uh-oh.
You did.
Uh-oh.
Guess which daughter came home and found those keys in the door?
Don't you hate when that kind of stuff happens?
I know.
Guess what she said to me as a greeting when she came to my room?
I found in the door.
Do you have any idea what could have happened?
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful.
Thank God I never had that happen.
The only thing I could do was laugh and say, "Yep, I deserve that."
My younger brother and I, we got in a fight. I can't remember what it was about. And my poor mom, because my dad would work swing shift, my mom would work days. And so my mom would be home with us boys by herself.
Oh no.
And
poor woman.
Yeah, I love my mom to pieces, but we weren't afraid of her.
Yeah.
And my dad knew it. So my dad finally just came out and said, look, if you boys get in trouble and your mom has to call me at work, when I get home that night, you're getting a spanking. And so
phone calls with
my brother got in a fight, and I pushed him, and he landed on the coffee table and broke it in half. And my mom just she blew up, and she called my dad. My dad's like, okay, you boys, when I get home, you're getting a spanking. So my brother and I, we're like frantically going around the house, hiding all the belts, hiding anything that my dad would use.
No.
Thinking, and so, yeah. And so I go into the bedroom because it's nighttime, and my brother's like putting on like multiple pairs of underwear. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? He goes, oh, this will be cushioned. So when dad spanks us, I'm like, hey, that's a good idea. So I'm doing the same thing. Then put my pajama bottoms on. And I get into bed, man. It's like, man, am I cutting the circulation off around my legs? I was like, this is uncomfortable. So I pulled all of them but the one pair. And my dad, he didn't wake us up that night like he said he would. And we woke. So the next morning when we woke up, my dad's all like, oh, hey, boys, how's it going? Mm-hmm. I fixed breakfast for you. And he's being all nice. And my brother and I are thinking, wow, maybe he forgot.
No.
And so as soon as we got done, he's like, all right, you boys go on in the bedroom. I'll be in there in a little bit. And we knew what that meant. And so my dad came in, and it was always, and I hated this because if we both got in trouble, my brother would always get spanked first, and he was the defiant one. He was the one that wouldn't cry or would get my dad angry, and then he'd come to me, and it's like, just give me the spanking first, because I don't want to be because he's going to be harder on me because of what my brother did. And so he gets to my brother, and he's spanking him, and my brother's not crying. And he's SWAT. My brother's not crying. I'm like, just cry, Chris. Just cry. And my dad pulled his pajama bottoms back and seen all the pairs of underwear on.
My daughter.
And so he made him go bare butt and got the spanking. And he came to me and he pulled my, and he sees that I only have one pair on. So I'm the one that had the cushioning for that spanking. But
my
I have been texted a correction. I have been texted a correction because apparently I was speaking very loudly. It was I'm a big scary intruder. You're dead now because you left your keys in the door.
Yes.
She's watching you, or she heard you.
She heard me because I was speaking kind of loudly. Apparently I project
here's the thing about me, though. So to that point,
Mom, you better get it right.
I used to watch a lot of true crime. My husband gets mad at me because he'll go out to do something in the yard, and I'll lock the door out of habit. The door is always locked because I saw this true crime where there's a serial killer. He ended up being a truck driver that traveled, and they figured out that all these murders happen near like highways. Here's the thing. He said if he went to a door and it was locked, he moved on. If it was unlocked, he felt he was invited in. And that has stuck with me so much that the door's always locked. I just have to. And he's mad. He'll leave and come back in, and door's locked. He gets mad at me. But I'm like, sorry. That's just happened.
We've had contractors locked into the house because I'm like that with the door, and then my daughters are too.
Yep. So.
Yes, Becky. The student became the teacher.
Yes,
exactly.
True.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I jokingly, we were out camping one time, and my kids, we were talking. My daughter, at the time, she was taking nursing classes, and so she was like doing some hands-on stuff at one of the hospitals, and she was talking about elderly people that were having dementia and stuff, and having to change bedpans and diapers. And I told her, I told my kids, if it gets to the point where you all have to change my diapers, do me a favor. And she's like, what, Dad? Just take me out in the woods and shoot me, because I don't want to be living if somebody's got to wipe my butt, and change my diapers.
Well-
I'm sorry. I don't want that.
I'm
And my
similar
dad's-
to you, but Oregon, last I heard, they have self-assisted where you can go there
Yeah.
and do that. And I told my husband, if I ever get that bad, just take me to Oregon.
Yeah. Well, my daughter's like, "Oh, Daddy, I'm like, no, seriously." And so whenever I have a senior moment, my kids will say, "So, Dad, is it time yet?" And I'm like, if you have to ask me, no, it's not time. No, it's not time. And then one day, my son and I got in a little heated argument because I'm not for abortion. I never have been. And my son, he's like, well, what about a rape or if the mothers could die or something? What about that? And I'm just like, well, I'm not for it, because a good friend of mine, she was a product of that, and her mother decided to keep her. She's the most amazing person, and and all the lives that she's touched, to think that if she was not here, what would happen. But anyways, not to get into that, and my son goes, well, what's the difference, Dad? If you have an abortion, or you want me to take you out in the woods and shoot you? And I'm like, son, the difference is I was joking. And he looks at me and I go, were you seriously going to take me out in the woods? If I got to that, and he goes, well, yeah. And I'm like, son, I was just joking.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, so if you would have said, hey, Dad, we're going to go for a drive, and you're grabbing the shotgun, you're going to old yeller me, then I know, no, not
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
But no, I was like, because I watched too many of my family members pass away like that. I'm like, I don't want to do it. Like, they've been talking about an asteroid's gonna hit us. We're gonna get hit by nuclear, whatever. Because we live near one of the biggest army posts ever. It's going to be a target, and I'm like, well, just make it quick. I just don't want to live through that. I'm just make it be done. I am too old and decrepit to be running around in the apocalypse. I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm way past my bedtime. I'm normally in bed like around 10, 11 o'clock. It's all your guys' fault.
I blame it on Scooter Mom every time.
She does every single time.
Do you know who I'm going to blame? Do you know who I'm going to blame? And she's not here to speak up, and she has a very loud voice. Becky, it's your fault that I'm up so late.
She's in the chat. She's in the chat.
I know she is, but she can't talk right now. All she can do is type. See, usually it's flipped. I'm in her chat, and she can talk, and I can't. So guess what, Becky? The roles have changed. It's your fault, Becky, and you have to listen to me.
What time is it? 5.
Oh,
I hope I can make
5:48 here.
reading. I don't know if I will.
I don't think I will.
Making fun of my dinghy, Becky. No, bad girl.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've enjoyed this. I haven't been on a live panel in a couple of years, so this was
good having you. Good having you. You too, Eric.
Yeah,
We almost beat the record there, Kim.
What?
Well, it's only 6 hours. Six and a half.
We're 9 minutes shy of 7 hours. We've gone 7 hours with Scooter Mom. So if we end now, we haven't made.
We haven't beat our record.
No.
Yeah,
I came on here not feeling good, and I'm like, I'll do about an hour or so every time, an hour or so, and here we are. But it's
even when I'm not here.
I'm gonna say you guys and everybody here in the chat, it goes by so fast.
Yeah.
It's so different than like talking on the phone or something.
Yeah.
It's just I don't even know how to explain it. It's just different. It's awesome, interesting, different. So I appreciate everybody that was here. I think
well,
really
thanks for letting me come up. I just felt, like I said, I haven't done this in a couple of years, and I just really, it's really not my thing anymore. But
I've done that.
I seen Tia or T having, all this going down, and I just, she was having a hard time struggling, trying to understand it and stuff, and I just.
Well, even I had a certain opinion because of, like I said, I go into these different chats and I hear all this different stuff, and I don't want to form an opinion that quick, and I'm glad that we got to talk it out. I think it's important.
Well, she needed to have some explanation because I felt sorry that she's being attacked and not understanding, but it's unfortunately that we are in this period of time in this community that if you're in that person's chat, it's not going to bode well for you. And, we are who we hang out with, unfortunately. And
well, I'm done. I'm done forming an opinion just because you're in somebody's chat. I'm done. That's my limit. I'm done with doing that.
Well, see, the problem for T is that not only was she being seen in his chat occasionally, but he has been saying
that's true.
that she is associated with him. So he's made it worse for her.
Yeah, he's manipulating it, playing it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's playing it up and not caring about the results.
No, he never does.
Yeah.
And, but
he basically is forcing her onto his side because then otherwise she'll have no one. And that's not fair on her. And
then
she
we've got other streamers saying things about her because of what they saw instead of trying to find out the real deal.
She also needs to see how she's being manipulated by him, whereas we're not trying to manipulate her. We're going to like her whether she's associated with them or not. It's just we would rather she not be associated with what he has been doing.
Well, when you see somebody you like that's being manipulated and then they're being attacked for it or being judged for it, I guess is the better word. You want to speak up. You want to explain to them, hey, I understand your frustration and your hurt and everything that you're going through this, but this is why it's happening. And I think that was the part she wasn't understanding so much was why it was happening. And, face it, if you're with somebody, if you're around somebody that's a master manipulator and plays the game very well, because that he does.
He's had practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
she's right. She is too trusting. But she needs to have people around her who can explain that to her without judgment.
Well, I was too early.
Just so that she can understand and see what's really going on.
I was trusting too. I mean, I think we all were when it was all starting, and we wanted to welcome everyone in no matter what.
Yeah.
We had to learn the hard way is all. Eric wanted to say something before we go off. Eric?
Yeah. So, for everyone that's here, I talked with you guys about doing a autism awareness panel. So we'll be still doing that here, on your live, and we'll talk more about autism and all that, and and we'll do that in April. So we'll have another panel. So we'll all be on.
Okay. Yeah, and don't remind me when it gets closer to April because of my memory problems. Feel free to email me or in my chat remind me we're going to do this because I want to do a little bit.
I have a student mom's email, so I'll email her.
All right, she'll remind me because I do tend to lose track of time. So definitely remind me. Hi Marco. So good to see you. We're about to leave though.
Yeah. Sorry, Marco.
Bye.
Yeah, my
You're
son's
in the
on
future, but you
spectrum.
didn't come back
He has
far enough.
Asperger's, so
Yeah, and we're gonna do another. Not only the autism, I want to do more of because we didn't get to even talk to Scooter Mom about the chronic pain stuff. We talked a lot about fibro, and I want to do more of a chronic pain panel. I think a little bit more too. So because we didn't get into that as much as because it was a really good panel. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys. I hope.
All right. Well, love you guys all.
You too. I hope I can wake up for the reading today at 3. I probably will. Because we're doing A Piece of Blue Sky by John Atack. So we just started it. So, oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah. And my son hasn't been diagnosed, but I think he's in there. And so that's the thing about this community. We found out a bunch of people has fibromyalgia. A bunch of people has high functioning autism or Asperger's. Chronic pain. It's just, we're all dealing with all this stuff.
That's what my son has, and yeah, it was a struggle, growing up. He like Eric had to deal with bullying and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yep. We're close. It's almost 5. I gotta go.
All right.
1 minute to get off here before it's 7 hours.
Good day, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.